What a beautiful way to start the day. Good morning, Jonah boy. Good to see you. Good to see you. And as always, welcome aboard. It's another beautiful day on Valor Media Network. It's another beautiful day on the Counterpoint Show. We will be covering the news. We will be covering Vaush arguing with this chat apparently for about 30 minutes about having children, which is awesome to see. And then we will also be covering the Douthat Ezra Klein conversation about MAGA, politics, psychedelics, and religion. And that is something that one of our boys, Sean Kaplan, was very excited for us to break down. So we'll be doing that as well. So good morning to see you. Excuse me. Waking up. Good morning to see you as well. Philip Coffee, Sacred Snow. Good morning. Yeah. Hey, lots of familiar faces. Lots of familiar faces. There is some wild news stuff today related to the Kashmiri terrorist attacks and also the escalations between Pakistan and India. There's also some wild news, frankly, from Trump in reference to the economy shrinking. That's one of them. And then also he just totally flubbed an interview online, which was not online, but he totally flubbed an interview. And it was actually so amazingly stupid that watching people cope about it is incredible. Like it's actually kind of amazing to watch people cope about it. So we're going to have a lot of fun today. The news is going to be fun. I know for a fact the Vaush segment is probably going to be fun. And then the Ross Douthat sounds more like it'll be interesting more than it'll be like crazy or weird or drama. So if you're a more like substantive, serious person, then you'll have that to look forward to. Christian Blair's, good morning to you as well. Harmonic Fox, good morning to you as well. Good to see familiar faces in chat. But let's go ahead and get cracking. Take a look at the news as things are developing. So this is crazy because I think the last time we actually had an official recession was 2008. Whereas we did, obviously, the COVID-19 epidemic actually might have had some. Was there a recession in 2020? Specifically COVID. Yes, there was a recession in 2020 and ended in April of 2020. So we had 2 months of recession during one of the greatest economic catastrophes of all time. Then I'm pretty sure the last one before that was 2008. And then this one, the reason why this is different, there's like a tweet in here that Maria Bartiromo calls out Amazon for listing inflation on product costs after hiring a Chinese propaganda firm. I cannot tell you how much I loathe Charlie Kirk. Okay. The reason why we're not watching him is because, relatively speaking, he's boring and dry. However, he is such a blatant dumbass propagandist. Sorry for swearing so early in the morning, but honestly, that's exactly how I feel. So Maria Bartiromo calls out Amazon for listing inflation on product costs after hiring a Chinese propaganda firm. It's not propaganda to say that the Trump admin is imposing tariffs on foreign countries and that it is not the foreign countries who will be paying the tax. It is the consumer. That is not propaganda. And I think the fastest way to reverse the tariffs is probably to have Amazon list the inflation. Because if you see a good from China that's $30 normally and it's $60 because of tariffs, then yeah, you're basically going to be like, wow, that sucks. And then you're going to keep going shopping through your day. And then you're going to see, oh, wow, this thing from Central America or South America increased by 10%, 20%. This thing from Taiwan increased by 50%. This thing from Singapore increased 30%. And so as a result, you'll effectively see, I think that's the fastest way to get people to understand the global economy. And then number two, it's the fastest way to realize that this economic wound is self-inflicted. So, yeah, I'm furious. I think that Charlie Kirk is a moron, propagandist, MAGA sycophant is the most polite way that I can put it. Sacred Snow says, Lamau, the whole AI is going to get so complicated we won't know what's real. Getting its flowers, this is the most powerful man in the world, gets fooled by MS Paint. Yo, that is fire. That is so true. That's definitely going to be part of the news segment. I guarantee you that. Charlie Kirk is indeed a MAGA propagandist, but he isn't stupid. I've seen him discuss politics on podcasts like Bill Maher with his partisan brain was off. He knows what he's doing. Well, yeah, so that kind of makes it worse, right? Christian Blair, in my opinion, it's one thing to be stupid and to be wrong. That's like acceptable borderline to just be dumb and wrong. What's worse is if you know better and you lie. That's worse. So, anyways. There was no mention whatsoever at Amazon about Joe Biden's inflation. Dude, this is so frustrating to me because inflation was worldwide. And as a matter of fact, the United States had the lowest inflation of many developed countries, partially because we are so capitalistic. And so as a result, that's crazy pants to just say, oh, yeah, we should have just marked everything as going up in price during the Biden admin when that wasn't a self-inflicted wound. That was literally an international economic crisis. Measured by the CPI was up 9.1%. We all remember we were at the cash register. I hate Fox News. They're liars. They just straight up lie. Why they're putting a little bug now, this is because of the tariffs, and they didn't put up a little bug. This is because of the $7 trillion spent by the Democrats under Joe Biden in question. I'm sorry. Who was over the economy when COVID knocked out the international economy and then put his name on the relief checks to send out to everyone? Okay. And who was a part of, like, isn't it PPP loans? Wasn't that approved under the Trump admin as well? Because effectively, one of the fastest ways to get inflation is to decrease economic output and to increase cash supply. And that's exactly what we had, not only beginning under, that's what we had during a Trump administration. So they did the thing that causes inflation. They blame the Biden admin for having it. And then they come back and they do another thing that's inflationary. And now they're saying, well, suck it up, buttercup. This is the way the economy works now. And it's not going to be. Listen, guys, I'm going to be very real. This is going to last for 2 years. Okay. We need to survive 2 years until the midterms. Then we need to punish MAGA as aggressively as we can at the polling booth. And then we need to survive another 2 years. And then we need to move on politically, because this is not, I do not expect a massive onshoring of industrial output back to the United States as a result of this thing. I think this is a gambit that's going to implode. So Charlie Kirk needs FAR investigations, if you ask me. Yeah, I agree. I think that Tucker Carlson needs one. I think that Jackson Hinkle needs one. I think Candace Owens needs one. I think that there's probably another. Dave Rubin needs one. Benny Johnson needs one. 100%. I want the Justice Department to subpoena these people's DMs, and I want to see if they're taking Qatari, Omani, Russian money in order to go with the narratives that they're going with. And if it's literally their genuinely deep felt dog water opinions, that's totally fine. Okay. However, if they're taking hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars undisclosed from foreign governments knowingly, and then spreading these propaganda points, then I 100% think they should be held to account to the furthest extent of the law. Absolutely. Well, QC John says, good morning, Connor and chat. How is everyone? I'm feeling pretty good, to be honest. Feeling pretty good. Halfway through the week. Yes, we are. Tomorrow I'll be traveling. I'm going back on Tim Pool tomorrow. Pretty exciting. And then Christian Blair says 20% of the Republican Party is hyper MAGA and never going away. MAGA will be power brokers, 100%. 100% MAGA will be power brokers in the Republican Party going forward. However, I don't think that they're going to be able to have the strangle on politics that they currently do. Sen Patty says, based. These propagandists need to be put in check. Indeed. Listen, guys, I'm a propagandist as well. But guess what? I'm a propagandist for America. Okay? It's my country of origin. It's my home. It's a place that I'm proud of. It's a place that I love. And then I'm also a propagandist for republicanism, mixed economy capitalism, representative democracy, capital L philosophical liberalism. I'm a propagandist for all those ideas, but I'm not a propagandist for those ideas necessarily because I think it's going to pay the bills. I'm a propagandist for those ideas because I think they're genuinely good. So that's why I advocate for them. That's why I fight for them. That's why my rhetoric is oriented around those ideas, is because I think they're genuinely good for me and good for the world. Chat, how are we doing today? Good to see you, Casey. Good morning. As you can ask, all you can ask for is honesty. Everyone is a propagandist. Yeah, we all have our biases. Even if you think that propaganda is a negatively associated word, we all have our biases. Okay. Sen Patty says American propagandists are based in cool, actually. Russian propaganda is the soy jacket propaganda. Exactly. I've depicted myself as the Chad Wojak, whereas you are the soy Wojak. Conservative liberalism says the ability to move on from the current situation will be directly related to how big the car crash is. Short of utter catastrophe, demagoguery and modern politics will live on. I'm such an optimist. Well, yeah. I agree with you. It's probably cyclical. I think it's cyclical. But yeah, I agree with you that populist rhetoric is such a powerful tool. I don't know how it goes back in the I don't know how populism, if it's Pandora's box, I don't understand how it goes back into the box after this election cycle, particularly with alternative media being as powerful as it is. Casey from Long Island says, it took 100 days for Trump to shrink the economy. Yeah. Sorry, I should probably actually read the news. So anyways, so we went from, let me read it so I'm not making stuff up, okay? The U.S. economy just had its worst quarter since 2022 as President Donald Trump's significant policy changes unnerved consumers and businesses, which is an unforced error. Gross domestic product, which measures all the goods and services produced in the economy, registered at an annualized rate of minus 0.3% in the first quarter, the Commerce Department said Wednesday. Bear in mind, in 2022, we were at like the fever pitch of the end of COVID, okay? So the fact that it took I don't know, a global pandemic that killed 1 million Americans in order to replicate this financial disaster is shocking. That's a sharp showdown from the fourth quarter of 2.4%. So that was last year, 2.4, and much worse than the 0.8 rate economists projected. Oh my God. What a horror show. What an absolute horror show. But to be honest, this is kind of what I expected after I read somewhere that there was a 40% decrease in international commerce coming into the ports of the United States. As soon as I read that, I was like, we're up a creek without a paddle. That is amazing and horrifying. It's not the question is, will the left-wing populist leftists gain greater popularity among the left like MAGA did in the Republican Party? I don't know. I don't know, only because AOC is popular, but she's popular with her base. I don't know if she's popular outside of her base. Bernie Sanders is too old. They need another figure who is willing to be popular and cater to populist rhetoric. I don't think Pete Buttigieg is going to do it. I don't think that Mark Kelly is going to do it. I don't think that they believe in it, which is, they're quote unquote the more conservative Democrats, which is probably why I like them. And I don't think that they'll play into the populist game. So then the question is kind of becoming, but in the Democratic Party, they can try populism as a rhetorical gamble, but are they just going to be accused of copycatting Trump and doing it, and basically manipulating that rhetoric for their own ends? And will it be genuine or authentic? Or say what you want about Trump. I think he's a massive piece of garbage, but I think is authentically a piece of garbage. So, yeah, stagflation, amazing, horrifying. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry that we're not starting off the day with strong news as far as like something to get excited about. But the truth is that like this should motivate you. You should get pissed off, right? You should get excited. You should get excited that effectively we have to face some of the dumbest political times on the planet in recent memory. And people will never understand how bad populism is because it sounds nice. Yep. Oh, why aren't popular ideas more often implemented? And the truth is because popular ideas are often stupid. Casey from Long Island mentioned that we're getting stagflation. There was another thing that he said, that AOC isn't even popular in Long Island. I saw that comment. It got lost in the sauce. But the point is that apparently AOC is probably... Yes, and Patty is saying left-wing populism is still in its infancy. If AOC is found to be a popular pick, then it'll grow exponentially. Yeah. I agree, but I wonder if America, I'm not saying sexism negative, I'm sexist sometimes, but I wonder if America is like too sexist or racist for AOC to be like president. You know what I'm saying? Although that would be mad funny. I do want Hillary Clinton to be alive when we get the first female president so she can be furious. That'll be funny. All right, anyways. Let's check out the next story. A pissed off Trump called Jeff Bezos after learning Amazon considered breaking out a tariff charge. I don't have anything to say. I don't even think Jeff Bezos is in charge of Amazon anymore. He's just so clearly associated with the brand and probably still has substantive sway with the company, which is why he would call him. But the point is that this is hilarious because they have to run away from the aesthetics of their own policy. The reason why, so they're not denying that there are going to be increased costs on Amazon. They're not denying that you're effectively going to see Chinese goods probably double in price or increase by 30% in price just because of a result of a 145% tariff, right? They're not denying anything. They're just saying that they don't want to live with the aesthetics, the view of what they're actually doing. So that's actually what's crazy pants to me. Because, oh, and by the way, do you know that this girl is like, she's like 27 or something? I thought she was 40 because the amount of plastic surgery she has. What's her name? Apparently she's in her like late 20s, early 30s. Who is the White House? Carolyn Leavitt age. She's 27, bro. She's 27. What does this lady know about economics, policy, DC negotiations? What does she know about anything? She's 27, bro. Yeah, and dating married to a 50-year-old. So she's an age gapper. She has so much plastic surgery, she looks like she's 40. No offense to the people who get plastic surgery. Parasocial love to you and yours. You do what you got to do in order to be attractive. But this is her with her husband. Look at that. Look at this. She's a sugar baby. She's a sugar baby. I want this picture because this is exactly, look at this. So she's doing the chest out, butt out. She's pointing her, they do the lines analysis where they line analysis people in order to determine their relationships. Dang. I want like a bigger picture of that because I think that's so perfect. The good news is, according to the photos and the line analysis, she's loyal to her husband. That's the good news. Leave it, husband. See if we can find this. So here we go. So there's this guy. All right, I got to explain it to like the people who are watching the VOD who might be like 30 or 40 and not understand all the internet memes, okay? So there's this line analysis. Schizopolitics very early in the morning. Couples line analysis. So there's the green line test. Okay, couples green line test. I'm going to show you guys something crazy. It's hilarious. Now, this obviously isn't a real thing that's like backed by social science, but it's kind of true. Okay, like it seems instinctively true. All right. Now, of course, like couples like hang out with each other, no matter what, and you're going to have different poses through different relationships, right? But the line analysis is effectively like an analysis of physical intimacy, and it shows who the dominant partner is in the relationship, depending on who is, who is catering to who effectively, right? So right now we have Kanye West and Kim Kardashian, who I believe are divorced and separated at this point, and they're both facing the camera with their genitals and then also with their stature. And so the argument is that subconsciously, yeah. I'm not saying this is real. I'm just saying this is funny. The argument is that subconsciously, these people are more interested in the outside world than they are with each other, and therefore they're not likely loyal to each other. Same thing with Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith. They were in a open marriage that ended up breaking up. And so in this line analysis, you would have Jada Pinkett Smith facing the world more aggressively than Will Smith, whereas Will Smith is leaning into Jada Pinkett Smith. And so as a result, subconsciously, Will Smith is the person that is more, into the relationship, more subservient, right? And so I'm not saying, listen, guys, I'm not saying line analysis is real, okay? I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying it's funny, and it seems like there's some real stuff, there's some underlying subconscious body language cues that we can read into. And so if we were going to do this, my criticisms of Carolyn Leavitt are that she's 27 years old and a sugar baby. However, based on the line analysis, which again, I'm not saying is not true, she He's leaning into her, but he's very straight up and erect. She is leaning into him, and she's pointing all of her physical attention towards him. And so subconsciously, she's communicating loyalty to her husband. So, you know what? I'm critical of the age gap. Yeah, we're doing astrology. It's fine. We're doing good. We're doing morning level dating astrology. But the truth is, if you do look at these photos, she looks happy. I hate her, but she looks happy, right? She looks like she loves her husband. So sugar baby criticism stands. Her being way too young to be saying the things that she's saying, that absolutely stands. But it looks like she, despite being a sugar baby and having a 30-year age gap with her husband, it looks like they love each other. All right? It looks like they love each other. We'll be nice. We'll be nice, okay? For now. All right. I love how an analysis of economics led to line analysis at 9:45 in the morning. All right. Chat rebelled against me. They did not like the line analysis. I got it. I heard you. You're not a fan of analyzing relationships through body language. You think that it's red pill shenanigans that is exaggerating the actual relationships of people. I hear you. You're not a fan of the line analysis. I got it. I'm having fun, which is all that matters. Well, I want you to have fun too, though. So we'll reel it back in. All right. Conservatism says it's surface level body language analysis, just sketch because it's one frame from what could be proper analysis. Sure, you should. Yeah, you should absolutely. Like, even if you were doing body language and analysis, you would have to take more than one still. You can find stills of my wife and I in probably pretty hostile body language, but you can also find us in very loving body language as well. So, it's memes. You're right. It's just memes. It's just memes, okay? It's just memes. Leave me alone. Stop bullying me. Anybody bumping the new Yeezy? Listen, if it's good, I'll bump it. Let's face it. He did Gold Digger. He did, what else did he do? He did all those Daft Punk collaborations that are amazing, like Stronger. Stronger was amazing. Kanye West has a lot of bops, okay? Is it Jesus Walks? That was another fire one. There's Kanye has good music. Just because he's schizophrenic doesn't mean he's not a talented artist. So, yeah, cousin slaps in a different way now. For those of you who don't know, Kanye West admitted that he had a physically intimate relationship with a male cousin at a very young age. And so, yeah, there's definitely some abusive, neglectful, weird stuff going on with Kanye West that probably partially led to his schizophrenia. It's not evil, but it can lead to autocrats' authoritarianism in the long term. Not sure what we're talking about now, but that's totally okay. I'm giving Jamie Foxx half credit for Gold Digger. You can do that. Jamie Foxx did make it pop. The give me money. That part is amazing. All right. Anyways, so Ford CEO Jim Farley, employee pricing will continue as a new auto tariffs. This is just for me. This is just all this is. It's positioned as an economic story, but it's just an advertisement for Ford Motor Company. I don't think that Ford CEO Jim Farley goes to work in a safety vest every single day. I'm pretty sure what's going on is they know that they have rough economic waters ahead, so they're trying to capitalize as much as possible on the current pricing that they can afford before the supply chain gets more expensive. So as a result, they're trying to reduce the cost of vehicles by 10 or 20% for consumers. And then they're trying to advertise it through the media, positioning it as an economic story. I'm not hating. Like, I like Ford, right? So I'm not hating on the fact that they're doing this. I'm just saying that this is effectively a commercial. John says, yo, Connor, how's your day, man? Listen, it's glorious, okay? We're waking up. We're hanging out with dozens of our favorite friends and family. We're chilling. We're consuming the news and content. We're drinking caffeine. And later on, we're going to do probably a pretty funny segment on Vaush. And then later on, we're also doing a segment that Sean Kaplan requested via Super Chat that I feel honored that somebody would even bother to pay me to analyze a segment That's good stuff. So it's a great day. It's a great day. Also, tomorrow I am traveling to go back to Tim Pool. Friday I'll be doing a show with Econo Boy. Last time I argued with Fabian Liberty about whether or not the welfare state or state created the modern woman, and whether or not statism as a force is good or bad for the world. This time I'll be arguing with Econo Boy, who's a social democrat. He's like very, very, very left-wing economically. I'll be arguing with him on the limits of the welfare state so we don't bankrupt the country. So I need to do a little bit of research before that debate, just to see current debt trends, current social services, what the social services should be in an ideal American society. And kind of like I need to like custom build my own welfare state to compare to his welfare state, which, let's face it, I think a lot of social democrats financially incentivize bad behavior. I'll put it that way. Mm-hmm. Agreed, conservative liberalism. Agreed that it is both a sale advertisement and an economic story. Absolutely. Sabian Green says it's a play to sell more cars. Don't think the consumer was considered very much when the decision was made. Well, I don't think that Trump can consider the consumer at all. I think Ford was trying to move inventory because they know that it's going to be a rough year. Razzle Smasher says, good morning, Connor. Do you think the Hassan-Ethan debate will actually happen, or do you think Hassan will find an excuse? I think he'll find an excuse to back out. Now, if it actually happens, though, I would love it, because even if Hassan did well rhetorically, I think that all Ethan Klein has to do is literally say, okay, we'll do it. Let's watch the video together. And then all you have to do is you have to watch Hassan argue against Hassan when Hassan clips are being played. So, yeah. Anything that makes Tim Pool's chat see this okay with me? Well, I promise to do that. John, watch the chat hate you both. I 100% guarantee it, because I will be too statist and I will have too many welfare programs compared to what they want. And then like they are going to be repulsed by Econo Boy. They're going to think Econo Boy is a communist. 100%. Yeah. The swastika katana versus something Jewish. The swastika katana versus the Star of David. That should be the thumbnail. It's Hassan Piker holding the swastika katana, and then it's Ethan Klein with like a giant, Star of David necklace. That would be fire. Pete Hex's wife has power at the Department of Defense. How does that help the American warfighter? No idea. I don't know what she does. All right. And then this is something that I just, we don't need to dig into it because I don't think the details necessarily matter. Trump eases auto tariffs. This is how National Socialism operated. I'm not saying that Trump is even smart enough to be a National Socialist, but what happened was in Nazi Germany, they weren't mixed economy capitalism and they weren't socialist. They were something weird. They were effectively a kleptocracy and an oligarchy. So if you are good in with the Nazi party and there were taxes or levies or labor regulations that were going to hurt your business and you were in good with the Nazi party, then you could walk up to a Nazi official and say, hey, man, this is actually going to screw me over. Can you help me out? And if you had the right clout, right influence, right money in the right pockets, they would help you out. And so what Trump is doing, in my opinion, is he's creating economic catastrophe, and then he is shielding people that he likes from the economic catastrophe that he himself created. And then he's allowing people to suffer that aren't getting in line. And so that's where I'm happy that we have term limits in the United States of America, because this dude is done one way or the other in 2028. I'm promising you that I and tens of thousands of other people will make sure that Trump specifically is done in 2028. He's not going to get a third term. If he runs for a third term, well, I hate to be like, all like memey about it, but I think at that point, it's time. If in violation of the Constitution of the United States of America, Trump runs for a third term, I think at that point, it's gloves off in every respect imaginable. That's the most polite that I can say it. Simpati says, you're right about the chicken and the egg. Lot, it's a fine line. In honesty, hard to articulate with such few characters. Yep. National Socialism was just domestic solution to keep Eastern socialism at bay. I mean, I agree. If you actually read Hitler in Mein Kampf, I've read probably 80%, 70% of Mein Kampf. It just got really boring and anti-Jewy in the second half. What he said is that he didn't have a problem with the socialist argumentation of trying to make a dignified workplace where workers had more power, more access to the levers of power, had more dignified lives, et cetera, et cetera. And he was upset that many Germans were falling for socialist propaganda. What he thought that was evil about socialism is that it believed in proletarian humanity, and he was a nationalist. He believed in like the supremacy of the German people. And so as a result of that, what he wanted to do was co-opt all the propaganda of socialism, all of the economic goals of socialism that were popular with the masses, and then nationalize it and give it German character, so to speak. And so that's what he did. That's what he did. He kept the parts of socialism that were popular. He got rid of the parts of socialism that weren't popular. And then he made it a national focused identity. And that's how the National Socialists seized power, was by using populism. Tree of Liberty and some watering cans. I mean, listen. Eric Dom says, this reminds me of Mitt Romney saying Obama was picking winners and losers. Picking winners and losers on steroids. Obama was subsidizing solar panel companies. They gave him flack. What was that Obama solar panel company? Obama failed solar power company. Solyndra. Solyndra received $500 million. Okay. They received $500 million. Everything we're doing now makes Solyndra look like spit in the ocean, is the most polite way that I can put it. $500 million is nothing. And this was like a national level. They try to make it a scandal. It wasn't really a scandal, but it was $500 million. So $500 million compared to what we're doing right now, where the Republican Party has evaporated trillions of dollars off of the international stock market, all because one man is pulling levers on the tariffs. Insane in retrospect. The things that Obama was held to account for compared to what Trump is not held to account for. I can't even articulate to you the level, like the scale of difference in these issues. Anyways, before I get too pissed off, Solyndra, see my last rant. Exactly. Trump literally did the Thanos snap to my 401k. Thank God I'm not retiring for like 20 to 30 years. Yeah. He evaporated 40% of the retirement savings of everyone who has retirement savings, involved in the stock market. But Solyndra, bruh. All right. Anyways, sorry, before I get too pissed off. Trump says he could bring back Abrego Garcia from El Salvador, but he's not going to. Awesome. President Donald Trump on Tuesday acknowledged that he could secure the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a Maryland man, we could stop saying that if you want, who was wrongly deported to El Salvador last month but refuses to do so. The comments appear to contradict previous remarks made by him and his top aides, who say the U.S. does not have the ability to return Abrego Garcia because he is in the custody of a foreign government, despite the Supreme Court's ruling that Trump admin must facilitate his return. You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk, ABC News' Terry Moran said to Trump during an exclusive interview, which we'll watch momentarily. Trump replied, I could. Pointing to the phone, Moran said, you could pick it up, and with all the power of the presidency, you could call up President of El Salvador and say, send him back. And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that, the president added. But he's not. That is a crucial point, but it kind of avoids the due process argument. I'm not the one making this decision, Trump said, adding that he says government lawyers do not want to help bring Abrego Garcia back to the U.S. The administration admitted in court last month that Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran migrant, was deported because of an administrative error, ignoring a judge's 2019 ruling that he could be sent back to he couldn't be sent back to El Salvador, where his life could be in danger. And now he's locked up in a supermax prison without who knows whether or not he'll ever get out of it, because he has tattoos, he wore the wrong clothing, he had the wrong friends. And despite having 14 years without a criminal conviction, there's smoke to Kilmar Abrego Garcia. That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us. Okay. So the reason why I brought this up, I'm going to go over to Twitter real quick, is because of this clip. All right. If you want to keep it on the bigger points of Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a bad hombre, you do that. I don't care. You know, if you just want to say he's a bad dude, we don't need him in our country, blah, 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 that's totally fine. But I want to watch you, or I want you to watch, excuse me. I want you to watch Trump be wrong on the facts of a matter, try to bully his opponent in reference to the facts of the matter, and then try to rewrite reality in order to fit his narrative. Okay. And this is something that he's done billions of times, and yet Republicans will not hold him to account. I'm a never Trump Republican. I think that this is BS. I think this is beneath the problem of the office, not the problem of the office. This is beneath the prestige of the office. This is horrifying to me. Yeah, Nang Ung says Connor wants to watch us. Well, it depends on what you're doing, right? So let's just watch Trump blatantly rewrite reality, and I'm going to show you how he did that.
A member of a gang, and then they look, and on his knuckles he had MS-13.
There's a dispute.
Well, wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was photoshopped. So let me
That was photoshopped, Terry. You can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay.
Frankly, I never heard of you. I get that the volume is low. My apologies. But he's like, I never heard of you. You know, you're getting the break of a lifetime, the ability to talk to me, Donald Trump, blah, 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 blah. I can't believe this dude acts like this. This is like a toddler. If this was, I'm going to make this very simple for you. Any conservative who believes in spanking, if their child acted like this, the child would be spanked. Okay? So the fact that the leader of the free world, that 51.7% of Americans elected this guy, should be alarming to you. The fact that he engages in what amounts to kindergarten, first grade level school bullying should be alarming to you. And then the fact that nobody has hit this man in the past 60 years should be alarming to you. Okay? Yeah, Sen Patty says, he's such an angry old man, dog. He speaks like my amnesiac-ridden grandpa did before it went bad. Yeah. Dude, I retweeted, or I tweeted, quote tweeted, whatever you want to say. I quote tweeted this and I said, hey, your leader is being an R-slur and he's sunsetting. And there were half a dozen MAGA people who were arguing with me in the comments about whether or not Trump was correct, which is insane because Trump is effectively proving that if you're popular enough with your base, you can rewrite reality for your base. Okay? So well, QC John said it best. So, but the Dems are worse than this, lol. Yeah, dude, that's literally the argument. The argument is never Trump is a line blowhard bully dummy. It's the Democrats are bad too. It's never an acknowledgement of any wrongdoing on Trump's part. All right, so anyways, let's finish the clip, and then I just want to show you how wrong this guy is.
To you, Terry, but you're not being very nice.
You're not being very nice.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture. We'll agree to disagree.
He should have let him show him the picture. He should have let him show him the picture and then been like, dude, go get the picture. I'll literally sit here for the next 20 minutes. And then they should have gotten a staffer to go get the picture. And then the reporter should have been like, okay, marijuana, smiley face, cross. What was the last one? Skull. Okay. Marijuana, M. Smiley face, S. Cross is supposed to be a 1. Skull with the eye sockets and the nose really big is supposed to be the representative of the 3. So it's supposed to be a dog whistle for MS-13. But the actual MS-13 is a Photoshop on top of it in order to show the translation of the symbols. No, Biz D, you're right. Trump really thinks it said MS-13, and he's trying to bully this reporter about it. He's trying to rewrite reality.
Photoshop. Well,
Here we go. Here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have
No, he didn't.
tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine,
No,
sir.
Terry,
I want to get to Ukraine.
No.
And by the way, all the Trumpers are acting like it's the reporter who's forcing Trump to jump on this rake. But Trump is being insistent. He's like, no, you're wrong. He 100% had the letters MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because
When
it's
he was
fake news.
Did you hear that breath? This is like when you're talking with like your boomer uncle who thinks that the COVID shot is going to get activated by 5G, and you're like, listen, that's not how cell signals work, and that's not how nanites work, and that's not how the cardiopulmonary system works. And then he's like, yeah, but have you even read this article? And then you're just like, listen to the sigh.
No longer believe the news because
When
it's
he was-
fake.
One more time. I think this guy's name is Terry Moran. Listen, Terry, we're with you, bro. We're with you, okay? Listen to this.
People no longer believe the news because
I'm with you, bro. I'm with
He was
you.
photographed in El Salvador. They aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They
Take a
weren't
look
there,
at the
but they're
photograph.
there now, right?
No,
but they're
in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
he's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
No, he doesn't.
Okay?
Well, we'll take a look at
It's you just
We'll take a
such a
look.
disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't you
sir.
just say, yes, he does, and, go on to something
It's
else?
Because he doesn't. So, all right. So let's take a look at this because this is the leader of the free world. Okay. This is the man with the nuclear codes. And I'm going to explain something that's in the Twitch and YouTube alternative media sphere that is so infuriating that I can barely see straight. So hold on. What is it? President Trump, MS-13. Okay. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, knuckle tattoo. Okay. So this is the picture that Trump says he has. Okay. And what he believes is that this M is physically on the guy's knuckle. This S is physically on the guy's knuckle. The 1 and the 3 are physically on the guy's knuckle. Okay. Now, for me, this is enough. I'm not going to lie. Okay. This isn't enough for Kilmar Abrego Garcia to spend the rest of his life in Sukkot. It's not. It's definitely enough to deport him. I would 100% deport this guy to Guatemala and force him to live with family. And the reason why, I'm a cop. Listen, I'm a chud ultimately, but marijuana, smiley face. This looks like a 1 hidden by the cross. 1, 2, 3. M1. If I was MS-13 and I wanted to get covert tattoos, that's exactly what I would get. I'm not going to lie, okay? Not only that, but the devil horns are, something that's effectively very popular with MS-13. And so the bulls is another dog whistle. And then not just that, he was caught in a Home Depot parking lot. His allegation was that he was, that he was doing day labor, but he was caught with 2 other MS-13 gang members who had cash and marijuana and tattoos and were confirmed gang members who had been convicted of previous crimes. So for me, if it walks like a duck, it talks like a duck, it moves like a duck, it hangs out with ducks, all that kind of stuff, it's probably a duck. Okay. That's not enough to send him to prison for the rest of his life. We would never accept that standard. And for all I know, he got these tattoos and he was a gangbanger and a piece of garbage when he was younger. And now he's like a chill dude. Who knows? I don't want him in the United States, but he doesn't deserve to be in prison for the rest of his life. And so Trump arguing that this is physically cut into this guy's knuckles, it's a lie. It's either lie or he's stupid, right? And I have to go with he's stupid and he lies. That's what I'm going with. So, anyways, absolutely infuriating. The fact that this is the leader of the free world. Let me tell you a parasocial alternative media story that pisses me off to no end. So there's this guy named Adam Friended Counterpoints. So there's this guy named, where is it? Did they take it down? What? Maybe this is it. I don't know if this is it. This is probably it. But the point is that there's a debate between Adam Friended and I. I would actually be curious if they took it down. And in this debate, I'm calling because this guy right here, Adam Friended, is like, well, Trump or Biden has dementia. Okay. Biden has dementia. And as a result, we just don't know what he's going to do. Bear in mind that Biden has probably had cognitive issues his entire presidency. And what he did is he deferred to his cabinet. You can say that we shouldn't have a dementia-riddled president, and I 100% agree with you. However, that doesn't mean that we don't know what Biden's going to do. Biden is going to defer to his cabinet and let his cabinet run the show, right? And it's going to be a semi-professional, competent political administration. And then he's like, oh, yeah. And then Kamala Harris, we just don't know enough about her. We just don't know enough about her politics. Back in the day, she was super progressive, and now she's pretending to be moderate. And so as a result, we just don't know what she's going to do. And so what he's doing, obviously, if you're not a moron, is that he's needling the Democrats while never considering that there could be something, I don't know, fundamentally flawed with Donald Trump. And so he'll be like, oh, yeah, Trump does have all these issues. Trump has this issue, that issue, this issue. But ultimately, the Democrats have this issue. And then I almost guarantee you that if you look at their coverage, despite this man ostensibly being a liberal, like a liberal, a lefty, a left of center guy, a moderate, et cetera, he's arguing that that effectively, like, we just don't know what a Democrat administration is going to be like. And so as a result, they would prefer a competent Trump over a dementia-riddled Biden. And so we fought about this for, I guess, an hour. He totally dodged everything. It took like 40 minutes for me to get a firm answer out of him. And then as a result, I would love to see what he has to say now. I would love to see what he has to say now. What does he have to say about the tariffs? What does he have to say about the, I don't know, self-imposed recession? What does he have to say about the violation of constitutional rights? What does he have to say about Kilmar Abrego Garcia being put into a gulag for the rest of his life because he has the wrong tattoos, the wrong friends, and the wrong clothing, but doesn't have any criminal convictions? What does he have to say about a gay hairdresser being thrown into a gulag? What does he have to say about kids with cancer who are citizens, but whose parents are non-citizens being deported to third world countries? What does he have to say about that? What does he have to say about East African children dying because we won't pay for 12 cents per day for their HIV medication? What does he have to say about the evaporation of soft power? What does he have to say about, I don't know, the auto industry imploding? What does he have to say about UPS planning on, firing 20,000 employees in order to keep up with the reduced demand of goods? UPS layoffs, 20,000 UPS employees. These are the American working class that actually get paid a decent wage. These are the people who have good benefits. These are the union guys that Trump is allegedly fighting for. And it's one of the largest unions in the country. And 20,000 of them just lost their jobs because of Trump. So what does he have to say about any of this? Because I guarantee you that if I go to, maybe we'll find it. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to do this now, but let's just do it. I'm curious. This dude pisses me off so much that I haven't even looked at his content recently. But let's see what Sitch and Adam are covering right now. And by the way, I love Sitch. So my love for Sitch is still full. So we got judge arrested, Rogan pilled, Amazon terrorist bombshell. Okay, good. They're covering what's going on. Candace Owens versus Jordan Peterson. This is right-wing infighting. I'm good with that. Douglas Murray sides against the America bad right. Good. iDubbbz backstabs Ethan Klein. Okay. I like the content. Content's good. Trump wins or bends on tariffs. This is probably the one that I would need to watch, although that sounds very boring. Market crash, MAGA influencers report. It'll be fine. This might be, I don't want to listen to PF Young debate them on the tariffs. I want to hear what they have to say about or total disaster. I want to hear this. This is the one that I need to watch. I need to watch this, and I need to see if he's still sweeping for the Trump admin. That, as a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and save it later. All right. Anyways, sorry for the parasocial pissed off rant, but I can't. That dude pisses me off. All right. I'm sorry for getting pissed off, but oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. All right. All right. Woo! Woosah, reset. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. All right. All right. Why do Americans connect liberalism to leftism? It's not the way where I live. Is there a historical reason? Yeah, relatively speaking, it's just that anything left of center is communist, Eric Dom. Anything left of Joe Biden is socialism. And if you ask anybody on the right wing what Joe Biden is, he's a closet socialist. It's sad. It has to do with the Red Scare, which didn't go far enough because we didn't catch enough communists and expel them from our societies. However, it has to do with the Red Scare, where effectively anything remotely socialist or communist is unpalatable to vast swaths of the population. This admin is literally what Adam said Biden's second term would be: a mentally declining president with people around him influencing him. 100%, Daniel Meyer. 100%. Doom Spiral says 512th interdimensional space chess where only the universe gets the bad outcomes. Think of the infinite set of universes where Trump is doing the right thing. Bruh. I hope, I'm not saying that's going to be his argumentation. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised. Sen Patty says, I remember this one. It was super frustrating. Bruh, invite him on. I would, but the guy legitimately, he pisses me off the same level that Admiral Gibbs pisses me off. So no. I'll talk to him. And if he wants to go low and slow, I will be happy to talk to him about policy. But what he did during the conversation, during the debate that we had, he tried to big dog me, where he was like, yeah, well, I have 1,000 chatters who all agree with me. And I was like, I don't give a shit. Your chat's retarded. Obviously, not the Sitch and Adam chatters who have come over to watch my show. They're brilliant. They're 3,000 IQ. And I would say 40% of Sitch and Adam chat actually is pretty smart and decent. However, the 60% that all simp for Adam and think that Adam is correct, they're morons. They're dummies. They're stupid. I've seen Trump derangement syndrome. They're supposed to be like a centrist show, a moderate show, a show that's kind of considering all sides and pursuing the truth and all that kind of stuff. I've seen Trump derangement syndrome spammed in their chat more than I've seen it spammed in the chats of MAGA creators. So no, they're co-opted. I said back then that I think that they're captured by their audience. We'll take a look and see how captured by their audience they are now. We'll look at it later. I'm not going to say that they are right now when I haven't engaged with their content that much. Call them up, Connor. Get him on the show. We'll see. Jack-o'-lantern says, for your information, those UPS layoffs are mostly due to them losing their contract off with Amazon. Well, guess what's happening with Amazon right now? Amazon is expecting a substantive decrease in the amount of packages that they are going to have. So I'm not surprised that they lost their contract with Amazon. And I'm not going to be surprised if Amazon isn't renewing with any carrier because they're expecting a massive hit. You said it, Sam Monroe, not me. I don't see Adam that dense. I'm sure he'll come around. We'll see. We'll watch that content. We'll watch that. We'll watch the content and we'll criticize what's there instead of making up positions. Daniel Meyer says, as someone who checks on their channel occasionally, Sitch will bring up something objectively bad Trump has done and he'll just say, oh, that's weird. Why would Trump do that? Frowny face. Daniel Meyer, bruh, you are the perfect summary of what I would expect out of the Sitch and Adam show right now. No offense. Still love Sitch. Still hate Adam. But Sitch goes, oh yeah, Trump is doing something bad that's actually hurting people and killing people and doing bad things. And then Adam, bemused, confused, goes, why would he do that? That's so weird. Why would he do that? And he acts like it comes out of nowhere, despite Trump saying these things for, I don't know, a decade. Bruh. Send Patty, you said it, not me. Razzle Smasher, the only TDS that really exists is a derangement of people who still support him. Listen, this is my concession to the people who say TDS. There are people who there's not a, if Trump said that the sky was blue, they would disagree with him because they hate Trump. Those people exist. However, they go, oh, you just think Orange Man's bad. But it's like, yeah, if I can demonstrate that Orange Man is bad because he's imploding the economy, deporting U.S. citizens who have very grievous medical complications because their families aren't citizens. They invite, one of the ones that I thought was really grievous was there was a woman who was a teenager, and she was applying for a green card because she's in her 30s now, and she has a husband and children inside the United States, but she missed a court date when she was a teenager. And so ICE invited her to the ICE detention center, effectively saying like, yeah, we're going over your green card application. It looks good. Why don't you come on in? And instead of giving her a green card because, I don't know, she has a family, a life, no criminal record, et cetera, they went ahead and deported her back to a country that she hasn't been in 20 years, right? If we want happy, healthy, productive, tax-paying green card holders and citizens, why would she be the person that gets deported? The reason why we're deporting her is because we want to be cruel and we want to rip apart her family, and we want to tell people from Guatemala, El Salvador, and Mexico that if you come here, it doesn't matter if you're here for 20 or 30 years, we're going to send you back. And they don't care that they just ripped apart a family for no discernible, like, legal reason besides her being an illegal immigrant 20 years ago. She's not a criminal. As far as I know, she doesn't have a criminal record. They just ripped apart that family because they thought it would be funny. Ooh. And then yes, Trump. How do you say it? That I use the vulgar term for filleting Trump. That's what I say. TDS is Trump D-sucking syndrome. That's how I flip it on people who use TDS as an actual term. But I think there was a Trump devotion syndrome. If you want to be polite to somebody who obviously is a sycophant for Trump, then you use the term Trump devotion syndrome. And that normally cuts through. Right now, there's more TDSS. Yep. Sapien Green, you said it, not me, okay? It's just evil. Sounds like a story Asmongold would... Eric Dom, that's brutal and gross. No, but we're at war with Venezuela. No, we haven't declared war. And no, there's no real casus belli, but we're totally at war with them. Listen, dude, if you want to declare Tren de Agua and MS-13 as foreign terrorist organizations, you can. That's totally fine. I don't care. But maybe we should establish that people that we're deporting back to Central America to spend the rest of their lives in foreign gulags are actually members of the foreign terrorist organizations. For instance, gay hairdresser. So I think that the Democrats and the media made a mistake by focusing on Kilmar Abrego Garcia without verifying all of the crazy stuff that he's done. But I would love to see the argument for this guy. I really would. I would love to see the Tren de Agua MS-13 connections of this gay hairdresser. Like, please show me where this dude has been like running drugs, this guy who's dressed up as a gay drag queen pope. I would and this is him praying and crying because right now he's probably being assaulted in prison by gang members because we deported him to a Central American gulag. I would love to see Adam Friended justify this. I would love to see him look at this picture and say, yeah, I don't care. I would love to see him do that. Because I effectively at that point, I think you've gotten rid of your humanity. If you look at this guy whose tattoos are mom and dad put under crowns, and that he deserves to be in Guantanamo Bay, El Salvador, along with MS-13 and 18th Street gang members. And this is him praying because he's hoping that he doesn't get murdered or assaulted. I would love to see your justification for that. I would love to see you defend this. Tell me how. Tell me how. Anyways, I'm getting pissed off and I'm not moving through the news. My apologies for getting one guy by a guy that isn't even here. Wait, Connor, are you asking for due process? Liberal alert. Yeah, exactly. Dude, exactly. Supporting the Constitution, supporting and defending the Constitution of the United States is now liberal. You know how they did, what was it, Dave Rubin? What did he say? He said something like, defending free speech is now a conservative idea. Dave Rubin, defending free speech is conservative. Advocate for free speech. There's some quote that he has. Defending liberalism is now conservative. Defending liberalism is now conservative. There was some quote like that. Defending liberal values has now become a conservative position. This is a quote that he said over and over and over and over and over and over and over again over the past decade. Defending liberal values has now become a conservative position. Well, it's not anymore. Okay? It's not. Yeah. 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 Bro, he's gay. That's all I need to know to deport. You're evil, John. You're fucking evil. Oh, my God. Eric Dom brings up a very astute and incisive point. Like the stream. Liking the stream is free. Quick shill time. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Like the stream if you haven't liked it already. It's free. It lets other people know that we're live. They can come in, enjoy the content, hang out and chat, have a good time, etc., etc. Get some news, get some political commentary, have a good time. So, like the stream, it's true. If I understand that everybody is working to make ends meet, and I understand that even very successful people have, let's just say their 401ks aren't looking so hot right now, okay? You guys have been so generous in the past 48 hours. I don't really care. Obviously, Grassroots Hegemon is a substantive amount of the donations, but even the rest of you guys, Sapient Green, Sean Kaplan, I'm trying to think of some other people, Christian Valeris, Gen X has donated a few times. There's another one, Rises has donated a few times. The point is, you guys have been so generous in the past 48 hours. I literally don't care if you donate. However, if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, you do like the content, you feel like you want to support it a little bit, throw a super chat my way, and it's appreciated. Never required, always appreciated. Woo! The Constitution is a pretty liberal document, not going to lie. It's true. It's true. But republicanism used to mean defending the Constitution. That's what it used to mean. Sacred Snow says, the disappointment in Connor's voice saying defending the Constitution is liberal now is, dude, it hurts me psychically to say that. Okay. It hurts me spiritually to say that defending the Constitution is now a liberal idea. That is repulsive. The problem is Rubin's quote rings true. The left has talked a lot about how hate speech is something we ought not tolerate. Democrats need to be crystal clear about being pro 1A. I agree with you. So I think the liberals need to put the progressives and leftists in check. It's not that there aren't progressive ideas worthy of consideration. It's that the progressives did go too far in the past decade, and we do need to recalibrate what it means to be a Democrat or a liberal or a Republican in the United States. And if republicanism means MAGA, number one, no, it doesn't. And number two, MAGA needs to be fought because this is evil. There's things that they're doing that is actually repulsively bad. Did someone say my name? Thank you, Rises. I know that we had we've chatted before, I believe, before you were talking a little bit of smack about my mom and I got offended. But I do appreciate the donations and you being gracious enough to not get offended at me getting offended about my mom. So thank you. Sacred Snow says that statement triggered a synapse shock. Check on Connor. Yeah, I might stroke out on stream. Okay. Harmonic Fox says, I stopped being friends with progressives. They disagreed on my almond versus soy milk take. Lol. Oat milk is clearly superior, by the way. Oat milk is clearly superior. I hate the far left with every fiber in my being, but MAGA is far worse. John, I'm with you. I'm with you. All right. Anyways, I've been yapping. Let's stop yapping. Then this is, I'm just going to go through the headlines because I want to get into the content. But this is something that we need to keep an eye on. Effectively, this resort in Kashmir, which, look at these pictures. I now understand why they fight for it. This is beautiful. Look at these mountainscapes. Look at the snow. Look at these trees. This is actually like physically stunning geography. And this was a resort where jihadist terrorists butchered like 26 Hindu Indians. Horrible, disgusting. And as a result, that might start an actual armed conflict between Pakistan and India, which are both nuclear armed powers. And it looks like India might take all of Kashmir. They might literally invade it and take it all for themselves. So we need to keep an eye on that. When it comes to Gaza, just know that there's still horrors going on. There's still Israeli bombings of Hamas militants, which don't seem to, let's just say, calculate whether or not there's civilians nearby. And so as a result, there's dead children and dead women and children. And then also there are blockades on food and water where the aid is being very strictly controlled by Israel. And so as a result, there is a water and food crisis where people are starving and getting extremely dehydrated. So yeah. Then what is it? The Kashmiri attack again. This is a meme. And then we will move into the segments. So today is fentanyl. This is Attorney General Pam Bondi, okay? Today is Fentanyl Awareness Day. In President Trump's first 100 days, we've seized over 22 million fentanyl-laced pills, saving over 119 million lives. We are fighting relentlessly for the families of loved ones lost, for those whose lives are at risk, and for the soul of the nation. We will not rest until this poison is off our streets and those peddling it are behind bars. Now, if you want to take the strongest elements of this, they've had major fentanyl busts, and that's fine. But somebody wrote this and didn't think about it, and I think it's worth pointing out. 22 million fentanyl-laced pills saved 120 million lives. There are 300 million people in the United States, which means that Trump, just in the past 90 days, has saved 33% of the American population. And you dare criticize him. How dare you? All right. So, Sapien Green, thank you for the donation. Thank you kindly. He says, why can't I see the text? I don't know why I can't see the text. Just throwing money. By the way, have you ever seen the History of Everything podcast here on YouTube? Dude looks like a younger version of you. No, but that's fire. Sean Kaplan says, won't be chatting for the segment. Road trips to Colorado, brother. We'll be listening in. And then this is a surfer thing, right? Pinky out, thumb out. I forget what it is. I don't know what this one is, but it's very cool. Thanks again. No, dude, thank you. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the inspiration for content. We'll do it. Now, Sean, you're going to have to forgive me, and thank you for the super chat. We are going to start with the Vaush segment only because it's 20 minutes, and I have a feeling that that's more drama-based, whereas the Ross Douthat Ezra Klein interview might be more substantive. And so if it's going to be more substantive, I want to give people popcorn first, right? So we'll eat our steak and candied Brussels sprouts today 100%, but I want to give people popcorn. So we'll start with popcorn, and then we'll get into the entree, okay? Drive safe, dude, said Sacred Snow. I agree. Sean Kaplan, drive safe while you're listening to the podcast. Typing from my phone is effed. India. Something. Christian Blair's is talking about India for some reason. I don't see the original context, but it's okay. It's okay. So let's do an intro, and we'll do our first segment. Let me get something where you guys can see my beautiful face. Let me move you over here so I can see my own beautiful face, and it looks like I'm talking to you while I'm staring into my own eyeballs. I don't mind drama as long as it's funny. Well, it depends on your definition of funny, but effectively Vaush, a libertarian socialist, anarcho-communist, who I am very critical of for a variety of reasons, he fought with his chat about whether or not the perpetuation of the human species was a good thing. And so that's funny to me. I don't know if it's funny to you. It's funny to me. So let's give it a shot. So, hi, guys. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I am live on the Valor Media Network, which is a place where we're trying to break down the worst actors in the alternative media space who are doing untold damage to our society and our culture. And so as a result, we are going to criticize their content every now and then, and we're going to have fun doing so. There is a left-wing creator named Vaush. He has almost 500,000 subs on YouTube. When he goes live, he gets around 10,000 live viewers. He's a very popular commentator, despite being wildly controversial for a variety of reasons, some of them personal, some of them professional. And one of the things that's very interesting is that having children has been right-wing coded for a while. Caring about having families and caring about raising those families in a good way has become a conservative coded thing in our culture. And obviously, I don't think that's good for America. I think liberals and progressives, I'm a never Trump Republican myself. I think liberals and progressives still need to have kids, still need to value family, still need to value their parents, still need to value their extended families, cousins, uncles, aunts, all that kind of stuff. And so the fact that Vaush is fighting tens of thousands of his own chat, well, I guess, yeah, around 10,000 people. He's fighting 10,000 people on whether or not it's good to have kids. I would see as a funny, weird contradiction in the progressive left, but also a sign that hopefully there's a fight going on for pro-social behavior, even amongst the most extreme commentary people in alternative media. Without further ado, Vaush.
Recent data from eHarmony's 2025 dating diaries found that 28% of Gen Z singles said differing political views could cause them to turn down a date, compared with 21% of millennials. For eHarmony, too, this is like boomer. So what Gen Zers are using eHarmony? An October poll from the New York Times and Siena College poll showed a striking 51-point gender divide among Gen Z voters. Women aged 18 to 29 favored former Vice President Kamala Harris over President Donald Trump by 38 points, while men in the same group favored Trump by 13 points. No other generation exhibits a gap this wide. Sheesh. Sheesh. I don't want to give women credit because they're annoying, but, you know, seems like they're out here trying to save civilization.
All right. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Vaush's content, okay, listen, I viciously disagree with his politics. I think he's had some very cringe takes. I think he apologizes for terrorism in reference to, he talked about like sabotaging like loggers. He talked about like putting debris and shrapnel in order to prevent the cutting of trees. So when you chainsaw into a tree, your chainsaw explodes into your eyeballs. He's talked about how maybe like political assassinations are okay. And he's also talked about how there might need to be a militia-based civil war in the United States and how he needs to prep his audience for it. He's talked about the, what is it, like a trans genocide, where because conservatives are going hardcore after trans people, which I don't agree with, but because they're going hardcore after trans people legislatively, that trans people need to effectively like arm up and get ready to fight an existential genocide in the streets of America. I think this is all like cringe, delusional LARPing. However, he is funny some of the time. And what we would call this is like tactical misogyny, where Vaush himself has gotten caught being a sex pest early in his career. He's been doing very cringe things like looking at cartoon pornography of teenagers engaged with cartoon horses, which is super cringe, super gross, whatever. But because he's funny, he gets a pass. And so tens of thousands of people continue to watch him. And let's face it, misogynist and sexist jokes, you know, it plays to young men and non-binary people who can find women to be annoying sometimes. Apologies to the few women who watch the content, but it is what it is, right? So technically he said, fight out of your windows, lol. Yeah, you could make an argument that that's somehow self-defense, you know, shooting people with rifles out of your windows, I guess. Sacred Snow says, JVL, resident Dem on the Bulwark is also a natalist. I don't think it's a bad thing among Dems. I think natalism is bad amongst the far left. True. I think the left says it's getting too expensive for kids, which is true. But I'm going to share this with you guys, okay? Because I want you guys to be a pro-natalist chat as well. There's no right time to have a kid. The kid will always be too expensive. What is it, like paying 30 grand even after insurance to a hospital? It's not going to happen. You're not going to save up 30 grand in order to give it to the hospital. What you're going to do is you're going to get pregnant. You're going to go to the hospital. You're going to have your kid. You're going to tell them to bill you. Insurance will pay them 50 grand, 100 grand, 200 grand, whatever it costs in order to birth a child. And then when the bill comes for 30 grand, you say, hey, listen, I don't have this. And then if you're rich enough to pay it, you pay it. And if you're not rich enough to not pay it, you don't pay it. It's that simple. And if your credit takes a hit in order for you to bring a life into this world, you bring a life into this world. Okay. Especially if you want to. If you and your partner want a child, you do it. Okay. And then also, I real quick, brief rant before we get back into it. Your child does not need a Bluey backpack, although my kids have a Bluey backpack. They don't need to go to Disney, all the time. They don't need to go to Europe. They don't need to eat organic, okay? They need to have fun. That's what kids need. They need to play with a hose in the backyard. They need to chase whatever animals are in your backyard. They need to play with the dogs or cats or whatever you have in your house. They need to go to school and have a good time with their friends. And then when they get home, even though you're dead tired from working all day, you just need to talk to them, love them, cuddle them, watch a TV show, wrestle with them, have a good time. Okay, that's what they need. They don't need all this materialist, vacation-y, gobbledygook, keeping up with the Joneses. They need you to love them and have fun with them. That's what they need. Okay, so if you're worried about getting your kids Disney tickets, don't worry about it. Oh, my wife, the mother of my children, walked in and said, "Oh, that was really sweet." But she's the one who bought the Bluey backpacks and the Disney tickets. And she's like, "We're still going to go to Disney, though." Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. What if my credit is my baby? Bad Christian Valeris. Bad Christian Valeris. Sen Patty says, "My wife and I keep having the same talk, lol. Maybe once we actually buy a house." Listen, I'm going to tell you, okay? Sen Patty, I want you to hear me. I'm talking to you and mostly only you. Also the dozens of other people in chat, but I'm talking to you, okay? There's never going to be a right time to have a kid. Having a kid in an apartment is going to suck. And when you get a house, sure, if that's on your horizon. But if that's like a half a decade away, then don't worry about it, right? Start now. And what I would say is there's this story that I like to tell about undercover cops who infiltrated the Hells Angels. And even if you're not a Christian, it's totally fine. It's a good phrase. They needed to ride their bikes fast, which can get you killed. They needed to hang out with murderers and rapists and drug dealers all day, which can get you killed. And they needed to pretend that they were hardcore enough in order to hang out with the Hells Angels and not get murdered. And so they needed a phrase in order to psych themselves up, in order to deal with the trials and tribulations of this undercover work. And so what they came up with, because they were all Christian, is the phrase J-HAP. J is in James, H is in Henry, A is in Apple, P is in Paul. And J-HAP means Jesus hates a pussy. So what I'm saying to you is if getting a house is a decade away or half a decade away, have your kid now. Jesus hates a pussy. Moving on.
NZ plus eHarmony equals sugar babies. You think so? I'm 100% convinced the falling birth rates are caused by plastic pollution. Nah, it genuinely, it seems like the main cause of the falling birth rates is just that people used to be more bored than they are now. And that's it. People are less bored, there's more stuff to do, and also the expectations for raising a child are a lot higher. I mean, birth rates have fallen literally everywhere. It doesn't even seem to be that much determined by politics. They've fallen in Saudi Arabia, Is birth rates falling bad? Yeah. I mean, if you want like society to be stable, you want to eventually hold it at a more or less consistent population, give or take. Isn't that like a developed countries thing? Yeah, but the birth rate is falling everywhere.
Because everywhere is developing.
Everywhere. Hot countries, cold countries, poor countries, wealthy countries, countries with a lot of provisions for like maternity leave and like the government gives you a care package or whatever, countries where those things don't happen. Everywhere, all across the board. I think a lot of it is just capital kind of like forcing people to optimize every second of their life or they fall behind. A lot of it is also like social and cultural standards about child rearing are shifting more towards individual care, which is really, really difficult for parents. And also it's them dang video games. Like, why raise a kid when you can spend your entire life having fun?
Hi, I'm Andy Levian, General Counsel at the DNC. We just sued President Trump and Doge, and I hope you will support us by donating to our fight fund.
Donate to the DNC, I guess. They might actually be doing something instead of just sitting back and getting their asses kicked. Philip Coffey says, my wife did volunteer work as a patient advocate for a while. It's actually pretty crazy what you can get away with not paying for medical expense-wise. It's just people don't know what's possible. Exactly. And by the way, most hospitals, they will write off the debt. If the insurance company, let's say there's a $50,000 procedure or a $100,000 procedure, okay? If they get 30 grand of a $50,000 procedure from the insurance company, they're not happy. They obviously want the other 20K, but after a while, they'll just be like, okay, well, the person obviously can't afford it. It is what it is. And then they just write it off, right? I'm not saying that's good for our system. It's not good for it. But what do I care about more? Insurance companies and hospitals making a substantive profit, or do I care about you having the families that you want? I want you to have the families that you want. Ultimately, I barely care about whether or not the medical industry makes a substantive profit. So you, in this case, should be selfish, should prioritize what you want out of family, what you want out of life. And no offense, but consequences be damned, because the consequences are you take a hit to your credit. Okay. Do you want to have like the miracle of life in your life, or do you want to take a hit to your credit? Enjoy the miracle of life and screw your credit is what I'm saying. Sacred Snow says, thanks for the base parenting tips. I'm 27 and have almost 2-year-old twin girls. I aggressively seek out these rational takes. Listen, it's hard out there being a parent. It's hard as hell, but that doesn't mean it isn't fun as hell too. It's fun as hell too. Conservative liberalism says, my parents never brought me to Disney, but we went to the local skate park to camp and vacation instead. I didn't turn that messed up. Yeah, exactly. You just need adventures. It doesn't have to be the expensive, stereotypical adventures. No bad children, only bad parents. Nah, there's some bad kids. There's some kids who legitimately their parents are like genetically freaked out sociopaths. And so there's some kids who are legitimately like they are predisposed to sociopathy. Now, that being said, environmental factors can, of course, change most children into being like socialized, decent human beings. So you have to maximize environment in order to create the healthiest, happiest, strongest, most socialized population possible. Sen Patty says, we're already in the process of getting a house, but F me, JHAP is great. Well, good. Spread it far and wide. Everyone in chat. I was talking to Sen Patty specifically, even if you're not religious, but JHAP is an excellent phrase. You're nervous about something, you're scared about something, you're anxious about something, even if you don't believe in Jesus as the divine manifestation of God, say JHAP or Jesus hates a pussy right before you do it. I guarantee you'll feel better. Sacred Snow says, colic and PPD is the mother killer. Thank God my girls didn't have colic because my wife had PPD and I want more kids in the future. Dude, colic is brutal. My wife, when she was a child, she had colic, and effectively her parents, I swear to God, they have like PTSD from it because she just cried for like 2 weeks. She was so upset for whatever reason. But I'll tell you, the way that we had our kids be upset for short durations, but the way that we got around those short durations is, number one, I'll just be real, chest feeding, breastfeeding, whatever you want to call it, breastfeeding over formula. Then you burp them, so you walk around with them holding them and bouncing them gently, and then you also put them on their backs, and then you like move their legs around so they can fart and poop, so you can gas them. So feed them, burp them, change them, and then snuggle them. And if you feed them breast milk instead of formula, although if you have to do formula, do what you got to do, right? If you burp them so they're not gassy, so they're not experiencing chest pain and discomfort in their intestines, if you change them so they're dry, and then you snuggle them so they feel comfortable and protected and loved, that's going to solve 80% of your problems, right? Got to live that one and spread it to my friends. Good. His chat is more foregone than he is. True. It's called the demographic transition model. Higher education and standard of living equals less babies. True. Wow, them damn video games. Agreed. Literally, it's easier to smoke pot and play video games than it is to pursue a deep relationship. Gen X, good morning. Good to see you. Jonah Boy says, I'm never donating to the DNC. They'll text me even more than they already do. Yeah, donate to me before you donate to the DNC. But, you know, if you're feeling like it, donate to the DNC. Ahoy, Gen 07. True. Sacred Snow says, F the hospital. They charge us like $50 for a cup of ice. I mean, are you wrong? Casey says, I love you so much for the kid rant. Okay, good. We're a pro-natalist, pro-child chat, okay? That's very good. Very good. Nang Un says, I grew up on cartoons as both parents worked. I guess those programs were just different because I turned out normal. True. Chat. Chesty hates a... Silver says, I like chat better. Chesty hates a pussy. As a former Marine, I have to agree with you. Anyways, continue with the content.
Women having rights. Yeah, but again, they're dropping in Saudi Arabia too. They're dropping in like sub-Saharan Africa, right? They're dropping in places where women's rights are not exactly great. And plus the availability of birth control. It just seems like if people are going to no matter what. And if people have the ability to not have a kid, I think most people are just going to choose that. If you gave birth control, like made it ubiquitous 600 years ago, I bet you there would have been a lot less children. Isn't it better for the climate if there are less people on Earth? Is it really so bad there are 8 billion people on the planet? I wouldn't mind the global population dropping to like 6 billion. Okay, but think long term. The replacement rate isn't, or the birth rate isn't dropping because we're reaching a cap. It's dropping because of other conditions. It's not going to drop to 6 billion, you stupid bitch. It's going to drop to 0. If you have a below replacement rate, birth rate, eventually the population drops to none. It's not tapering down as we approach a cap. It's tapering down, period. It keeps going down. Like that's the implication of the data isn't that we're going to level off at 6 billion humans. It's that the human population just goes down irreparably.
No. Okay, listen, I disagree with Vaush. I agree that this is a logical inference from I need to pay my Adobe. So if I get a payment notification, don't worry about it, okay? But with this, it's incorrect. And this is the same thing. This is like the mistake that Lauren Southern made with like immigration of Muslims into Europe. She just assumed that it's going to go on forever, right? Where that's not the case. And this is actually where I want you guys to be different, okay? So let's say that there's an antenatal core. Let me just draw a rectangle real quick. So let's say that there is the pronatal core and the antenatal core, and I'm saying like CORPS, like a body, okay? So let's say that the antenatal core, which is basically people, who don't want to have children. They're always going to exist, and there's always going to be people who opt out of the population. But let's say the antenatal core has a birth rate of like 0.5, okay? And then let's say that the pronatal core of people has a birth rate of, I think most people have like 2 kids. I'm going to have 3 because I had 3 kids in my family and I thought it was dope. So let's say that the pronatal, is 2.5. Let's just say it's like 2.5, okay? So the reason why we're seeing a demographic rate of like 1.33 is because you have, or like 1.66, is because in developed countries, let's say that you're pronatal and you're either going to have 2 kids or you're going to have 3 kids. 2.5 plus 0.5 divide by 2. Sorry, I need to use this because my keyboard isn't working. So that's a demographic replacement rate of 1.5. And we're currently at 1.66. So this is actually, I'm not saying that this is completely sociologically accurate. I'm just saying that this is my theory that I think will bear out over time. What's going to happen is antinatalists are self-selecting and they're going to eliminate themselves from the gene pool. They're going to say, oh, I would rather do this. I would rather, have fun. I would rather go to Europe. I would rather just date into my 50s. I would rather go to movies and, go to Broadway and blah, 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 blah. But what's going to effectively happen with this population demographic is they're going to disappear because they're self-selecting out of the population. But what's going to happen with the pronatal core, which this is literally going to be part of my advocacy, is let's say that everybody who's pronatal has like a 2.5 birth rate. Then what's going to happen is demographic replacement is 2.15. So I think what will happen is antinatalists will eliminate themselves from the population. Pronatalists will form a group of pronatal people because they're going to be here and hopefully they're raising their kids to be pronatal as well. And so as a result, we are going to propagate as a genetic lineage, whereas these people are going to effectively self-select out of existence. So that's my theory. I'm not saying it's correct, but I don't think assuming that the human species is going extinct is borne out by logic.
Can we get up below 0? This is not a safe space for antinatalists. I'll have you warned. You've been warned. Don't get banned. People who celebrate the death of the human civilization when they get banned for 30 days from Vaush's chat. No, it's not fair. No. Sorry.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah, we need to catch up with Gen X real quick. So hold on 1 second. Let me go full screen and catch up with Gen X. So Gen X is, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you're a fan of DGG. You're a fan of Destiny despite his proclivities. Let me scroll up, though. But you did 12 hours of testimony. So Elon will produce more. He'll start mass producing workers through IVF. Yeah, but do we want an entire planet filled with Elons? That would be horrifying. Gen X says, I would be fine with evolution making MAGA means gross and discerning or media literacy better than a third arm to me. Well, right, but Gen X, are you willing to have 2 or 3 kids, or do you have 2 or 3 kids? I think, did you say you had a crazy amount of kids? I forget. There was somebody in chat who was like, I have 7 kids. I think it was one of the Valor people. Gen X says, it was awful. Hundreds of people came and begged and cried, and the committee killed every single bill. Industry won. They can inject carbon beneath houses and schools by eminent domain. Oof. Sorry. I'm sorry. No kids, never ever been pregnant. How old are you, if you don't mind my asking? The people may die, but the idea will live on. Well, I agree with you, JTS. I agree with you that antinatalism is a part of our hedonistic, materialist culture that it prioritizes self-actualization. It prioritizes you individually, maximizing your pleasure, maximizing your experiences. Because according to a nihilistic, hedonistic perspective on life, you don't know whether or not there's going to be an afterlife. You don't know whether or not you're going to be reincarnated. You don't know whether or not if this is your sole existence. And so if this is your sole existence and afterlife or death is just mindless oblivion, it's basically like sleep with no dreams. If that's what death is, then effectively, why wouldn't you maximize your pleasurable experiences and minimize your painful experiences while you're here? That's the logic of a nihilist hedonist. And birthing, having children is incredibly painful. It's incredibly logistically complicated. It's incredibly emotionally fraught. So, of course, like having children is like a very high risk, high potential reward strategy, but there's so many risks and there's so much pain and there's so much sacrifice. A lot of people are opting out of the process. Now, what I would argue, though, is that you're missing out on one of the coolest things about being alive, which is effectively cultivating and bringing into the world new life and nurturing it to be successful. That's why I think having kids is so cool. Gen X says that she is 46 and no kids and never been pregnant. Well, Gen X, no offense. I parasocially love you. You're part of the problem. You're part of the antinatalist core. Even if you wanted kids, you're playing into the antinatalist trap. I don't know if you have any health concerns. I'm not trying to be overly rude, but if you didn't want kids and that's the reason why, then yeah. Any thoughts on people having just one? Well, yeah, that's a problem. We can obviously argue that having just one kid is ultimately going to be good for things like carbon consumption. But at the same time, if the demographic replacement rate is 2.15, we're going to have all kinds of economic issues by having an aging population that is larger than the population that works in order to support them. Even if we substantively reduce the population over time, what's going to happen is those older people are going to have access to less and less services because there's going to be less people who are capable of taking care of them. Don't forget JHAP. True. It seems pretty counterintuitive that people that support a welfare state are also anti-natalist. Bruh, you're telling me that's going to be one of my points on Friday. I never tried not to have kids, but I was a severe addict most of my adult life, so it's actually good I never had one. If I had, my parents would have taken it from me. Ooh, okay. Well, congratulations on recovery. If you're involved in politics, you're recovered, and you're still advocating for the world to be a better place, then, you know, I'm proud to have you as a chatter. So thank you. I'm too paranoid and nervous. Well, stop. Jesus hates a pussy, okay? John says, I want kids, but I'm ugly as fuck. Listen, brah. We're all ugly as fuck, okay? I gotta, you know, I know I'm a handsome fella in some regards. I'm very tall and, you know, I work out. But the truth is, I think anybody can increase their, I'm going to be sexist, okay? Let me cook. On a scale of 1 to 10, we all have a rating on several factors, okay? We have a rating on our personality. We have a rating on our attractiveness. And we have a rating on our intelligence, okay? So intelligence, 1 to 10, is going to be something that people are going to look for in a partner. I would say on a 1 to 10, I'm not going to lie, I think I'm an 8. I'm pretty smart. I'm retarded. I'm very retarded in a lot of ways. I screw up tons of things in my life and all that kind of stuff. But as far as like intelligence, I'm pretty up there, right? When it comes to looks, I'll say I'm a 7. When it comes to personality, I would say I'm a 3. I'm actually horrible. You know, I talk too much. I'm self-centered. I'm nepotistic. Not nepotistic. I think I'm the main character. I'm not the main character. I know I'm not the main character. My kids are the main characters. But sometimes I act like I'm the main character, right? And so I'm egotistical. I'm selfish. All that kind of crap, right? So, but I think that you can change your evaluations on those 3 things up or down by 2 points. So if you're ugly as hell, let's say you're a 3 out of 10, but you looks max, you work out, you dress nice, all that kind of stuff, I think you can bump yourself up to a 5. And then on a personality level, let's say that you're mean, you're cruel, you're self-interested, you're a piece of shit, all that kind of stuff, you can change all of that. So if you have a bad personality, you can go from like a 3 easily to a 5, and maybe you could go to a 7, especially if you're like funny, charming, charismatic, personable, all that kind of stuff. Those are all things that you can work on. And so what's the other thing? Personality, intelligence. Intelligence is kind of limited, but the truth is, in our economy, intelligence is only worth as much as you can make in money. There are wildly stupid people who are in charge of businesses and they're multimillionaires. So when it comes to money, you need to find a job that you like, that you enjoy, that makes a decent amount of scratch, so you're valuable as a partner in reference to intelligence. I think intelligence is only as important as it correlates with your ability to provide like a material well-being for a partner. And so as a result, John says, I want kids, but I'm ugly as fuck. Listen, dude, you can find a chick who's plus or minus 2 in attractiveness, intelligence, and personality to you. And then, like, let's say you're a 3, you can looks max to a 5, and then you can find a 5 on a 1 to 10. And she might be the most beautiful woman in the world because she's your woman, right? Don't be trying to date Megan Fox. Date a chick that you think is attractive, right? Who's maybe she's not the hottest chick in the world, but she has redeeming qualities that make her attractive to you. Go for that. And if she has a killer personality, she wants the same things that you want. She's interested in some of the nerd hobbies that you have. She's intelligent and funny and all that kind of stuff. Then you need to go for that, right? You need to find your conventionally ugly wife who's beautiful. That's what you need to do. So don't worry about being ugly. We're all ugly. And some of the prettiest people in the world have dog shit personalities, and they're stupid as hell. So don't let ugliness stand in the way. Casey, I clicked on that before I read it. Casey, you lunatic. That was crazy pants. That was a crazy thing to say. My logic has always been that we would just go back to where we were before we were born after we die, so effectively oblivion. I don't remember much before I was born. I'm not a nihilist, though. I suspect that's true. There's weird evidence of afterlife stuff that I've seen. I've talked to somebody who allegedly died and experienced an afterlife, and they had the surgery scars to show that they were like severely injured, potentially killed. And actually, I'll tell you a story real quick. I know we need to get to the content. I want to be respectful of Sean Kaplan, so we will work through the anti-natalist content, but I think, or the natalist content, but I do think this is interesting enough to talk about. I met a guy in college. I forget his name. I think it was like Brandon or something. And we were just talking about like life, death, philosophy, all that kind of stuff. And he's like, dude, I died. And I was like, what? And he was like, oh yeah, I had a friend. They were going like 120 miles an hour. We were in the country. We were in the sticks. And we effectively lost control. We spun out sideways, hit a tree at like 100 miles an hour, and I broke my neck. And so what happened was the EMTs got on scene. I felt like I was dying, and I died. And the last thing that I did was I handed the EMT a pack of cigarettes and said, I wanted you to have this, or I want you to have this. And that was just like in a moment of like disoriented, slipping into oblivion, you know, whatever. And so what he said is that he did die. He was gone for like 10 minutes or so. And he went to a place where he was still conscious of himself. He was still Brandon or whatever, but he was effectively in like a giant warm, what felt like a warm bath of like pure love. And he just kind of floated there. And he wasn't a believer. He didn't believe in Jesus. He didn't necessarily like have like an explicit belief in God. He wasn't particularly religious. He wasn't a good person, but he wasn't a terrible person either. And then what happened was they, you know, his heart stopped. They fixed his neck. They fixed his like nervous system where they like repositioned his neck so that it would function. And then boom, he slipped back into reality. And he basically said that coming back into reality was so painful that he didn't want to do it. He did not want to be alive. He wanted to stay in the warm bath with all of the universe and the universe's love and timelessness and all that kind of stuff. And so while that's anecdotal, it's 100% anecdotal. If you want to say that that's just his brain coping with being dead, if you just want to say that's like a chemical process that, you know, the body does in order to calm down while it's passing from existence, that's totally possible. I agree with you that that's totally possible. And eventually, even though he experienced that timeless, self-aware, warm bath and love, that he might have eventually slipped into unconscious oblivion. I agree with you that that's possible, but I would not be surprised if the concept of heaven came from near-death experiences like that. And also, if he's telling the truth, that's possible for everyone, basically. Even Hitler might get a warm bath as he's dying. Do you think we're lost the biological imperative to have kids? Life dangerous in the early days, have kids to survive through them? I'm probably misunderstanding this. No, I think you're right. I think we've lost the biological imperative. So I think you're right. I talk to people all the time and they're like, it's not necessary. Other people are having kids. And I'm like, oh, you're not following basic human instinct. Good for you. You're literally ignoring the thing that makes you human, you dummy. Conservative liberalism says I'm ugly as sin, but confidence and humor can go a long way. Take care of yourself and pull your own weight in the world. Keep your feet on solid ground. Yeah, I don't like to do purely bootstrap behavior. Obviously, if you're ugly, I'm not going to tell you that you're not ugly. But just because you're ugly doesn't mean you can't be funny, smart, charismatic, kind, intelligent. Being ugly is only a part of the picture, right? My mistress's eyes are nothing like the sun. Whoa, what? Casey said something vulgar where I'm just going to repeat it in a kinder way. He's saying when you are engaging in a physical relationship with a partner, regardless of whether or not you're heterosexual or homosexual, if you want to continue that relationship, it is better to physically give than it is to receive. That's the polite way that Casey just said that. Okay. He said something vulgar, but I'll say it kindly. Don't kill yourselves to see if it's a real pit. Yep. Nope. Ride it out. Bud123 says, I'm ugly. I'm proud. I'm ugly and I'm proud. Oh, yeah. Casey says, guy got yeeted back to the immeasurable pain of the mortal plane. True. Connor will tell you to your straight if your faces melt. Yep. I'll tell you the truth. Don't worry about being ugly, though. We're all ugly in some ways. Not following our instincts is exactly what makes us human. No. Wrong. You're a biological being. You're a hairless ape. You need to simultaneously temper your instincts, but you also need to listen to them as well. Your instincts were given to you by God and nature. Ignoring your instincts is not a W. What about people who assert that they do not have that desire at all? I think there's something biochemically wrong with them. I think asexual people, the way that depression can be a response to your life, but it also can be a biochemical issue in your brain where your brain creates too much of one hormone. I think that asexuality can also be a physiological or hormonal issue that, you know, negates your sex drive. And I think that there's probably something biochemically wrong with you that you could probably fix with drugs or therapy. Conservative liberalism said, I had a similar warmth, love feeling in what felt like a deep sleep paralysis, but wasn't. I just held still as a glowing orb in my bedroom doorway that I knew to be my dad coming home to visit me. Nice. Harmonic Fox says that I agree with, you should be willing to be a giver. However, I don't think having children is the only reason for our existence. It's not. It's not. And while I'm wildly pronatalist, we're effectively doing our own pronatalist segment. I'm sorry, Sean Kaplan. I promise we'll get into the content. But I feel like this is important stuff to talk about. I agree with you. And there are people who cannot have children. I don't think that their existence is meaningless. I think people who cannot or choose not to have children still need to look outside themselves for purpose. Your purpose should still not be raw pleasure and minimization of pain. Your purpose can be some pleasure, some minimization of pain, but it also should be about what you can do for society, what you can do for your community, what you can do for your family, what you can do for your friends. You still have to look for purpose outside of yourself, because the truth is that purpose is a individual self-actualization as a purpose is a very limited goal that you can fulfill or you can fall apart on at any given moment due to health issues, due to psychological issues. So yourself is not a reason enough in order to continue existence. I think the drop in birth rate is highly correlated with women's lib and them entering the workforce. Western society has very little time for family and children, even in good European societies. I agree, but how do you get women back out of the workplace if they like the workplace, right? It's a balance. Conservative liberalism has no idea what afterlife is like, considering time is such a weird construct, a merchant property, the expansion of time and space, right? But it's kind of hard to believe things are as simple as we think. Agreed. I don't believe Shakespearean Sonnet 130, it's about being in love with an unattractive woman. Pachydermis Absurdus with the fire chat. Shakespeare Sonnet 130. I'll remind me later. We need to do the content. I need to be respectful of Sean. I'm abusing his patience. Let me stop abusing Sean.
I feel like anti-natalist.
We don't have to do this whole thing if he starts looping, so we'll just do like 10 minutes. I feel like we did our own pronatalism segment. Vaush just inspired us. So let's see if he gets into anything else that's interesting.
Some is a very reactionary tendency. I agree. It's like a subset of misanthropy, and misanthropy is like stupid edgelord bullshit that I don't respect. You should really just add NL's I can't emote. No getting around the...
It's Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, your DSCC chair, and I need your help immediately.
Sorry.
Accusations, huh? What would be a reasonable solution now? I don't know. Have all the birthing being done by like a birth mothers, like as a job. You try to reach some kind of quota for different districts, or I don't.
He's shit posting. He doesn't believe in having birthing mothers.
I don't know, mandates or something. I don't know. See, it seems like all the answers are pretty scary, but, you know, maybe it could be like a tour of service kind of thing, right? Like if nobody wants to have or raise kids on their own, it's like, well, rather than serving in the military for 4 years, you actually get like bread, which a lot of you would volunteer for without pay, to be fair. So
Yo, he came up with an idea that I actually don't totally hate. If you look at men, right? Oftentimes men's contribution to society is obviously working, being productive, and all that kind of stuff, and it's also serving in the military. And serving in the military is not necessarily an economically productive behavior. We protect the global economy, so the global economy functions. Then we tax the global economy and the domestic economy in order to pay for the military. So as a result, the military is actually not a how do I phrase this? It's not necessarily like a profitable economic machine, right? It protects profit, but it itself is not profitable. So maybe that's the way that we need to look at having children, is effectively having 2 children, 3 children, whatever. It's like a tour of duty in the military, where if you have 2 or 3 kids, then you effectively have like scaling benefits that help you take care of those kids and give them a good life. I'm literally like I know that makes me a commie or whatever, but yeah. Send Patty said it. I served 5 years in the breeding guard. Exactly. Harmonic says, I agree. We should contribute when it says go forth and prosper, etc. Yahweh is really trying to say to create something and spread goodness in the world. Exactly. Sapient with the donation. Thank you kindly, sir. 200 DKK. I don't think that women should leave the workforce, but we definitely have to do something to make family a more central part of society again. Women have a great point when they talk about unpaid labor. I agree. I'm gonna mull on this. I'm gonna think on this about what I think appropriate benefits would be for having kids as a public service. So we'll see. That's where the super citizens are born. Indeed. All right, continue.
So I don't want to hear any complaining. You know, the breeding camps was a Nazi thing, right? Can you not be dumb, please? When the pro-natalist camp talks about raising birth rates, they are talking about white people. They want a white ethnostate to raise white birth rates. I'm just talking about the general trend of birth rates declining. I don't give a shit if we're black, brown, white. And I don't think there should be like coercion.
Agreed, Stinky. Agreed.
To it either. I think that for a lot of people who are born with a womb, if you were like yeah, you'll get like a really cushy job basically, and for 2 years you literally just have to like sit around and eat enough food to sustain yourself and the fetus. This is literally no different than what the Trump regime is proposing with their medals from other shit. I mean, it is different in a variety of ways. Like the fact that I'm not talking about conforming to the typical parental structure, but rather doing it as a kind of civic service, which really cuts away. Like, it's pretty anti-fascist, because fascists protect the family unit as a like micro-chauvinist emblem of state power. And I'm talking more about it being like a civil service thing. But, you know, I mean, whatever, go off, king or queen or whatever. I don't care about pronouns, basically, because I'm woker than you. I don't know. I don't think having children should be a civic service. Okay. That's fine. So if the birth rates are falling and nobody's having kids and the population's decreasing and it just keeps going down and keeps going down, what would you do? What would you suggest to fix that? It'll stabilize, genius. You have literally no reason to believe that. The birth rate is falling even in Iceland, a country with like 5 people. There's no evidence to suggest that the birth rate will stabilize. For some reason, humans will just be like, yeah, I want to have kids now because the country they live in has 40% fewer people. There's no evidence of that. Parental leave, tax credit, free healthcare and childcare. What else can you do? They have that in a bunch of European countries. Birth rates plummeted. Make it easier to raise kids. Okay, sure. But like, wealthy people are also having fewer kids. So it doesn't seem like it's a wealth thing or a time thing, or like countries where people get lots of state offered provisions, you know, lots and lots and lots of stuff from the government to have kids, still not really moving the needle that much. Then what is it? I don't know. Nobody knows. It really does seem like people would just rather play dang video games. Like the evolutionary incentive to having children is that it feels good when you, right? But now that we can without having kids is a choice, and it's a choice a lot of people are not making. In Poland, you literally get paid monthly for each child you're raising at the moment, and it's not helping. Yeah, the antinatalists are still rearing up. Don't make your misanthropy my problem, mother. The people are still doing it. There are still people in chat being like, here's my novel solution to the birth rate collapse. We let the only sentient species in the universe that we've seen black holes, we've measured the speed of light, we've produced art and culture, the likes of which might be unrivaled in all the cosmos. Let's let it die out because we don't want to talk about the basic logistics demographic question.
Yo, so listen, trying to get back into content and commentary instead of just talking about like life and kids and family and stuff. Okay, in reference to this is what's so funny about the far left. Okay, is that effectively a bunch of them are misanthropic. I'm gonna say it. Dysgenic, antisocial nerds. No offense to any present company. I parasocially love you, and you have a 3,000 IQ just for being in this chat. And so as a result of that, when you're saying you need to have kids, they like rebel. They're like, no, I need to smoke pot and play video games and, you know, be in a Discord all day. And I need to not get a job that makes me inconvenienced at all. And I need to, you know, just do things that make me happy because I don't care whether or not the species propagates. And it's like, bruh, like, no, that's not good enough, okay? You weren't put on this planet to play Zelda and smoke pot, okay? Thousands of animals and thousands of acres of land will not be harvested in order to support you playing video games, specifically Nintendo, and then, you know, hanging out in a Discord all day. This is not why civilization is, you know, was created, okay? You need to find your adventure, find your purpose, pursue your adventure, pursue your purpose, and you need to share your adventure and share your purpose with other people. That's why you were put on this planet, not just to play video games and, you know, seek self-pleasure, right? Pleasure seek. Grassroots Touchamon for $20 says, $20, Vaush is shockingly based throughout this. And Connor, fix your back end so I can give you memberships without hearing my gaping maw. Okay. All right. I appreciate you, Grassroots. I'll fix the back end. I will be traveling tomorrow for Tim Pool, and I will be, I'll have the weekend to work on back end stuff. So Silver is saying that he's not being based. So tell us how he's not being based. Wow, what do you have against Nintendo? Ooh, John, now you're going to feel even more personally attacked. What do I have against it, okay? So what I have against Nintendo is that Xbox, the flagship game is, what is it? It's Halo, right? So it's a semi-mature teenager science fiction violent video game, right? PlayStation has a bunch of games, but it has a mix of mature games and weird games and all that kind of stuff. Nintendo seems to specifically be broadly immature Japanese games and pornographic degeneracy. Okay. The reason why I'm saying that is because, like, on Nintendo, isn't it majority like JRPGs? Isn't it majority like Mario and associated products like that? Matter of fact, let me just go ahead and do this so I can back up my point and just instead of talking out of my ass. But it's not designed for shooters or more mature games. It's designed for kids games, basically. So Nintendo video games. There's no degeneracy. What are you talking about? Let's take a look. And don't tell me there's no degeneracy, Cameron Mosley. As a matter of fact, I'm going to prove you wrong in just a second. So there might be a limited amount of degeneracy on Nintendo. Nintendo most popular video games. Let's do most popular video games. Nintendo most popular video games. This is going to feel like a very personal attack to some of you. So Samus, Hot Chicken Power Armor. That's cool. That's relatively more mature. Zelda, no offense, the boy is confused with a girl half the time. Mario, which is a kid's game. And we're going to argue about whether or not there's degeneracy. All of these are Mario characters and Zelda characters. In Captain Falcon, in Samus. There's no violence here. Like all the violence is like cute. It's cutesy violence. And then I did remember that there were some fighting games on Nintendo, but it also looks like they're incredibly old and not very popular. Ocarina of Time, Super Mario, Breath of the Wild, Wii Sports, Donkey Kong, Pokemon Red, Tetris, and Super Mario Kart are the most influential Nintendo games. Okay, so I'm going to take a risk. Okay? I'm going to take a risk. What I'm saying is that Nintendo socially stunts you by constantly having childish themes and childish characters. And guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to Google Zelda art, and then I'm going to turn safe search off. Where's the tools settings more? And I can almost hear chat probably screaming no, don't turn safe search off. So maybe I won't turn safe search off, but the truth is that if I turn off safe search, half of this is going to be hentai pornography. Okay? Because the childish people who have not grown up because they've been playing childish video games for 30 or 40 years, they are sexually stunted, and so they must sexualize all of their childish stuff. And so as a result, they take things that are wholesome, that are not pornographic, and they make them pornographic. Same thing with Bowsette. No, it's not half. It's 20%. Bowsette. Right? Don't tell me that this comes from a place of sexual maturity. Okay? This character can only come from sexual stunting. Okay? This can only come from a absolute refusal to touch grass. So that's not Nintendo's fault. I think it's Nintendo's fault. The reason why it's Nintendo's fault is because everyone whose primary platform is Nintendo is in some way socially stunted. Sorry, what's that? Okay. I got the text. I need to read it, though. Okay. All right. Then, anyways, that'll always happen with gaming. Yes, but here's the thing. So I know I'm pissing off all the Nintendo bros, okay? But what I would argue is that when you have normalized violence and sexuality on other platforms like PC, Xbox, all that kind of stuff, what happens is you have a more mature perspective on violence and sex because they actually create content that is designed towards teenagers and adults. Whereas I feel like with Nintendo, specifically people who only play Nintendo, who only like Nintendo, is that there's an infantilization where they don't want to grow up. It's Peter Pan syndrome. They don't want to deal with all the violence. They don't want to deal with all the sex. And so as a result, they socially stunt. But then sex is such a powerful force that it turns all the childish video games into gross, lewd, degenerate pornography. You don't have to like it, but that's my theory. I'm currently buying 30 Nintendo Switches because Connor bullied my favorite corporation. Listen, I knew that was going to go up like a lead balloon, okay? I knew that there was going to be people who hated it. We lost a few people on that one. What if you're a woman and you just like cute baby aesthetics because you like cute babies? Hey, that's good. That's fine. I'll forgive that. We actually lost people. People were like, Connor, I hate this take. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Oh my God, that's so funny. Yeah, exactly. John's like, unsubscribe, fuck you. All right. I'm done bullying the Nintendo people. I'm done bullying the Nintendo people. I promise. You didn't like that. I get it. We'll move on. Listen, I lost chat. I lost 10% of my chat because I started bullying Nintendo. I'm sorry for thinking that's so funny, but I do think it's mad funny that we were like, I'm just gonna be real. So we were in the middle 40s, and then I started bullying Nintendo, and then we lost like 5 to 10 people because I was bullying Nintendo. Oscar is like, still here, but fuck you. That's fine. That's fair. We'll move on. I'm sorry for laughing. Sorry for picking on Nintendo. I'm sorry for accusing you guys of sexual degeneracy. My apologies. Okay. My apologies. You guys are big boys and big girls. Okay. Anyways, we got to move on. Sacred Snow says Fire Emblem is pretty base, but it's going to be the Nintendo treatment in newer games. Okay. All right. Enough about Nintendo. All right, let's go.
You're not welcome here. Yeah, like if you hate yourself and you want to die, don't make that my problem. Okay, I've got an actual solution, okay? Genetic engineering. And we make babies less stupid and annoying. Like, what if the first, 3 to 4 years of a baby's life were sped up, basically? So you didn't have that awful, parenthood is never sleeping and wiping their butts 24/7 period, you know?
Mm.
Like, what if they were, pogged up to the gills a little bit when they came out? You know what I mean? Like, you have a kid and it's like, oh, don't worry, in 6 weeks, they'll be making their own meals. Bam. Pretty good, right? That's why babies should be raised by the state instead. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily have an issue with the idea of community child rearing. Raised by the state kind of implies a doctrinal approach towards that I disagree with, you know? But if you mean public school from day one or something, or they're taken care of in nurseries or whatever, we've done that for all of human history. Yeah. Kids' parents die, they're in an orphanage, they're in a nunnery, they're in a nursery, you know, they get raised by the school. If you could really beef that up, right, and make it oh wow, you know, you're a little kid, look at all this wonderful shit you get to enjoy and explore, because a huge portion of society and the wealth of society is directed towards making, you know, this a good experience for you. That could be workable, you know? Yeah, no, that quality of life for the kid to be hellish, though, I don't think that's necessarily innately true. I don't think that's innately true. I don't think there's anything special about the nuclear family that magically makes that a better child rearing environment than being raised by the village or whatever, the way we did for you know, a long time. But obviously it'd have to be done well. But it's the same with nuclear families. What happens if you're a kid and you're born to shitty parents? That happens literally all the time
So honestly, we might move on because I want to be respectful of Sean Kaplan, and I bullied the Nintendo people super hard. My apologies. And then what I wanted to say, though, is that somebody asked, Mr. Bombastic, they say, are there any historical examples of communal children? Seems interesting. So with the communal child rearing, there's the kibbutzim in Israel, where effectively what's going on is they had a socialized tribal communal setting where they lived in a compound with multiple families. And what would happen is that there would be family members of this extended family group and multi-family group, and they would watch the kids while the rest of the adults worked. And so they took turns either watching the kids, taking care of the kids, working the fields, all that kind of stuff, which I think could be cool, relatively speaking, to have a close-knit community. That's totally fine. Now, the problem with that is that it can go too far. I Googled it real quick. I couldn't find the example, but I think that there's a Soviet country that effectively said that all children should be raised by the state. And they took babies and they put them all in a communal setting. But the problem was that the infants weren't getting contact. They weren't even being touched by the nursing staff. They weren't being raised and coddled by the nursing staff. And I hate to say it, but some of those children passed. They died because a child doesn't just need food, water, shelter. A child needs contact, love, and attention. And so that's where, if it's kind of the communal model where we all work together in order to take care of children, I'm for that. I'm for extended family groups working together in order to raise children. But if it comes down to the state intentionally raising kids, pass. That's way too commie for me. I'll tell you that. Casey says, Vaush's autism will never not entertain me. I gave him up years ago. I used to be in VGG chats, and my comments showed up in his videos till 2023. Well, Vaush can be charismatic as entertaining. I just think he has bad takes a healthy chunk of the time. So, okay, boomer. Weak bullying, weak argument. It's okay. I deserve it. I deserve the hatred that my chat gave to me, okay? Cameron says, Connor, I disagree with your Nintendo take because many video games try to be so adult and serious that they forget to have fun. That is a stronger counter argument. You just can't raise kids like fish. Yeah, exactly. Extended family is probably the most important, so everyone has a genetic stake. True. Connor, remember, we are 1 week of MAGA TikTokers talking about how salmonella isn't bad for you. Yeah, dude. Yeah. All right. Anyways, so the point is, let's put a bow on this because I'll still turn this into a segment, okay? Because we went a little wild with it. We went a little crazy. Vaush inspired a very interesting conversation, and then I took it way too far and started bullying my own chat about Nintendo, which I apologize for, okay? There are some people who very much took it in the spirit with which it was meant, which was to be a joke. Some people took it incredibly personally. So it is what it is. But what I would say in summary is that this whole alternative media scene is not necessarily good for you. You can spend hours, days, weeks focusing on inane drama or politics that you can't control. The whole point is to ultimately be pro-social and pro-natal. I applaud Vaush for trying to engender pro-natal ideas into a community that has lots of anti-natalists. And I would say that it is a real problem. I think we were talking to Sen Patty earlier. I think we were talking to some other folks earlier about life, death, kids, purpose, all that kind of stuff. And the main thing that you should take away from this segment is Jesus hates a pussy. And having kids is cool. Having kids is difficult. We need to make it easier. But realistically, the pronatal core, the people who love kids, want to take care of kids, want to have kids, want to raise kids, we ultimately need to make it attractive and easy for people to have families. End of rant. Silver Jacket Man says, fun fact, the Mughal Emperor Akbar the Great locked a bunch of kids in a box after birth effectively to see if the natural language of man would emerge. All of them turned out horribly feral. Unsurprising. All right, we're going to leave Vaush alone. We're going to go for Sean Kaplan. I'm actually going to thank my chatters who have already donated today. I thank all of you for being here. But Rises gave us a donation. Sapient Green gave us a donation. Sean Kaplan gave us a donation. Sapient gave us a donation. And Grassroots Hegemon gave us a donation. So thank you kindly for all your donations. It means the world that I get to hang out with dozens of you people every single day, talk about news, politics, culture, war, philosophy, purpose, all that kind of stuff. It's the jam. So, yeah. So Oscar says, to clarify, I was mostly joking. Love your inputs on stuff, even though I'm not mostly agreeing with your takes. Yeah, Oscar, no, I know that there's people who took it as tongue-in-cheek, but I do think there was a few people who didn't like it. So it's okay. It's okay. So let's go ahead and get into this. This is a requested segment by our beloved chatter, Sean Kaplan. He offered to super chat a very high donation in order for us to take a look at this. This is Ezra Klein, who I've heard his name dozens of times. I'm not sure exactly where he lands politically. And then the Ross Douthat, we're talking about Trump mysticism and psychedelics. So I assume that this is going to be a pretty psychology-heavy segment. And this is probably what we're doing for the, foreseeable future. Sean paid us a substantive amount of cash in order to take a look at this. I am going to honor his donation by getting through at least a majority of this segment. It is long. It's 90 minutes. So if it drags or if there's more important segments, we'll address those specifically. But I do want to give as much of it as possible to honor Sean Kaplan's request. So without further ado, let me do a intro and then get cracking. That Vaush segment might have been a bust, but it was pretty funny to me, and that's what matters. So, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd. I am a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I love talking about alt media, politics, personalities, clashes of personalities, drama, military history, psychology. I love everything. I love the world. I love hanging out with chat and having a good time. The Valor Media Network is trying to create more content that is accessible to men and young men, but also other people as well, commenting on the weird developments in the alternative media and political space. So hopefully we can get young men away from, let's face it, Romanian sex trafficking abusive freaks or authoritarian Christian nationalist dissident right-wing fascist apologists or the basically cruel pieces of crap that dominate our social media landscape. So, I'm a part of that effort, and we are going to be watching Ezra Klein talk to Ross Douthat about Trump, mysticism, and psychedelics. This is a request from our favorite chatter, Sean Kaplan, and it's supposed to be a very interesting conversation. Let's do it.
That I have no earthly idea how to describe. And today's fits into that mold. It's a conversation with my colleague, Ross Douthat. He's the author of Believe, Why Everyone Should Be Religious, a book I enjoyed very much, even though quite a bit of it I had some questions about. And he's the host of the new and really excellent New York Times opinion podcast, Interesting Times.
Very interesting times, in fact.
Where he has been interviewing people on the modern American right. And this is a conversation about belief as it is intertwined with the Trump administration and with this moment of politics, sort of return of political mysticism, and the belief as it operates in our lives, Ross's argument that I should be an organized religion, and me talking about some things I did not expect to be talking about on today's show. As always, my email, ezrakleinshow@nytimes.com.
Ooh. I don't know about you guys, but I am entranced and interested only because I'm not a literalist. Okay. I am like a deist. All right. I believe in a creative and ordered force that set the universe into motion, but I don't know if that creative and ordered force cares about me or created an afterlife in which my soul can inhabit. I'm skeptical about whether or not that's literally true. It might be metaphysically true. It might be morally true. There might be lessons that we can derive from the mythologies of our ancestors. I don't know if those mythologies are literally true, but I'm enticed by people trying to like re-understand these concepts. So that's cool.
Ross Douthat, welcome to the show.
Ezra Klein, it is a pleasure to be here.
So last year, after the first assassination attempt on Donald Trump, you wrote about Trump as a man of destiny, that he was, quote, a figure touched by the gods of fortune in a way that transcends the normal rules of politics. How are you thinking about that now?
Well, there were other passages in that column that are worth emphasizing, but yeah, I stand by that reading of the Trump phenomenon. I think one of the ways in which my sense of politics generally has changed over the course of the Trump era is just I have more appreciation for weird forces that are certainly outside the control of people who write about politics. You can't have lived through the Trump era as a conservative columnist or newspaper writer and not have the sense of how fundamentally unimportant columnists are to what happens in American politics.
It is a consistent,
it's a consistent theme.
Exercise in humility.
It is. But even beyond that, there's, I think you and I both, grew up in a period that was, I think, reasonably described as a kind of timeout from grand historical dramas. It was not the end of history in the totalizing sense, but the kind of Francis Fukuyama view of the post-Cold War era as one that had a certain kind of predictability and order and stability.
History felt under control.
History felt under control, right? And the reality is that much of human history is just not under control in that way. And there are forces that move through history, generally forces that move through history that are sort of hard to predict and assess. But I do think often they are connected to specific personalities. And there is some kind of marriage between particular personalities and particular moments. And the idea of a man of destiny, a great man of history, is a useful way of thinking about that when it happens, as I think it has happened with Donald Trump, the rise of populism, the crack up of the liberal order, and so on. The reason I laughed at the outset is that it's important to stress that someone can be a man of destiny and be bad.
I was waiting for it, man. I was waiting for it. So why everyone should be religious, that, you're already sucking me in with that. Okay. Because I think that religion is a tool of morality. It's effectively like Iron Age, Bronze Age mystics telling us what they believe the universe has enshrined into like moral law. And some of those things were true back then. Some of them are true now. Some of them weren't true then and aren't true now. But, you know, that's the way that you should conceptualize it. And then a man of destiny, somebody who transcends the rules of politics and power. You can think of other figures, and I've said this before, Napoleon, Julius Caesar. These are men who similarly like kind of transcended the rules and reshaped institutions and countries in their own image for better and for worse. And I do view Trump as a weak attempt to be like Julius Caesar or to be like Napoleon. I think that they share a lot of historical commonalities. And then he's saying that this is a marriage of personalities and moments. I think Trump is only possible because of the economic moment that we're in right now, the socioeconomic and geopolitical moment that we're in right now. We've experienced a K economy. So rich people have gotten richer, poor people have stagnated. As a result, there's this class resentment between the working class and the upper class, and the middle class is highly professional, incredibly well paid, and also incredibly difficult to access, to the point that middle class used to mean, at least when I was growing up, it used to mean people that were making like 100 grand a year to, 500 grand a year. And depending on where you were on that spectrum, you could either have like a decent life or you could have like a really crazy, luxurious life. And that was part of the middle class. Whereas now it seems like that whole 100,000, 200,000 a year tier has evaporated. We have one of them in our chat, Grassroots Hegemon, who's very kind with his time, his energy, his money with this chat. But he is a rare phenomenon because he is a technically savvy person. And so the working class resents the upper classes, and they're looking for a simple solution because effectively it's just gotten, I don't want to say worse and worse every year, but it's definitely gotten increasingly more stagnant and more difficult to access a middle class life. And out of frustration, they looked for a simple solution. Trump offers a simple solution to these wildly complex socioeconomic problems. That's why he was able to do what he was able to do. Sen Patty says, if you don't find religion, it'll find you. I mean, that's true. The problem with religion is that it's just a tool of morality, but also a tool of repression and a tool of manipulation. I would say any ideology could be categorized as that, Sapient Green. This isn't unique to religion. As soon as you like, quote unquote, abolish religion, people take to political ideologies with the zealotry that they normally treat religion. Razzle Smasher says, atheist here, so I have disagreements with this, but that's okay. I still like you. Well, thanks, bud. If you survived my Nintendo segment and you survived my religious segment, we'll be friends. Don't worry about it. Karen Mosley says, the middle class, from what I've also heard, has been called the managerial class. They're not poor workers, but they're not CEOs either. Yeah. Yep. 100%. In order to be a part of the middle class, you either have to oversee a bunch of wages who are barely getting by, or you have to be very technically astute. You have to be very good at something specialized like HVAC or engineering or what do they call those guys? Electricians or plumbers, which is funny because those are trades. Those used to be looked down on. Now they're not looked down on because of how lucrative they can be.
Right. Someone can be a great man of history and be worth opposing. You can look back at Napoleon and say, man, he was sort of above and beyond in terms of historical forces, and also root for Wellington at Waterloo. That's okay, right?
How does it sense that Trump is a man of destiny? Because I agree with you. And I think understanding the interpretation of Trump as somehow mystic is very important to understanding his relationship now with the right. But specifically, how do you think it has changed the way his staff and his allies treat him?
I mean, I think that it is very hard to go through the kind of drama that Trump himself personally went through in, the world that ran. I mean, we can go back further, but let's just say the world that ran from January 6th through his return to power. And if you're on his side through the story, not come to the feeling that you were sort of moving with the wave of history, right? For people in Trump's circle, this sense of one, there's just a sense that, it doesn't matter what the polls say or the naysayers say. Certainly doesn't matter what, squishy New York Times conservatives say, right? they saw the bottom. Trump was disgraced and ruined and persecuted, and he was going to be sent to jail. And then the next thing you know, assassins' bullets were, missing him by a hair's breadth, and he was making this incredible, unprecedented historical comeback. And having lived through that, I think it's hard to be swayed by people saying, hey, guys, your poll numbers are not looking so great. This tariff rollout, not that well thought out. What are the implications of, sending people to El Salvador without due process? Like those are sort of normal quotidian sounding objections to administration policy. And I think at least for some people caught up in the Trump phenomenon, they just seem sort of incommensurate to the reality that you're like riding a historical wave.
But I don't think it's just the external world and its judgment of Donald Trump. And you can tell me if you think this is wrong.
I'm sorry. That's like brilliant. That's brilliant and terrifying simultaneously. Grassroots hegemon, I can take someone who is a techno on-site and make them an engineer. Managers don't care about credentials outside of a few fields. I'm not a CEO, not an LLC. I'm just a guy who goes to work. Well, listen, bro. Yeah, whatever you did, it's working, okay? So your contributions to this channel, both financial and in chat, are deeply appreciated. And, I applaud you and your family and skill set for making it the way that you made it. Silver Jacket Man says, I tell you, Wellington is a bad general. The English hold on, I gotta do the impersonation. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, Wellington is a bad general. English, bad troops. This affair is nothing more than eating breakfast. I went a little stoner with it for no reason. I don't know why, but I would love to see Napoleon talking in a Trumpian cadence. That would be pretty funny. Genuine question says Celeste Plantagenet, York. Genuine question: are all the men in here into autocrats? Seems like everyone here really likes Trump and Napoleon. I mean, not me. I don't like autocrats or dictators. Mr. Bombastic, I think, is being sarcastic. He might not be. For all I know, he could be French. I don't like dictators. I don't like autocrats. I don't like authoritarians. Absolutely not. I don't like Trump. I don't like Caesar. Okay. I respect Caesar, but he was still a populist who was cut down, let's be real, probably at the appropriate time. Now, because he was cut down, though, and his opposition was so spineless, they ended up paving the way for the imperial era of Rome. So I can still view Caesar as like a flawed hero of Rome who wanted to create his own legend, died in the attempt, and then made Rome worse for trying to create his personal narrative. Celeste Plantagenet, York, says, thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. You're welcome. I speak French, believe it or not. I lived in Belgium for several years. That being said, we are going to meme. We are going to say ridiculous things, Celeste. So, if you feel like we're a little crazy, it's probably true. But no, in general, I'm not a fan of great heroes of history, and I find them to be deeply flawed and wildly under the limits of their legends. So if you're talking about Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Napoleon, and Trump, I find their real world consequences way more damaging than their, the life of their legend, so to speak. However, this is interesting because I identify with the criticisms of the squishy New York Times conservative columnists who are saying, hey, your poll numbers suck. Tariffs suck. These deportations violate the Constitution of the United States. But he's, what Ross Douthat is appealing to is saying that the Trumpians believe that Trump will achieve ultimate victory over his opponents and he will bring about an American economic renaissance because they think that the momentum of history is on their side because they look at what he went through, which is effectively he was shamed on January 6th. He came back into the polling and everybody kind of discounted him again after already discounting him in 2016. He barely survived the assassination. That made him even more popular. And then he ended up winning again. And so why would God or the fates put this man through all of these trials and tribulations and challenges if he wasn't going to do something great. I feel like that's like a pretty like instinctive, human, tribal, culty, religious thing. However, I understand it emotionally now, where I'm like, hey, this dummy did something incredibly stupid, and the people don't care because my criticism is spit in the ocean compared to the wave of the Trumpian cult phenomena. So how dare I, a plebeian peasant who will have nowhere near the historical impact of Donald Trump, how dare I try to moderate his momentum? How dare I try to restrain this great man of history? And even if they don't understand that consciously, they might feel that emotionally, right? Sen Patty says, liberalism is based, voting is mega-based, autocracy is soy. I agree. Oscar says, clarification on an earlier statement. I confused him with Reza Aslan. We'll shut up and listen in my slightly drunk state. No, Oscar, I agree with you. I thought it was Reza Aslan instead of Ezra Klein. But I was kind of curious. I wanted to Google if Ezra Klein had eaten brains with that Indian cannibalistic tribe, because it's such a weird, freakish thing to do. I feel like that, if he had done that, there would have been stories about him as well. Mr. Bombastic says Napoleon was still relatively better than the other conservative monarchs in Europe. At least if he won, it would have been unified. Mr. Bombastic, I think that there's underlying forces for why Napoleon wouldn't have been able to unite the continent after he conquered it. And I also think that for all of his reforms, he ultimately did just get tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people killed in territories that he ultimately wasn't able to occupy and then frankify. I think Napoleon was demonstrably Silver Jacket Man says, I think Napoleon was demonstrably one of the greatest military commanders possibly ever. That said, I don't think his imperial ambitions were based. Talented guy. Exactly. In Pachyderma says, I'm a dude and I practically fetishize liberal democracy. Yeah. Just to say it, Celeste, we were mostly being sarcastic. Irony and sarcasm is a huge part of alternative media culture. Conservative liberalism says France got rid of their king just to find a new one. Yeah, they got an emperor instead of a king. The light of enlightenment was visible for but a fleeting moment. Agreed. Yes, he pronounces my name correctly too. Excellent. Good morning, Connor, says Shadow 2 Bravo. Ezra is an arrogant, who overestimates his IQ about by 80 points. Well, he's in good company. That's me too. Peter the Great also has a lot of lore and legend behind him, but he was a pretty terrible in many ways. Yeah, exactly, Razzle. Exactly. How come you lived in Europe? Deployment. My dad worked for Electronic Data Systems. Electronic Data Systems is the company that runs NMCI. NMCI is the email system for the entire Department of Defense. They might have changed it in the past decade or two, but they didn't change it at the time. And so he got an opportunity to work for EDS in Belgium. And we looked at it as an adventure to go to Europe. And so we spent 4 years in Europe when I was 7 or 8 years old. And so as a result, I went to the French lycée system where I spoke French exclusively for probably 3.5 years. So a very challenging time in my life, but I don't regret it. It's very cool. Celeste Plantagenet York says, Vive la France. I was just wondering, I like this chat and trying to catch it when I can. I learn more here than anywhere else. Well, good. If this chat, if my content, specifically the Counterpoint show, is a little bit too bro or gross or schizophrenic, Celeste, then I just want to share that even if you find me or my chat specifically too gross or weird, obviously there's Bobby from the Geedunk Show. There's Danny from the Geedunk Show. There's Hard Points. There's Men Talking Mindfulness. There's a lot of good guys on the channel. I'm just one of the shows. Sacred Snow says, Trump has a lot of the flaws of Napoleon and none of the admirable traits. That's actually why I think he's a weaker version of Napoleon. Grassroots Hegemon for $10. Thank you for the donation. My point is that I can find a motivated 18-year-old and make them a better engineer in 4 days than a 4-year degree through work. However, you need both. Yep, agreed. Sen Patty says, Connor, that was probably the most eloquent way of putting it for true magats. Yep. It's a cope. Agreed. Anyways, let's continue. I've yapped almost as much as our friends Ross Douthat and Ezra Klein, and so I'm going to let them continue.
Biggest differences between Trump 1 and Trump 2 is that in Trump 1, his own staff, the people who surrounded him, were perfectly comfortable thinking President Donald Trump is very wrong about this, that his judgment is bad. his impulses need to be foiled. We are the resistance inside the Trump administration. And in Trump 2, I don't think people around him are comfortable thinking that. I think there is both a sense that they're there to serve him, but also a sense that there is something in Trump, to them, not to me, that exists beyond argumentation. The fact that the tariff policy doesn't make sense on its face, the fact that what he's doing seems like a bad idea. Well, if you knew better, then you'd be in the chair.
Yeah.
And so the unwillingness to question him because there's a belief in either a mystic purpose to him, or that he has a mystic, like beyond argumentation, intuition about things, I think has really changed the nature of the constraints around him, or the absence of constraints around him.
Yeah, I think there's also a way in which the kind of mystic drama of his return to power is also sort of projected back onto his first term, right? So where, where the experience of Trump's first term, not just for liberals and Democrats, but for a lot of Republicans, was obviously sort of chaotic and bizarre and difficult and so on. But there were ways in which the results of that term were better than people anticipated. I think certainly they were better than I anticipated, right? I expected, as like a columnist observer, economic crisis and foreign policy crisis to sort of define Trump's first 4 years in office. And prior to COVID, they didn't. The economy was in good shape. I think you can make a case that his foreign policy in the first term worked better than Biden's. I think you can make a strong case, actually, that it worked better than Biden's foreign policy. And I think what's happened now is that not just people around him in the White House, but also congressional Republicans, people who, would have doubts about the tariffs and so on, have sort of combined the mystical drama with the surprisingly successful first-term record, put them together and said, it's both that Trump has some sort of, kind of mystic intuition about what to do, and it's also that we doubted him before, but it all worked out okay. Now, obviously, the problem with that is that one of the reasons it worked out okay was precisely that there were a bunch of people in the White House the first time around who didn't have a mystical sense of Trump's perspective or his goals or anything like that, right? And that is, I think, very clearly what is missing this time around. There are people in the White House who could play that role. I think a lot of people expected, Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, or Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, to play the kind of role that Gary Cohn and Steve Mnuchin and H.R. McMaster played in the first term. But no one is actually playing that role as far as anyone can sort of see. And so in an odd way, the very success of sort of Trump as man of destiny is unmaking the conditions that made his first term a success. But that is itself like a dramatic arc, right? Like if you were writing,
it's all very
if
dramatic.
you were writing if you're writing the novel of the story of sort of hubris, right, and nemesis, that would be a characteristic way that hubris and nemesis would manifest themselves.
Well, we tend to think of fortune now as synonymous with luck, but you go back to Greek mythology, and when you are touched by fortune, when you get a fortune, when you speak to the oracle, it often doesn't work out that well. You get a clear prophecy that seems like it foretells your success.
Right.
And laced inside of that is your downfall. I think what kind of story, what kind of mystic structure you believe we're in? Is it one that is providential, or is it one where the gods often laugh at human design?
Yo, listen, this is my jam. I understand why Sean Kaplan thought that I would like this. This is fire. Is it providential, or is it the gods laughing at our designs? That is beautiful, honestly, because I think it's the latter. So hold on, let's break this down real quick. So what they said was Trump 1 had institutionalists that undermined his agenda, which I agree. I was literally going to argue that. I need to stop saying literally. I was actually going to argue that if they didn't argue it, which is that during Trump 1, you had a whole bunch of institutionalists who muted his agenda.
I think,
and effectively the state was on some level of autopilot for the first 2 years that Trump was in office. And then what happened was COVID was the crisis. that was meant to indicate Trump's incompetence and his mercurial behavior. And as a result, we lost 1.1 million people to COVID. But what, Ross Douthat has argued is that modern MAGA proponents were able to take the first 2 years of Trump, lionize it, ignore COVID, and then take the mystic, prophetic, pseudo-religious momentum of the Trump ascendancy and then sell that as a platform to the American people. And there are people like Marco Rubio who could mute the Trump agenda, but they're not because they want to maintain their proximity to power. And then what I like about what Ezra just observed is that you can be touched by the gods and it can be your downfall, especially in like a Greek narrative. Greek narratives are often tragedies. The story of Achilles, he's one of the greatest heroes in all of history, whose name rings out for millennia because of how strong of a warrior he was. And yet the story of Troy is that he went there effectively as a massive egomaniacal a-hole who was wildly talented, lost his cousin or his brother, I forget who he loved like deeply and dearly in battle, in a rage, killed his enemy. And then while sieging the fortress of his enemy, was shot in the heel and ultimately killed. He was, he was believed to be impervious. He was believed to be immortal. He was one of the greatest warriors who's ever lived. And yet he died horribly. And so that's kind of funny, is to kind of ask, like, because in the American conception, we have like this like Christian, Judeo-Christian providential, is what he said, belief about like mystic power, where people who are surrounded by the fates are blessed by God. But Yahweh, most of the time, particularly in the New Testament, is like a beneficent. He is a God who rewards, those most loyal to him. But the truth is, if you check the Old Testament, like the story of Job, there are actually like Old Testament parables about how God punishes those who believes in him and tests those who believe in him. And their providence, their attachment to power, their attachment to the gods is actually something that will demonstrate a tragedy to the masses. And so I love this question of, is it providential or is it the gods laughing at our designs? I'm arguing that Trump's presidency is effectively the gods laughing at the designs of mortals. That's what I think it is. I think it is God showing us our own hubris, that we could have let the American empire rule for a millennia in the liberal Pax Americana. Trump is he's the foil of our belief in liberal empire. Hilarious. God's such a jerk. Oh my God. Old School says Trump is just clearing the way for the real Kiwatts Heterak, Elon Musk. I hope not. I would prefer Baron Trump over Elon Musk. That's why I held on to that comment. Sapien Green says the problem with Napoleon would be that Europe would be unified under France. Exactly. Sorry, Celeste. The French were based once at a time. They were, there's a reason why the Napoleonic Code is still used in Louisiana. There's a reason why the international language of diplomacy used to be French. There's a reason why the French army is probably the most powerful army in Europe right now. It's because they could be based if they wanted to be. Bro could find peace until he forgave his enemies. Yeah, that's one of the morals. Sacred Snow says, I love Tony 2004, even though it's wildly inaccurate to the Iliad. Yeah, me too. Mr. Bombastic says, I thought the book of Job is about how God literally doesn't care. No. Mr. Bombastic, the narrative of Job is actually that God does care, but Job is one of his most faithful servants. And so God effectively puts him through trials and tribulations. Family, he loses his home, he loses his servants, he loses his livestock. And yet he still praises the creator of the universe. And, the narrative, at least as far as I understand it, as somebody who was raised in the church, is that you are still supposed to praise and give deference to God and creation and order, regardless of the material benefits of your own life. That's how I understand Job anyways. Grassroots Judgment for $10. Thank you for the donation, King. Says, and to young programmers and designers, your expectation should be that you never sleep while you're young. That is also normal. Okay. Trump as Nero. True. The God. Wow. That's the most French thing that you've ever said. Don't be. I'm harping and carping. I think you're hoping and coping. That's what I think. The gods are dead. F the gods. Yeah, they're gonna make you pay for that. Celeste Plantagenet. They're gonna make JD Vance just because you said that. Just because Celeste Plantagenet York, because she said that in my chat. It's gonna be a JD Vance presidency in 2028. Why must we suffer because of what Celeste says in my chat? Why must the gods punish us all? All right.
A mistake that I think some religious people make is to see a kind of force of destiny at work in a particular figure and assume that that force of destiny must mean that God, the author of history, wants you to be on that person's side directly. But in fact, if you read, let's say, the Old Testament, right, there's all kinds of moments when God is working through figures to accomplish something in the world, or sort of to move history, or, you know, the drama of salvation history, to put it in Christian terms, right, in a particular direction. But it doesn't mean that the instrument that God is working through is, in fact, you know, the Messiah or the chosen one, right? Like if God sends the Babylonians to chastise the wicked kings of Israel, doesn't mean that you're supposed to necessarily say, "Oh, hail Nebuchadnezzar, you know, you are the chosen one." Sometimes there are forces. I think you can see Trump in several different lights. You could say he's a man of destiny, and therefore he is bringing about, in some weird way that we didn't see coming, the new American golden age, right? And this is obviously what a lot of people on the center right wanted to believe when it became clear that he was returning to power. Or you could say he's a great man of history who's unlocking some sort of change that was necessary, but bringing chaos in order to do it, right? So I wrote a lot about the concept of decadence, right? This idea that, you know, the West, the developed world, was sort of stuck in these kind of cycles and needed to break out somehow. But the reality is you often can't break out of decadence without, you know, a big mess. So maybe Trump is the agent of that mess, but doesn't mean he's, you know, a good person. Or finally, it could just be chastisement for everyone, right? All are punished, right? As Shakespeare said. I think all of those possibilities have to be taken seriously as readings of the Trump phenomenon.
How well do you remember Batman Begins?
I remember it, but
so,
you know,
as a person,
the League of Shadows, right, destroying Gotham.
I've had this joke in my head often in the past couple of months, as somebody whose mythic analogies tend to come from the Marvel or DC universe more than the Old or the New Testament. That's just like, convinced me we're not being governed by the League of Shadows. And I went back and I rewatched the piece where, you know, Ra's al Ghul sort of reveals the whole plan, and he says, "Look, we've infiltrated every layer of Gotham's power structure."
The League of Shadows has been a check against human corruption for thousands of years. We sacked Rome, loaded trade ships with plague rats, burned London to the ground. Every time a civilization reaches the pinnacle of its decadence, we return to restore the balance.
We tried to do this through financial engineering and destroy Gotham's economy. It didn't quite work. Now we're back for number 2. And the fact that we are here is proof of your decadence, right? The fact that we could do this, get this close, shows that you deserve what we are about to do to you.
Yes.
And I'm not saying we are actually being governed by the League of Shadows, but when you brought up the decadence, there is a dimension of that to me when you think about this in those almost like narrative terms, a sort of reflection of very dark sides of our own society.
Well, and I mean...
So hold on, we have people popping off because they're like, "Oh my God, is this a DC nerd out? What's going on here?" So let me explain for the people who are coming into chat. And Celeste Plantagenet says, "I won't give them reverence, and why should I?" Celeste, because if you don't give the gods their due, they will take it. That's why you give the gods their due. Okay, you are perfectly encapsulating the arrogance of the French to think that you can stick your thumb in the eyes of the gods and somehow avoid punishment. That's crazy pants, and history is filled with overly confident French people who God has punished. And so all you're doing is you're inviting catastrophe onto this chat. God, please do not punish us. Celeste Plantagenet does not know what she does. But I'm actually going to take this. I'm going to take this and I'm going to mull on this for a while. I do think that we're being chastised for our hubris. I think we're being chastised for our pride. If you look at the 90s, we won over socialism. It was so clear that mixed economy capitalism was going to, bring about the end of history, and that we were going to have this relatively stable time of, the Pax Americana, the American empire ruling the world through soft power and hard power. And then 9/11, of course, was, this upset to the world order, but ultimately, we survived it, right? We survived the war on terror. We survived the financial calamity of the war on terror. We survived the jihadist terrorist attacks that came against us. ISIS seemed to be like one of the worst iterations of the war on terror, where it was this mutated freak of our consequences, and we were ultimately able to slay the beast for the most part. Okay, so the war on terror we survived, whereas Trump seems like all of the erosion of the creation of the hyper security state and the centralization of vast power in the executive branch was there to be abused by the next psychopath who was willing to proselytize to the masses that he was a messiah. And that's what we got. So actually, I'm not viewing Trump as, even this conversation is changing the way that I view Trump. I'm no longer viewing Trump as this incompetent buffoon who's been able to stumble into power through populist appeals, although I do think that's true. I think Trump is America's punishment for the way that we've conducted ourselves over the past 3 decades. I think in some ways we deserve Trump over the way that we've conducted ourselves over the past 3 decades. God has sent Trump to chastise us for our pride. Mr. Bombastic says, I read it as God messed up the entire universe. Everything is cooked, not just Job. Nah, wrong. At least in my opinion. Wait, is that a DC Comics nerd out? It is, because apparently Ezra Klein doesn't read the Bible, despite being Jewish. Justice is about, I'm assuming Jewish with the last name of Klein. Justice is about harmony. Revenge is about making yourself feel better. Rachel. Yup. Celeste Plantagenet York says, I'm just a girl. Yeah, I know. But that's that's the problem, Thinking that you're just a girl and you can defy the gods. No, you cannot. You are just a girl. It is not who I am underneath, but what I do that defines me. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some good Batman memes. That's what we need to be telling ourselves. It's not who I am underneath, but what I do that defines me. Yeah. There's probably a good argument that the U.S. has become more and more corrupt over the years. Pelosi stocks, Hunter Biden's bribes, Trump is just everything taken to 11. Yeah. We are reaping what we have sown as a culture. $5 from Grassroots Hegemon, and we did successfully 3 effing times. Yeah, I agree. That's a good way of thinking. Yeah. It feels more, you can engage with the tapestry of life in the mythological terms in which maggots talk about Trump. You can engage with it more earnestly, because while they see him as some kind of messianic figure, you view him as a chastisement of the American populace for our sins. So yeah, I kind of love it. Celeste Plantagenet York says, but this is why I'm here. I need the men to show me the way, because y'all are the leaders, the headships. Teach this little woman how to be a submissive, God-fearing Barbie doll. All right, now she's just teasing us. Sin Patty says, me when God casts his gaze upon me. Ooh, woo, I'm just a little boy, zapped out of existence. Yeah, it's my birthday. You're going to zap me out of existence on my birthday? That .com bubble, 9/11, 2008 housing market crash. We are above and beyond this idiocy. Yeah. We've been reaping what we've sown for a substantive amount of time. I'm going to let the video play. I will be back momentarily. I just need to grab some water and use the restroom, but don't worry. Ross Douthat and Ezra Klein will entertain you in my absence. I will be right back.
I've carried on a couple of different running arguments throughout the Trump era that, are going to continue, I guess. And one is with people on the right who have a sort of League of Shadows view of the overall situation. It's like things are so bad that you might as well, unleash chaos, right? And you saw a lot of this in response to the tariffs, right? People, mostly on social media, right? Not real politicians don't say this, but people on social media who are like, fine, we need a 10-year reset of the whole global economy because things are so bad and so on. And I spent a lot of time disagreeing with those people. I would prefer not to take the black pill, but I've also spent time disagreeing with the kind of liberals and sometimes, never Trump Republican critics of Trump who I feel like don't quite grasp why he's successful and how, what you need to do in response. Because I don't think he could be this successful if it were enough to just elect Joe Biden to fix our problems.
Well, clearly
right?
that
didn't work. Right. It didn't work.
We tried that. And definitely trying to elect him twice to fix our problems was not the winning move. I was listening a couple months ago to Barry Weiss's podcast, and she had Louise Perry, who's a sort of British conservative gender and sexuality writer. And Perry made this argument that I've been thinking about, where she said that the difference between Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate is that Peterson is a Christian and Tate is a pagan. And I think this might be unfair to historic pagans, but the argument she was making depends on the pagans, but also depends on the Christians. So, but the argument she was making is that Peterson is, at least in his ethics, somebody who thinks a lot about the weak, who cherishes women. Tate is more interested in power, in dominance, in sort of driving his enemies before him and sort of fathering a lot of children for a lot of people potentially. And I've thought about that question, that sort of war between, again, sort of crude paganism and Christianity as really playing out right now on the right and in the Trump administration. There are ways in which those strands seem braided through everything, the sort of drive for power, for sort of renewed 19th century masculinity versus the sort of more Christian dimensions of it. There's, in a way, like Vance as a emblem of the Christian side of the administration, Musk is an emblem of its pagan side with his many kids from many different women.
Yep.
Trump is somebody who, in his both traditionalism, like as a person, and also his brashness and will to power as a person, sort of has both threads inside himself at the same time.
Maybe. I think, honestly, I think Trump may have come to some conception of belief in God after the assassination attempt. Just sort of observing his comments a little bit, but I think of Trump as just sort of persistently as a kind of pagan or heathen figure, much more than he is a Christian figure, notwithstanding the attempts to sort of claim him as a kind of, King David or Emperor Constantine, right? Like there's sort of an idea that you get from religious conservative supporters of Trump that, you have these figures in the Bible or Christian history who are rulers, who are sinful in various ways, but maybe in a way like I've been describing, sort of advance God's cause despite their sins and failings. I don't really think of Trump that way, but he is committed in an explicit way to Christianity. And Trump, to me, the bargain with Trump has always been, for religious conservatives, some mix of protection and support, a transactional bargain, and then more recently, a kind of hope that some kind of renewal of American dynamism can sort of bring religion itself back with it, which I will say is a hope that I have indulged in myself, right? That it's like, okay, you have different varieties of post-Christianity out there, and you don't want to ally with the Andrew Tates, but you do want to ally with the people who have sort of, big hopes for the future rather than.
Ooh. Some of this is fire. Okay. Some of this is straight fire. Sorry, you guys are having some fun. You need a schizo French woman to do theological analysis sometimes. True. We welcome Miss Plantagenet. So you're going to internet jail? What's happening? Did something happen? Don't fear God, fear sin. Fear both, man. Fear both. I don't know if the creator of the universe specifically cares about my mortal soul, but I do act like I could be judged by the creator of the universe. It's part of the reason why I don't listen to my base impulses, because I'm just going to let you know right now, some of my base impulses are pretty terrible. So I have tempered myself through fear of divine judgment. But this is an interesting analysis that I like. Vance is effectively within the right wing, within the Trump administration, you do have a marriage of multiple right-wing sects. So SECTS. You have Musk, who has a very pagan view. I would not be surprised if he was an atheist or an agnostic. He's also a polygamist or he's a polygamist, where he effectively has wives that he buys, and he has children by many wives, which is very Old Testament, very pagan. Then you have Vance, who is Christian. He's married, he's monogamous, he has his kids, he goes to church routinely, he observes the Sabbath, all that kind of stuff. And then Ezra Klein asks if Trump is a synthesis of both. And I think that Mr. Douthat correctly says, no, Trump is realistically like a pagan or a heathen. He's way more Musk than he is Vance, but he uses Christianity as a vehicle for his moral authority, which is how he gets Christians to be loyal to him. And Christians will often justify their loyalty to Trump through historical examples of sinful rulers who ended up being good for their religion. As a result, King David ended up he's one of the most famous kings of Israel. He was a massive piece of garbage. He was a massive a-hole in 10,000 different ways. And yet he's remembered as one of the greatest kings because, let's face it, he's the one who, if I remember correctly, he slayed Goliath. He surpassed his mentor. He ruled for decades, and he successfully defended Israel many times. So David is sinful. Constantine effectively had, in my opinion, a deathbed conversion just in the hopes that he would be forgiven by the Christian God. But realistically, he lived his entire life as a pagan military leader. There was also a Babylonian ruler. It wasn't Nebuchadnezzar, but it was another figure that Christians often reference, who was like a sinful Babylonian king, but he protected the Jews when they were ruled by Babylon from persecution. And so it was kind of like this deal with God to protect the Jews and to protect Israel by having this sinful ruler. Yeah, it might have been Cyrus. Conservative liberalism. I do think it was Cyrus, actually, now that you say it out loud. And so Ross Douthat is saying that he hoped that American dynamism would bring back Christianity or religion in general. And I'll look up if there's a Babylonian king. And Cyrus, I do remember now that you're right, that Cyrus was Persian. Babylonian king who protected Israel. While no Babylonian king is known for protecting Israel in the sense of shielding it from harm, Nebuchadnezzar is a pivotal figure. Yeah, maybe it was Cyrus. Maybe it was Persian. Maybe I was just being racist. But this is an interesting hope that I do think has been co-opted by MAGA and by Republicans, is that the hope for the future, the hope for stability, the hope for order, the hope for religion has been rooted in the American revitalization that Trump promises. So regardless of whether or not Trump actually succeeds in that, they're nesting their hopes in his propaganda. So I think that's an astute analysis. I don't think that I would have been able to understand this without somebody articulating it, because to me, it all just appears as like cultism. It all appears as religious devotion that is undeserved. But now that I understand that, and I've heard Christians say this kind of stuff too, but I just thought it was so crazy that I would never really consider it. Whereas seeing somebody describing it from an academic perspective kind of makes it a little bit more compelling to me, because I'm not watching them glaze Trump. They're saying oh, Trump could be a bad guy, but this is the way that his sycophants see it. And so it makes it easier to understand rather than seeing his sycophants praise Trump against all evidence to the contrary. That's racist conservative liberalism. There's a great scene that scholars actually call the Godfather scene in which David organizes the deaths of his enemies from his deathbed. Yep. David was a ruthless piece of garbage. There was some chick that he had the hots for. I don't know if she was married or if she was just like the handmaiden of some dude that he liked but didn't like that much. And then he sent that dude out into battle repeatedly so he could bang this dude's wife behind his back or his handmaiden, I forget which, and then ultimately did get him killed so he could hook up with his wife because he just thought she was hot. Same, it's Solomon. He turned to pagan gods when the Queen of Sheba came through with all her wealth and pomp. Nice. Nice. Yeah. She was married to a soldier in his army. Yeah, it's messed up. Dude, imagine you're running out in order to fight for your kingdom or whatever so the king can bang your wife. That's so messed up. Like, if God doesn't punish you for that one, I don't know what he does punish for.
Then a woke progressivism that just seems sort of inflected with cultural despair, right? That would be an argument that I think a Christian who, you know, was trying to sort of explain to themselves how they find themselves in alliance with Elon Musk might say, right? Like better Elon who has some good desires and believes that humanity is good in some way and wants a sort of more dynamic future. Better that than, you know, pure pessimism. The climate change is going to kill us all and structural racism means we deserve it kind of perspective. That would be the argument.
Let me ask about the idea that what you just described, though, is pure pessimism. Putting aside the idea that climate change will kill us all, which I don't believe. I think most people, even on the left, don't believe. They believe there's a way out. You just have to really work for it.
Mm-hmm.
You give at the end of your book. And
he doesn't believe that at all. Dude, if you go on social media, climate change is 100% like a death cult. There are people who on social media will 100% say, I am not having children and I am only enjoying my life as much as I possibly can because I'm on the because the entire economy is on the verge of collapse because climate change is going to turbo F all of us. So I don't think Ross Douthat agrees with Ezra Klein's assessment of the left's assessment of climate change. But I am interested to see Ezra Klein's defense of liberalism or progressivism. Bathsheba was her name. Yeah. She was a handmaiden and he did send him to war to kill him so he could. Yeah. To be fair, she was pretty hot. Hey, you know, there's some good looking Israeli gals.
An account of why you're a Christian and why you're a Catholic and why you find it persuasive. And I find your account of it very moving. It's a thing that appeals to me about Christianity. And the account you give is about both the strangeness and the radicalism of Jesus Christ as a figure, how uncomfortable it is to read him, how challenging, how it's a religion about meekness. All of the rich man has a better chance of, the camel has a better chance of fitting through the eye of the needle than the rich man of getting into heaven. That there's always been a radicalism in that. And
I know the meek will inherit the earth is a famous line. I would say renunciation more than meekness, probably.
But there's a godly...
So hold on. Bud123 says, eventually everyone on Earth will get fried due to a runaway greenhouse effect from the sun increasing about 10% in luminosity in about 500 million to 1.5 billion years. Okay, well, I'm hoping in 500 million to 1.5 billion years, we're at minimum a solar species, if not a intergalactic species, where we've colonized multiple solar systems. So, Bud123, I'm going to let the creatures, because I don't even know if they'll be human. I'm going to let the creatures who live in the galaxy 500 billions from now, I'll let them worry about that. Silver Jacket Man says, my brother legit had the same view. Who can have kids when they're just going to cook to death in climate change? Yeah, dude, there's plenty of people who are climate alarmists who think that the entire planet is going to be fried in a decade. That's me. I will not bring children into the world. It's too scary. Well, so let's Plantagenet York. We were just talking about natalism earlier. You're leaving the world to people like me. I was working for a few. Who is Ezra talking to? He's talking to Ross Douthat, who is a religious conservative, I think, who's talking about the cult of Trump and how it has a whole bunch of like mystic elements to it that people have bought into. And just to give you like a brief summary, because I actually find it wildly interesting, Jen, is that he's comparable to people like great men of history like Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Napoleon, etc. And so oftentimes the mystic cult around Trump feels like it has that political momentum. And if you look at what happened to him after Jan 6, where he was vilified for years on end, where his polls were terrible through the general election, where he was nearly assassinated, where he ultimately still got power anyways, then effectively you have this sense of this great man of history who's like greater than the historical forces that are aligned against him. And therefore he has to do a great thing because he's overcome such incredible odds. And then in reference to that, though, when you do squishy New York Times columnist criticisms of it, it doesn't matter to the mystics, because to the mystics, they are so enraptured by the cult and momentum of Trump's domination that they don't care about these like minor historical effects that are assailing his attempts at power, right? And then finally, what I would say is what's interesting is they talk about how in the Old Testament and in Greek mythology, there's oftentimes great men, think Achilles, they're not there. They don't become great men in order to usher in a new era of prosperity. They actually come into society in order to chastise that society about its sins. And so that's actually something that I kind of landed on, where I feel like Trump, what is it? The grave mine from Halo. He's like, I am a monument to all of your sins. And it's like, that's how I feel about Trump. Trump is a monument to all of the sins of America. So yeah, I am wholly bought in on the narrative that it's a mystical, pseudo-religious, great man of history event. I just think that it's a bad event. So pretty funny. You got to put the kids in front of the AC. True. Interstellar, not intergalactic. Intergalactic is a lot further away. No. I mean intragalactic. If I sent intergalactic, I think we'll be lucky to conquer our own galaxy. We'll be lucky. We'll be lucky to colonize a few solar systems before we get wiped out. We'll definitely be lucky in order to colonize the galaxy. I think crossing the void of space between galaxies, those distances are so crazy. I think that you would be better off effectively, like if we had technology to grow humans and we knew that there was a planet that had another galaxy that had the capacity to support life, then you would effectively shoot like a life rocket at it. You wouldn't even care whether or not that civilization ever developed. You would shoot a missile at it that had like the human species in vitro growing inside the rocket, and then you would just forget about it. And if civilization continued on that planet, awesome. If it didn't, it didn't. It truly does. I have Telegram. The cult thinks he is literally Jesus's bloodline and also related to JFK. Yeah. No, that's kind of what we're talking about. Monument to our sins, so we need to find the cartographer. Exactly. I used to make a bunch of fun of Ezra Klein. I actually think these days he's a strong interviewer. He's very pointed and is a better podcaster than a journalist. Yeah. People can evolve. People can become better over time. So yeah, arc missiles. Exactly. Colonize the stars via ballistics. Yeah, I'm not joking. I'm going to take the high road and not make a joke about me shooting my life rocket. Nice. And then I think the last thing that he said was important before we get into, and he got hotter. Well, Gen X, there's your baby daddy. Ezra Klein's got plenty of money. You need to hit up Ezra Klein and be like, hey, what's up? I'm in my 40s. I'm hot. You want to be my baby daddy? Right? And then, so Ross Douthat said that there's this promise of the return of American dynamism. And I think this is particularly true with boomers and Gen Xers. They think that liberalism and progressivism and modern American culture is so nihilist and so like antinatal and so anti-human that they would rather align themselves with a pagan degenerate like Elon Musk because he at least has hope for the future. And they're praying that the return of American dynamism will bring back religion, if not Christianity. Yeah, shoot your shot. Shoot your shot, Jen.
Of those who do not have power.
Yes.
And at the same time, then, there is this administration, I think, is very self-consciously tries to be frame itself as Christian, but people in it are, like J.D. Vance. And
many people in the administration
and I do not see
Christian.
in them, in the way they act in this world, this love of those who do not have power. There's the kind of putting out of memes where they've made a Studio Ghibli meme out of an immigrant crying, right? There's something about the interplay here of a self-conscious Christianity and a self-conscious mimetic cruelty that both feels like very appalling to me, but also un-Christian as I understand it.
Yeah. I mean, I think the aspect of populism, right? Conservative populism, right-wing populism, whatever you want to call it, that does see itself in clear continuity with Christian ideas and Christian views, basically holds that it is speaking on behalf of the weak and the oppressed, people who don't have a voice in society, and those people are the native-born working class of the Western world, who have been asked to bear inappropriate burdens, beginning with economic. I'm just framing the case,
I'm
right?
listening.
Right. Beginning with the economic burdens imposed by free trade regimes that sent their jobs overseas, and continuing with the burden of, again, this is the argument of sort of social disorder and breakdown associated with the drug trade in a globalized world, the free movement of peoples that, sort of transforms cities and neighborhoods, and in ways that, again, fall most heavily on lower middle class Americans and are sort of avoided and evaded by the upper class, right? This is the narrative is basically that the beneficiaries of globalization are the equivalent of the rich person in various of Jesus's parables. And certainly Jesus does not hesitate at various moments in the Gospels to say pretty harsh things about people who have betrayed their leadership role. So the one reason I pushed back on meekness is, yes, Jesus uses the word meek, but Jesus himself is not a meek figure, right? And you can go through the New Testament and find plenty of cases where Jesus says incredibly harsh things about mostly about powerful people, about sinners, right? Where Jesus cleanses the temple and drives the moneylenders out and curses the fig tree that doesn't bear fruit.
You're moving to
the
the powerful here. What I'm asking about is the treatment of the powerless, which even if you believe, and I don't contest this point, that many, many, many people in this country have borne undue burdens. Like, I understand that is central to liberal politics too. It is the cruelty with which poor immigrants are treated, the kind of laughing about it, that it's fine if you want to say they should be unkind to Ezra Klein, like a New York Times columnist.
Right.
I more mean that there is an embrace of mimetic cruelty, not aimed at the powerful, but aimed at other forms of the powerless, where, as I sort of understand the radicalism of this ethic, it is you should, whatever your border policy, there should be a profound compassion for, Haitians who came here fleeing some of the most desperate poverty in the world to work hard at jobs to build up a life for their families.
So hold up. I'm going to answer this before the other guy does, because I think that this is probably like fundamental to it. So Ezra Klein objects to the cruelty with what these quote unquote Christians do when they were doing like a Studio Ghibli thing of immigrant crying. But if you look at it, it's effectively I already know what it is. It's a lady who came to America and was caught dealing fentanyl. Ghibli crying immigrant meme. And so what happens is this woman who allegedly, I say allegedly because I don't trust this administration for shit, but this immigrant lady allegedly was caught dealing fentanyl. And so she's indicative of all of the things that are wrong with what's going on with immigration is she's obese, so she's obviously not starving. No offense to my fat members. I'm a little fat myself. And so she's obese, so she's clearly not starving. She came to another person's country, and so this is not her country. And then even as a guest, she dealt poison to her neighbors. And so Ezra Klein and many liberals and progressives are upset by this image because you're effectively celebrating her sadness, but she is representative of the undue burdens that the oppressed middle class and working class of America have to tolerate. Because she came to this country, she abused our hospitality, she got fat off of our food, and then dealt poison to her neighbors. And so in a conservative narrative, she is nowhere near a victim. She's a predator, right? That would be the conservative narrative. And so they would view, while I do view this cruelty as repulsive 100%, they would argue that Ezra Klein is crying crocodile tears because he has no idea who this woman is or what she's done, and that he is unnecessarily compassionate to predators who are killing the working class through the drug trade. And so Ezra Klein is a useful idiot for the exploitation of the native-born working class of the Western world, who are being asked to bear undue burdens, not only the economic consequences of free trade, but also all the deaths of despair associated with the drug trade. So, and then this is something that J.D. Vance said. He talked about the Ordo Amoris, which is effectively, I think it's like a Catholic doctrine. I'd have to check if it's actually a doctrine or if he made something up. But it says almost like a Jordan Peterson level of quote, which is effectively like, you start with love small. Like, of course you can love strangers from foreign countries, but the whole point of it is to love your wife first, love your children next, love your community next, and then love strangers. And so your proximity to who you can affect is, how you order love. Healthy in a first loving God, then ourselves in a healthy, non-egocentric sort of way, of course, and then our neighbor. The Ordo Amoris can be conceptualized as a series of concentric circles radiating outward from ourselves, beginning with loving God. Yeah. So that's the argument that they would make, is that this woman is outside of our Ordo Amoris, and we are neglecting our neighbor, our native-born working class neighbors, by trying to love this foreign immigrant drug peddler. Excuse me. You guys are having fun, so I'm just I'm gonna skip that. Hell yeah, that's where I recognize I'm from. Sitting here still. Ah, you're the first person to recognize it. I just changed the spelling. Oh, what are you guys doing? $5 from Celeste Plantagenet, York. Take this $5, oh gods, and forgive these heathen men for my crazy rants against you. Thank you, Celeste. That actually does make me feel a little bit better.
There's something about the weaponization of cruelty against the powerless. It is what I am trying to get at.
No, and I think, as I said before, I think you have what you're describing as Christian and pagan tendencies braided together in the Trump administration. And I think that not all, but many of the things that you describe absolutely reflect more of a pagan sensibility than a Christian one. But I agree with you that particular steps the Trump administration has taken in this term are not Christian, anti-Christian, and I think the forces, I think it started with the cuts to foreign aid. I think you can completely justify some kind of renovation of the foreign aid program. Christians are not bound to support any particular set of programs, but I think the way in which the foreign aid programs were reshuffled and cut off and so on was a failure of Christian duty in a pretty obvious way. That and the core motivations there were just different from the evangelical motivations of the Bush era, and reflected, frankly, just overall the decline of Christianity in American life since then. I will just say, though, since we're taking a pretty hard line of critique, I think you watch this happen all the time on the left in different ways over the last 5 or 10 years, right? Where people who I considered, sensible, good, well-meaning, moderate people were in a coalition with people who had more intensity, more passion, more zeal, who made a certain set of demands on them that led, again, people I knew and admired and respected to, I think, compromise their own values in ways that also had sort of real world material consequences. I don't want to like relitigate. I don't want to relitigate wokeness, but if, I think this is part of the nature of politics in a landscape where there's no kind of religious consensus, there's no kind of moral consensus, right? Is that forces that appear to have energy behind them, again, to go back to where we started, world historical energy, perhaps, will sort of draw people who have convictions that should put them in tension with those views into certain kinds of compromises. But I agree. I absolutely think I do not admire the way that the Trump administration approaches any of the policies that you're talking about, from humanitarian aid to, the deportations to El Salvador.
I guess to me.
So I love Ross. Ross is not a particularly exciting guy, but he seems brilliant and insightful. Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, while I'm glazing Ezra Klein, his new book, Abundance, is an easy breezy read and good book. If you like that book, also read or listen to Rory Sutherland's book, Alchemy. You will like Rory whether you want to. You will like Rory whether you want to or not. Conservative liberalism makes an important point. God requires 10% of your net, but it's a good start. I thank you for your request for mercy. And that is a reference back to Celeste Plantagenet York being very kind in donating. Brightest blessings. Thank you. I'll be an obedient daughter. Thank you, Celeste. Thank you for calming down. Please calm down. And I'm joking. You're being very fun in chat. I'm just playing into the misogynist memes. Biz D says, did you hear the earlier part about the tension between Peterson and Tate on the right? I did hear it, but I did go to the bathroom, so I might have missed it. But it's absolutely true that I am infinitely more Petersonian, if that's a term, than I am Tatian. And the struggle between the conceptions of like heathen pagan rightoids versus Christian rightoids or morally Christian rightoids is take about 10% off of there, Squirrely Dan. Agreed. But there are 100% anti-Christian policies of the Trump regime. I like the fact that Ross Douthat is being honest about that. That makes me feel good. But he also feels a little bit betrayed because he thinks that there's sensible, good moderates that were in a coalition with psychos on the left. Okay. And what I would say about that is that the summer of 2020, listen, in my opinion, the summer of 2020 did not affect me. Okay. I'm just going to be real. All right. I was already out of law enforcement. I'm going to go full screen for this so I can look you guys in your beautiful eyeballs. Okay. The summer of 2020 did not affect me. I live in Central Florida. The biggest downtown area I have is Orlando. Orlando had protests, but we did not have riots. We are a very purple, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, cosmopolitan area. And so while OPD, Orlando Police Department, is 100% accused of brutalizing some people, it's often not very racial. They brutalize working class trailer park people. They brutalize poor Hispanics. They brutalize poor blacks. The good news about our law enforcement is while they're engaging in police brutality, it's fairly aracial while they're kicking the shit out of the working class, right? They're equal opportunity police brutalizers. And so as a result, we had BLM protests, but we did not have riots. We did not lose billions of dollars. Our downtown area is not bombed out or Molotov cocktailed out. We avoided a lot of the consequences of the BLM riots in the quote unquote summer of love. We also might have had an uptick in homicides during COVID, but it wasn't, it was all left over on the bad side of town. So all the poor people who normally kill each other, they killed each other a little bit more, but that's really all that happened. And so as a result, I have been insulated from the summer of love. That being said, I know plenty of conservatives, including family members of mine, who watched the allegedly centrist and liberal media sweep for the BLM riots, like the fiery but mostly peaceful protest meme where you have like the black pundit who has a microphone in front of his face. And he's like, despite me standing in front of a building that's currently on fire, most of the protests were pretty peaceful. Like that became like a meme in conservative circles for obvious reason, because you're saying that everything's normal, everything's fine, everything's going to be fine. But literally you're standing in front of a building that's on fire. Why would you ever accept that? And there's this term that was popularized during the time, which is a narco tyranny, where effectively what was going on was the Democrats were accused of pulling back law enforcement, of restraining law enforcement in order to allow anarchy to dominate the streets, in order to terrorize the local population. That's part of the reason why conservatives, including me, were very passionate about the Kyle Rittenhouse case, because the guy effectively went into a community that he was a part of. He showed up with a rifle, obviously, which can be antagonistic, but it's a show of force in order to deter other people from committing crimes. He actually is relatively disciplined through a majority of the interactions that we catch on camera. And then he gets attacked. And then when he gets attacked, he ends up killing the people who are attacking him. And no offense to liberals and progressives, but you guys kind of went apeshit. You kind of just thought that he was like a mass shooter who gunned down a bunch of black people, when the truth is that everybody who attacked him was white. Everyone he killed was white. And so there was this narrative of he crossed state lines with an assault rifle in order to hunt and kill black people for sport, when that had nothing to do with reality. And so a lot of conservatives took that very personally, were completely repulsed as a result of that narrative, and they stopped trusting quote unquote sensible liberals to call balls and strikes, because they had missed the mark so hard in reference to the Summer of Love, BLM, and Kyle Rittenhouse. And so you have that distrust that Ross Douthat is still articulating 5 years later, where he's like, yeah, MAGA's bad. Yeah, they're doing anti-Christian policies. Yeah, they're killing brown and black people, and I find some of their policies repulsive. However, I can't ally with you guys either, because you betrayed your principles so aggressively 5 years ago. Listen, truth hurts. I think that's part of the reason why I like this Ross character, because again, he's not like an Andrew Tate. He's not a Jordan Peterson. He's not, giving us a bunch of memes, but he seems like a really intelligent, insightful person. I understand why Sean Kaplan asked us to watch this, because number one, already it makes me understand the Trump phenomena infinitely better, and I might be able to communicate better about it. And then number two, it's interesting to see a principled religious conservative struggling with what Make America Great Again is, versus the principles that he wants to see engendered in the society that MAGA could be a vehicle for, but then ultimately being disappointed with the real world results. So yeah, I find that wildly interesting. This is actually an incredibly intelligent and insightful conversation. This is the first that I've heard of him being a part of the community. Well, Gen X, I would say that you need to get out of your bubble a little bit. So Kyle Rittenhouse, I'll show you. Let me share screen. He lived in Northern Illinois, but he's from, or the conflict was in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Let me share my screen. Where did Kyle Rittenhouse live? Antioch, Illinois. So let's do Antioch, Illinois maps. So, yep. And this is where, Jen, I'm going to challenge you to get outside of your information bubble. You say that you're a fan of Destiny. I'm pretty sure Destiny talked about this a few times, okay? So here's Antioch. This is allegedly where Kyle Rittenhouse lives. This is the Wisconsin-Illinois border. His city is literally on the Wisconsin-Illinois border. This is Kenosha, which, let's face it, Kenosha, Wisconsin, which, by the way, I think it's probably beautiful. This is Chicago. So the argument was, because he's from Illinois, he must be around Chicago. So he drove, 2 hours through heavy traffic in order to get to Kenosha. And that's not what happened at all. He worked as a lifeguard in Kenosha. He went to Kenosha and did, cleanup from the riots the previous days. I think somebody in chat says his father was employed in Kenosha and lived in Kenosha. And then also he worked there as a lifeguard. So he did a 20 to 30 minute commute into Kenosha, Wisconsin in order to work. So acting like he has no ties to this community. I would show you where I live, but this is like saying that I have no ties to Lake County. I live in Orange County. I worked in Lake County. Lake County is 45 minutes away, and it's a pain in the ass commute. But if there was something popping off in Mount Dora and some of my friends said, hey, bro, you know, we know you don't live in Mount Dora, but can you swing by and help us out? My answer is going to be 100% yes. It's a 45-minute drive. It's not that big of a deal. So, yeah. Liberals had held down the fort. Progressives were the ones losing their minds. I mean, I agree. But I feel like let's be real, the progressives went a little crazy. 2020, they went a little crazy, okay? The George Floyd riots caused over $1 billion in damage, according to Axios, and was the most expensive in insurance history. Yeah. His father lived in Kenosha, and he previously worked there. Yep. I was talking smack to the gods. Connor was gently chastising me as to why things get taken from me because I was acting as an unfilial daughter. Yep. Get it right. No, we arm and patrol that border to keep Wisconsin on their side. They are jealous of our metropolis, and they will steal it if we let them. That might be true. This is why Kyle's defense attorney made the joke about the foreign land known as Antioch, which was met with stifled laughs. Yeah. This is Kenosha. This is Antioch. There's an area. I live in northern Orlando. I live in a suburb of Orlando on the north side. The suburb of Sanford is, I don't know, another 20 minutes north, another 15 minutes north. That's where that's where Trayvon Martin was killed. So saying that, like I've been to Sanford half a dozen to a dozen times. You know what I'm saying? Like I've driven by the neighborhood visiting friends where Trayvon Martin was killed. You know what I'm saying? It's not that big of a drive. Celeste Plantagenet York says, I drive an hour and a half for school and work, or did they before the gods took my car away? Yeah. Shout out Sanford. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. The Silver Jacket Man says you can see your house. Dude, Wisconsin can be really pretty. I'm sorry. We'll get back into the content momentarily. I'm just enjoying the break. But take a look at this. Like, actually, let's just go to Google. Kenosha, Wisconsin beach. I'm sure it's cold, especially during the winter. But, dude, this is beautiful. This looks crazy. It looks like the Great Lakes are so big, it looks like an ocean. It's so cool. Like obviously, I don't want to freeze my butt off during the winters, but the Great Lakes region is actually a physically stunning place. So, anyways, enough about that.
Me, one of the things I'm getting at in life broadly, but in the policies specifically, or in the rhetoric, in the comportment, I think a lot about J.D. Vance, who's a person in many ways I think should have had some protection from this. I think he is Christian. I think he does think a lot about virtue and ethics. And you brought up the tariffs. I don't think there's anything unchristian about the tariffs. I think they're bad economics, not bad religion. Right? And a lot of these policies I actually believe that about. I think people can have very mistaken views on policy because they are just wrong about what the policies will do in the world. I have had mistaken views on policies because I was wrong about what the policies would do in the world or the way they would be carried out. It's more the compatibility between what I think has become a dominant tone. And I think we're in a unstable era in terms of what I might call our political manners. Matt Iglesias had a piece about the way a lot of his Hitler revisionism is beginning to happen out of a kind of feeling that we have over-penalized questions about race, questions of anti-Semitism, and that in order to widen the boundaries of debate, you have to have on World War II revisionists, right? And there's a sense that this sort of politics of manners didn't work. And so politics of no manners needs to be tried now. And I think Donald Trump has sort of been an innovator and a pioneer in that. And it's created a lot of mimetic imitators who on the one hand don't have some of his, lightness or authenticity or funniness. But on the other, it's just that I think I am weirdly, even though I'm not myself religious, a little bit idealistic about religion. And I feel this about my own religion, which I think should create very profound sympathy for refugees. And that has not been something I've seen in the past couple of years. And I think it's a Christianity where it feels to me like it should create a kind of buffer against greed and cruelty that I often see broken when it would be politically viable to break in.
So hold up. The Grassroots Touch Mom for another $20. Thank you, King. Thank you for the donation. I have driven 2 hours to have dinner with my family, and Wisconsin is very pretty. Dude, we went to Milwaukee, and then we went to a Trump rally outside of Milwaukee with Progressive Victory. And Milwaukee, some of rural Wisconsin outside of the city is beautiful. Just like rolling hills as far as the eye can see. It was a little overcast. You could still see blue skies, but there were a few clouds in the sky. Horse ranches and farms as far as the eye can see, grain silos as far as the eye can see. Like, it looked like the perfect place to, if you could find a good school, it looked like the perfect place to raise a family and have land, to have horses, maybe cattle, guns, off-roading, dirt bikes, ATV. Like, obviously, like, you might not be wealthy enough in that kind of area if you don't have the right kind of employment in order to enjoy that much land. But there was 100%, like, if you had a few $1,000,000, you could have so much fun in rural Wisconsin, because it looked like dirt bike, horse, ATV, and firearms heaven. That's what it looked like. Gosh, now you make me want to go fishing. Hey, man, when the stream's over, go fishing. So yeah, like, I actually think one of the moves, you know, like, it's not a move that I'm going to make. I have pretty deep roots in Central Florida, at least as far as my life goes. So I'll probably be staying in Central Florida, but, you know, there's a part of me that fantasizes about escaping to either Appalachia, like the Carolinas, or escaping to the Great Lakes region, because obviously land and housing is cheaper out there. And there are some stunningly physically beautiful places out there that aren't widely known by Americans. Kesoko says, Cleveland sits atop of a valley network, one of the only big cities with such scenery so close by this area is heaven, lol. Yeah, I'm sure. And plenty of people, they dog Cleveland all the time, but, you know, I'm sure there's moments of true beauty out there, right? So what Ezra Klein said, though, but this is almost like a temperamental difference between conservatives and progressives and liberals, okay? One of my frustrations with liberals and progressives is I think they underestimate the threat of jihadist terrorism. Conservatives might overestimate it, but I want to point something out to you, okay? So I lived in a city called Overijse, Belgium, and Overijse, and there was a town. So we were just outside of Belgium. There was a town that the terrorists were from, who did the Bataclan. Where were the Bataclan terrorists from? French police said blah, 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 blah in real time from Brussels, Belgium. But there's a neighborhood that they're from. Okay. And that neighborhood, my mother and I used to shop. We used to shop for furniture there, because effectively the Muslim community, the Arab Muslim community, had a second-hand community. Maybe some of the stuff was stolen. We don't know if it was stolen, but effectively that neighborhood was known for selling really good secondhand goods. And so the Bataclan massacre, I'll try not to show too much graphic stuff, but effectively it was like, I don't know, 200 people gunned down in a music hall, and they were from the neighborhood that I lived in as a child. Okay. I was born in Boston, right? And not only that, I've obviously been to Paris several times. I was born in Boston, right? Boston Marathon bombing. And the Boston Marathon bombing was another jihadist terrorist attack where jihadists put pipe bombs in the crowd and they killed like a dozen people, including like a middle school aged girl, right? I live in Central Florida, and the Pulse nightclub attack was 20 minutes away from my house, right? This is 20 minutes away from my house. Okay. And then I'm trying to think of what else. Obviously, I served in the military. So, you know, I've been to Iraq. Oh, yeah, al-Baghdadi. So Iraq maps. So I lived, this is Al-Assad Air Base. I lived in cans that were over here. little trailers. Oh, God, this looks like shit now. They did not take care of it. Bastards. You bastards. They ripped this apart. Wow. Can't give the Iraqi army shit. Anyways, this used to be a can city. Okay. This used to be trailers as far as the eye could see. And I stayed here and I worked here. And in the city immediately outside, called al-Baghdadi, somewhere around here, they, jihadists kidnapped a bunch of people, put tires on them, and burned them to death in tires. So my entire life has been shaped by jihadist terrorism. And so when somebody says, hey, let's take in a bunch of Syrian refugees, I think to myself, yeah, there's probably like Muslim people, Arab Muslims who are totally normie. But if you look at support for jihadist terrorists, it's like insane. So what is it? Pew Research suicide bombing. Islam. So Muslims and Islam, key findings in the US. And they have Pew Research polls about suicide bombing. I forget where it is, but effectively it can be between like a quarter and 70% of the population supports suicide bombing civilian targets. And so when you bring in a few 100,000 people from different areas of the world, and a quarter of them think that suicide bombing is okay. Like, look at this. Look at this. Okay. So views of extremist groups, whether or not they're favorable, Jordanians, Egyptians, Palestinians, Lebanese, Indonesians, Pakistanis, and Turkey, the lowest percentage is 10%, where they think that Hamas is good, that Hezbollah is good at 5%, or Al-Qaeda is good at 4%. Some of these people, it's literally a quarter of the population. 21% think that Al-Qaeda is good. In the Palestinian territories, 28% believe that Al-Qaeda is good. That means that 1 in 4 people in Egypt and Palestine believe that Al-Qaeda, the people who blew up the New York City skyline, they think that they're good, right? Half of them think that Hamas are good, and a quarter of them think that Hezbollah is good, right? Then I'm trying to look for suicide bombings. Suicides bombing, Palestinian territory. Is it often justified to blow up civilian areas? Palestinian territories, 31%. Lebanon, 12%. Egypt, 12%. Israel, 5%. Jordan, 4%. Indonesia, 2%. Turkey, 2%. Pakistan, 2%. Dude, 4% of the population in Pakistan believes that it is sometimes or often justified to blow up civilians. That's crazy. And some of that 10%, 13, 20, 28, 32, 40. Dude, some of these regions, suicide bombing is supported as much as 70%. Right? That's bananas. All right. So when you tell me you are insufficiently sympathetic to 250,000, Syrian refugees who are coming into the United States because they need to escape the Syrian civil war, what I think to myself is that there will, as a result of bringing in 250,000 Syrian refugees, there 100% is going to be a jihadist terrorist attack that is going to slaughter dozens of innocent people. So why would I want that? Why would I want that in my country? Where I was raised was bombed and slaughtered. Overijse in Belgium, that's where the terrorists grew up who did the Bataclan massacre, and not even to mention the Bastille attack. Then the place that I was born has been attacked. The place that I live has been attacked. The place that I served has been attacked. Why would I invite jihadists as neighbors? It's never going to happen. So anyways, sorry for going on an anti-jihadist rant, but I do think it's important. Then I did see Celeste say, serious question to the men here. If you were a single woman who happens to be a demon rat living in Trump's America, seeing what's happening and all, would you move out of the country for your safety? No, Celeste. I'm going to answer that question. No, You'll be fine. In 2 years, the Democrats will probably take both houses of Congress back. Trump will be a lame duck, and then he'll be gone in 4 years. And whatever comes after Trump is not going to be Trumpian. Okay? If you live in Mississippi, move to California. If you live in California, you're fine. If you live in New York, you're fine. Move to a blue state if you care about abortion. Okay? That's the solution, not moving out of country. Anyways. Yeah. K Soko says, if you ever come to Cleveland, eat at Gallucci's. It's an Italian market and they make prepared food. Awesome. Silver Jacket Man says, Pakistan funds like half the terrorist groups, mostly to destabilize Afghanistan. When people gripe that U.S. funded Al-Qaeda, that's inaccurate. We funded Pakistan, who then funded Al-Qaeda. Yeah. Yep. All right. Anyways, that's enough anti-jihadist propaganda. But effectively, when Ezra Klein says, I don't understand why you're so hostile to immigrants or refugees from the Middle East and North Africa, I just explained why conservatives are not interested in living side by side with jihadists.
Right. So, well, two things. One is that, yes, you are describing the story of both Judaism and Christianity's engagement with history and fallen human nature, right? And this is something that is, in fact, advertised in both the Old Testament and the New Testament and all.
Not even France? What do you mean, not even France? Well, I mean, are you a dual citizen? If you're a dual citizen, yeah, sure, go back to France. But if you're not a dual citizen, move to New York or California. Parts of Arizona are just California anyways. If you're in Havasu, if you're in like the Lake Party area, you're in one of the sluttiest, most alcoholic, most degenerate parts of America. Why would you care? You know? Lake Havasu is just California's vacation spot.
All of history since, right, is that the story of the Jewish people in the Old Testament is not a story of people who were chosen by God and given a bunch of commandments and then obeyed them all. It's a story of people who remained the chosen people despite failing in every possible way, including, to fit our conversation, repeated flirtations with heathenism and paganism and idolatry, right? And then you can obviously tell a similar story. You know, the New Testament, Christians don't have political power, but the apostles are always screwing up and messing up. And then, of course, the history of Christianity's entanglement with political power is filled with sins and failings that, again, like this era's set are sort of not atypical, I guess. But then the second point that I want to push you on is like, what kind of argument is this that you think you're going to win with religious believers who disagree with you? You're like, well, I don't believe in your religion, but I really wish that you would follow your religion so that your politics were more aligned with mine.
So true. The I don't believe in Christianity meme. I don't believe in Christianity meme. I don't know if it's real, but there's this meme. Oh man, somebody's got to tell me the keywords better. But it's effectively like atheists telling Christians to follow their faith more meme. That's probably not a good Google keyword search. But there's this really funny meme of like a soy jack, like telling someone like, I don't believe in your religion, and I think it's all fairy tale made up bullshit, but you should go ahead and follow your religion and be more vaguely nice to refugees. And it's a very like smug, liberal, progressive person. And, you know, Ross Douthat effectively said that meme. So I'm in a 55 plus community with my family. You'll be fine. You'll be fine, Celeste. Move to Lake Havasu. You'll be fine. Reminds me of white hippies LARPing as Hindus. Yeah, exactly. I think they had 55% support and needed 60%. I'm not sure in reference to what, but if you're talking about gay marriage in California, I remember that.
Like, that's just not much of an argument at all. And I think to the extent that all of liberalism, the ideology that you subscribe to, trades on inherited ideas from Christianity about morality and equality and so on, while you've jettisoned the portrait of the universe, the metaphysical structure that gives them meaning, I think it's really hard from that point of view for you to get anywhere in arguments with people who still believe in that structure, because you're essentially saying, I've stripped away the conceptual framework that makes your moral ideas make sense, but now I'm going to complain that you're not living up to your moral ideas. I just think that's a really weak argument.
Oh, but I'm not arguing it.
Well, you're saying it to me. I'm right here. I'm a Christian. I'm right here. You're arguing. You're expressing sorrowful disappointment that Christians are not living up to a worldview that you think is false.
Well, I think parts of it are. Well, I am unconvinced on parts of it. We'll talk about the view of the cosmos in a minute. And I'm not trying to offend you here. I'm actually asking.
I'm not. What, Ezra? Does anything about our long relationship suggest that you could possibly offend me?
I've known you long enough to know when you're getting a bit heated.
That's totally different. Heatedness, I mean, as I was saying, the New Testament is filled with heated encounters. I
don't think a thing I'm saying here is going to convince somebody on the Christian right to turn around their view of Donald Trump.
Here we go. Sacred Snow says, fellow Floridian, how do you feel about the 2024 weed abortion addendums failing through despite popular support? What's the point of props if popular support isn't good enough, Valor Media Research? Well, I mean, we'll get them next time. Listen, the only people who voted down weed are a bunch of boomers. I obviously do have my concerns with weed. I don't consume it nearly enough. Even under the current medical framework, most people can get marijuana in the state of Florida without fear of prosecution from law enforcement. Of course, there are some rural areas where cops will arrest you for marijuana. But dude, access to marijuana is very, I don't know. I feel like that's, when I was a kid, the reason why it was such a huge priority was because we all knew other teenagers who were spending serious time in jail or prison for, having effectively for dealing marijuana. And I think there are some negative health consequences that are popping up from broader use of marijuana. However, I don't think it's a big deal. I think we'll get them next time, basically. Same thing with abortion. Abortion failed by 3%, 5%. I'm not a huge pro-abortion person, but I think the progressives, as there's a generational change of the guard with the boomers passing on, I think that marijuana and abortion will be liberalized in the state of Florida. Just wait a decade or two. We'll be fine. I want to move to the trees and practice my wood ritual. Okay. God, please forgive Celeste Plantagenet York. She knows not what she does, okay? I think the pot stinks and I would never do it, but it should be legal. Yeah. I don't think people should. The same way alcohol. Alcohol has all these negative health and societal consequences. It's not illegal because plenty of people consume it. And also there's plenty of people who consume it responsibly. I think that with marijuana, despite there being effects like increase in schizophrenia and all that kind of stuff, what it's going to boil down to is responsible consumption. So, yeah.
Trump. I am genuinely curious how somebody of your politics and your religious background interprets somebody like J.D. Vance. So I'm asking you questions about it.
Christianity does not provide some kind of incredibly strong bulwark against powerful people doing the kinds of things that powerful people do, which means, self-interested conquest of various kinds and so on, right? What it does provide is an ongoing internal critique that those powerful people have to wrestle with and address in ways that are fairly unique in the historical relationship of, power and piety. So if you look at something like, to take the most famous example, maybe the Spanish conquest of the Americas, right? In terms of what is actually done in the course of the Spanish conquest of the Americas, you can find, plenty of terrible crimes that you, Ezra Klein, would say, well, what good is your religion if it licenses, if your civilization commits these kind of crimes? But from the very beginning, in Spain itself, in the heart of super Catholic, counter-Reformation era Spain, there's an ongoing and agonizing and, sometimes intensely legal and practical, sometimes high-level philosophical, theological debate that subjects the behavior of the Spanish conquistadors and others to this kind of sustained critique and leads to, at various times, sometimes successful, mostly unsuccessful, reform efforts driven by the Catholic monarchy of Spain, and ultimately builds out and influences everything from the anti-slavery movement in the 18th and 19th century that's ultimately successful down to contemporary ideas about human rights and international law that, again, today's secular liberals take for granted as a kind of scripture. All of that emerges out of the efforts of serious Christians in a context of profound historical temptation and constant sinfulness to sort of generate from within the resources of their religion. And I think, if you take the Trump administration, for instance, it's not as though, you cannot find Christian critiques of Trump administration cruelty. They just are.
Yeah, so this is actually a really interesting point that I'm going to reinforce. So there's a guy that I brought up, that DGG, Destiny's Community. They were like, "Oh, who Megalol?" They were like, "Who was this guy? Who are you talking about?" And he's not very well known, but he should be better known. Bartolomé de las Casas. So what happened, if I remember correctly, was that this was a guy, a priest, who traveled along with Spanish conquistadors, and he had a very irreverent opinion of Native Americans. And what happened was, because he was a fellow traveler with Native Americans, and he was a fellow traveler with conquistadors who were enslaving, murdering, raping, kidnapping Native Americans. There was a priest, I think, if I remember the story accurately, there was a priest who refused him communion. He said, I'm not going to give you communion because effectively you wake up every single day and you support and enable evil. And so that started like a shock, like a crisis of faith for Bartolomé de las Casas. And he actually analyzed what the Spanish colonial efforts were doing. And he believed that what they were doing was evil. And so he became one of the first lawyers on behalf of Native Americans as early as the 1500s. And he started fighting for human rights for Native Americans in the New World. I think he was ultimately only partially vindicated, but he's been vindicated by history, where as early as there was American colonization, there was a man who saw the horrors of American colonization and fought for the dignity of universal humanity. And so when, Ross Douthat is arguing that as soon as American colonization happened and there was these horrific crimes committed in the name of Christianity, there were conscientious Christians who recognized the horror and the evil, and they fought against it with every ounce of political and social power that they had. It's true. It's true. Do you believe in God, bro? I believe in God. Yeah, I believe in God. I'm not a religious literalist. I don't believe in specifically like Islam, Judaism, or Christianity or pagan interpretations of God. I think there's a fundamental creative force that set the world into creation and order, and we observe what's good for life through observations of the natural consequences of our actions. And then we observe what's bad for life through the observation of the consequences of our actions. And then we codify that through history, religion, and law. And I think that human beings who completely ignore both the law and religion and scripture, maybe not both, maybe if they ignore all of that, and then they also ignore the consequences of their actions when they give in to nihilism and hedonism, I think they're repeating sins and rebellions against nature that are as old as the human species. So, yeah, I believe in God. I don't know if God believes in me, but I believe in God. Edible hangovers are worse than alcohol. I've done it twice. Each time I've done edibles, I've done very low potency edibles, and that was fine. But I did like pretty hardcore edibles, and I did have a psychotic break as well. So I was like, maybe it's not worth it anymore. Maybe I shouldn't travel into the dream realm using edibles. So I stopped.
Are not at the moment the primary thing. I would expect, I mean, we'll find out, right? We're 3 months into a kind of shock and awe administration. I think that, and people have been sort of baffled and surprised by some of the turns that things have taken. But certainly people I take seriously within conservative Christianity have spoken out against things like, the cuts to humanitarian aid or anything like that. But again, I completely agree with you that history supplies constant tests of what your religion is until the end, right? To the testing. And sometimes you succeed. More often you fail, but hopefully you do something that has good effects down the road. And sometimes you fail entirely, and then maybe God sifts you and finds you wanting. I'm not kidding here, right? That this is actually like it is important to see every moment as a potential moral test that you might well be failing. I'm a conservative Christian. You could say I'm a member of the Christian right for your purposes, right? As Christianity has weakened in American life, a really hard question has become like, you know, who is the most dangerous of your different enemies? Or, you know, like who is most threatening to the Christian view of the good society, right? Is it, you know, a woke progressivism that wants to, again, this would just be the narrative, right? I think it has, you know, wants to abolish basic ideas about differences between the sexes, that supports, you know, abortion at any stage in pregnancy, that's hostile to the basic religious liberties of Christians, again, from the conservative Christian point of view. Is it Donald Trump's populism with its heathen cruelties? Is it transhumanism? Like, is the final boss of this era that religious believers will have to confront actually Silicon Valley? And if it is, like, can you make alliances within Silicon Valley? Is it better to be with Elon Musk and his 117 children than to be with, you know, some other people involved?
He's also, Neuralink it's pushing transhumanism forward very fast if it can.
There's a lot of, but there's also different transhumanisms, like which, you know, what, anyway, these are things, you know, that I myself am profoundly uncertain about in this moment. Like, what is the greatest danger from a Christian perspective to the future of the human race?
Well, yeah, this is actually a crazy. I always deal with sociopaths and morons who popularize their propaganda to the masses, whereas I feel like this is actually like the really introspective and intelligent analysis of like politics, right? So, who is the greatest threat to Christianity? It's obviously not right-wing heathenism, because right-wing heathens are willing and able to use Christianity, the symbols of Christianity, in order to propagate their message. So they're more fellow travelers than they are a direct threat, which I kind of understand why there's been this unholy alliance between right-wing pagan heathen freaks, no offense, because I find this particularly hypocritical, because these people are massive pieces of shit. Andrew Tate is a huge piece of shit. Elon Musk is less of a piece of shit, but still a piece of shit. So I find this alliance between Christian nationalists and right-wing heathens particularly distasteful. I think it's borderline evil. It's against everything I was raised to believe, and so I find it evil. But I do understand how anti-theist progressivism seems like a bigger threat, because it's so culturally dominant. As soon as you leave the right-wing sphere, as soon as you leave the comforts of a conservative society, you are overwhelmed by a liberal and progressive anti-theistic message in popular culture. And so as a result, anti-theist progressivism is infinitely more an immediate and powerful threat to religiosity from a Christian perspective. And then transhumanism, Oscar Steen says, gotta go. I've been enjoying the stream. Is there a schedule for the Valor Media Network streams? Yeah, 9:30 to 2:30, Monday through Friday for the most part. On Tuesdays, I am on my home channel, Counterpoints. Just typing Counterpoints common spelling into it. You'll probably find my Warhammer channel first, but you should also be able to find my politics channel. But Monday through Friday, 9:30 to 2:30, you'll be able to catch me live. And we'll probably be doing this for, yes, EST. To be fair, Christianity has been used to abolitionists. Am I not a brother? Enslavers, black people are from, the ham. Yeah, I agree. I don't think the threats to Christianity have caught up with the political and cultural landscape. And then transhumanism, he says, like, is this the final boss? And that's actually what's interesting, is that I think that anti-theist progressivism in liberal society's tolerance of that is probably the largest, most immediate, and most obvious threat to Christian conservative life in the United States of America. But I do think that transhumanism is a particularly like pernicious evil, where if you have, I don't know, Elon Musk effectively advocating for CRISPR or Neuralink or robotic transhumanism or immortality, that's obviously breaking humans away from the spiritual covenant, from the spiritual contract that was given to them through God and the Bible. So again, I'm not a literalist, but I understand how transhumanism would be a substantial threat in the long term, But anti-theist progressivism, again, is the most immediate and aggressive threat to Christian conservative political power. 100%. Okay. Escape from New York, Kurt Russell. I don't know why you're saying that, but obviously that's one of the most handsome men to ever exist. That the most handsome part of his life. Andrew Tate or Vaush, which way Western liberal? Yeah, literally. Andrew Tate or Vaush, which way Western Christian? That's absolutely true. 100% true. Religious trauma is real. Yeah, sure. Doesn't mean that religion isn't a vehicle for obvious moral codes that are beneficial to the human species. So just because religion hurt you doesn't mean that it wasn't also good for you. It's like eating broccoli, right? Broccoli is disgusting. However, it's also really, really, really good for you. The final boss of Christians comes from within Christianity. Maybe. Depends on how you view like literalism. I would say literalism is a poison. My view is that we should put religion in the same place culturally that we put Roman Greek mythology, interesting and help shape the world, but not something to take literally or base governments on. Yes and no. Yes and no. So I think that you should take religion seriously as a vehicle of human morality, and literalists should be allowed to be literalists in the fact that as long as they're conducting themselves in a moral and non-criminal way, that's totally fine. However, if literalists start using their literalism in order to violate the law, then I think that's where you need to check it by a broader liberal framework. I was actually going to bring this up earlier. So the problem, if you look at ancient Greece was divided up between many political powers and many theologies and ideologies. And those theologies and ideologies were conflicting. And so a unified political and military power like Rome was able to steamroll Greece because Greece was so syncretic that they weren't able to unify. There's other reasons, but that's one of the reasons, right? And so when you look at liberalism, if you do not have a passionate and militant defense of liberalism, it can be co-opted and taken down by ideologies that it tolerates within its framework. So, yeah. Razzle says, I vibe with Professor Dawkins on this stuff, even when he admitted to being a cultural Christian, meaning he admits that living in a Christian-influenced society is better than some of the alternatives. Yeah, Dawkins is just an edgelord. He's just an edgelord, and in my opinion, kind of a douche. If you like him, that's totally fine. I find if you want to be atheistic, that's totally fine. I myself am kind of like an agnostic deist. I guess I'm more of a deist than I am agnostic, but agnostic deism wouldn't be something that I would fight as a title. I think anti-theism is super cringe. I think anti-theism is crazy cringe. When you just like spend every day of your waking life being like, God isn't real. It's stupid. It's mythology. You're dumb. Like, I hate those people with every fiber of my being. Yeah. Atheism is based, just don't tip the fedora. I still think atheism is cringe. You still emanated, even within the atheist framework, your existence is an accident. It's an accident of nature. I think that's cringe. I think that you're not an accident of nature. You're in intention of nature. So, yeah. All right. Anyways, Sympathy says, hey, I don't say God bless you. I say science bless you because science blessed us. Cringe. It's okay. It's funny. You're being a Reddit atheist. I get it. I have nothing against God. It's man-made religion that I have a problem with. Yeah, same. Connor needs to touch some grass and eat some broccoli. I mean, I agree there. My wife is going to pick up some of the kids from school. We're watching some kids while their parents are coming to pick them up. So she's going to do that. And I got the baby monitor watching the baby. So I might have to touch some grass in a minute. But anyways, I'm going to let this play. I'm going to use the restroom, get a refill, and then we're going to keep pushing with the content.
I'm not entirely sure.
So a big part of your book, as I read it, is about what happens when elite society becomes hostile in its view of the world to the human impulse to seek a picture of reality that runs deeper than materialism. What happens when the seekers have nowhere to go, when organized religion weakens, or not nowhere to go? What happens when they're not channeled into organized religion? And what happens when elite society becomes too materialistic? And I understand for you, and you can tell me if this is wrong, that one of the forces I think that you believe is driving the era is a kind of frustrated seeking, a sort of desire to re-enchant the world, like that has run into an elite culture, maybe its apex being the Obama administration and that sort of moment in American life.
It's the Ezra Klein show.
That's the
apex, Ezra, let's be honest here.
Although that, well, we'll get into this. I always joke the difference between you and me is more that you're a Catholic and I'm a Californian than that I'm a materialist and you're not, because
one can use the word materialist in different ways.
Sure.
Too.
When you use it in this context, what do you mean?
I mean the view that all of existence, life, the universe, and everything is finally reducible to matter in motion, that matter is primary and mind is secondary rather than the other way around. I don't mean materialism in terms of, Madonna's Material Girl or something like that, although the two can be connected. So one of the various arguments in my book, right, is that disenchantment is fake, fundamentally, right? The idea that you can enter a secular age where once upon a time people had wild religious experiences, but now we inhabit the iron cage of modernity and all of those are off the table. That just doesn't describe reality. Mystical experience, religious experience, it's not just the impulse. Like, I think secular liberals are very comfortable saying, oh, well, there's always a religious impulse, but it's more than that. It's that people have encounters with God, whatever God may be, some kind of higher reality that enters them and transforms them and gives them visions and gives them intense experiences, or maybe they have them on the verge of death and come back to tell about them. This is just a feature of human life. It's a very profound and important feature of human life. Maybe it can be explained in non-religious terms. Maybe there's some reductive explanation, but there isn't a good one on offer right now. And so the persistence of that means that religion always regenerates itself, because even under conditions where almost nobody is committed to a particular church or creed, people are going to go on having, dramatic encounters, right? Like someone like, Barbara Ehrenreich, who's famous.
I had her on for this book.
Right. Famous left liberal writer, wrote a whole book called...
And a famous atheist.
Yes, famous atheist called Living with a Wild God, right? And it was just a book about a very secular person who had a lot of religious experiences, like experiences that if you went and read William James or read like a medieval Catholic mystic or something would be totally familiar. And she, didn't have sort of a framework, a conceptual framework to fully process them, and wrote a great book, really interesting book about it.
Can you tell the story that you tell in your book? I don't remember the man's name, but he's the editor of Skeptics magazine or something like that.
Right. So this is Michael Shermer, who is one of the more famous professional skeptical debunkers of religious claims, supernatural things, and so on. And he, in one of his books, but he's told this story several times to his great credit, he had he was getting married, and his wife had, I'm going to butcher this slightly, but had a great uncle who had been very close to her and was the kind of person who would have given her away at the wedding, but had passed away, right? So she was feeling sort of lonely and isolated, and they had a radio that had come from him, and the radio was broken, didn't work, had never worked. Shermer had tried to fix it. It just didn't work. It was broken, right? And at the end of the wedding, during the reception, they heard music from the back of the house and went back into a back room, and there was the radio playing a love song. And I think it like transitioned from that to some kind of classical music for the later in the evening, and then shut off and never worked again. And this experience, affected Shermer. And again, to his credit, right? It was like evidence against interest. And I think, again, you have to sort of trust, as always with these stories, right? You have to sort of trust his general reliability and so on, that it wasn't just that like, there was a battery that was jiggled or something. Like the radio really didn't work and really never worked again. There really was no obvious material way that this could have happened. Shermer, in the end, works out, he wants to have a theory of the multiverse, where in some different timeline, much like in the movie Interstellar, his wife's great uncle is capable of accessing our timeline. And to Shermer, this is sort of an escape from like supernatural explanations. But one reason to just tell that story is that, as I think you know, because I was joking about your show being the epitome of secularization, the apogee, whatever, people have experiences like this all the time. Right?
Yeah, this is why I'm not a materialist.
Right. This is a very commonplace kind of experience. Not super commonplace. You're not going to have one tomorrow, probably. But like this stuff, just is.
Yeah. So sorry, I was listening to the story because it was entrancing, and obviously I do want to give them time to cook, so to speak. I've had all sorts of stuff like this, at least probably a half dozen times throughout my life, and that I would say that's partially why I'm a deist. I don't know if there's an afterlife. My suspicion is that even if you do have an afterlife, like you have an alternative plane of existence, like I talked about earlier, where you go to this like heavenly hug from God. I ultimately think that probably what happens, I think the universe is probably cyclical. And so what'll happen is eventually that hug will fade and you'll, go into kind of a like sleepy oblivion, effectively, sleep without dreaming, right? The kind of oblivion that you experience every night where you're in that weird dream state where you don't really exist and you're just kind of gone for a few hours. I think that's probably what death is like. And I do think that it's entirely possible that with the universe being cyclical, I think the universe is probably cyclical, that we might be having this conversation 26 billion years from now. We've been around for 13 billion years. The universe will probably be around for another 13 billion years. And then after that, the universe will probably, die, and then it'll kick off again because it's already happened once. We already know that it's happened once, right? And so as a result, these religious experiences, I've had revelations where I've thought about my life, where it is, what I'm doing, where it's going to go, et cetera, et cetera. And then I've had effectively what felt like paths revealed to me, where when I was in a moment of emotional and spiritual crisis, I just kind of stopped and I thought for a minute, and then boom, some kind of click, some kind of revelation just fires off in my brain. And I can basically see my future, not my specific future, right? But I can see a path that's laid out in front of me, as if, I'm not saying the creator of the universe does this. It could be just be a part of my brain, but it feels like a path is just rolled out in front of me. And I know it's the right path. And so I pursue that path. And to be honest, that happened to me probably most recently when I was like 25. And I've been on that path since. So yeah, I've had what's close to religious revelations. I also saw a ghost in Okinawa, Japan. Believe it or not, Okinawa, Japan is one of the most haunted places on the planet. We were playing music, getting drunk, having a good time. And then a speaker that I swear to God is like 20 pounds was on top of a wall locker. And then the speaker's blasting music. Nobody's touched it, no nothing. And then it effectively just flies across the room, crashes on the ground. And nobody had touched it. And I was just thinking to myself, like, what the hell? What the hell did I just see? And so I'm a fairly rational dude. So I'm looking for like a rational explanation. I'm looking for a cord that we tripped on. I'm looking for like the other side of the wall. Did somebody bang something on the other side of the wall and knock the speaker off? And I swear to God, I just have no explanation for it. There was a speaker that was on top of a wall locker. Nobody was touching it. And then all of a sudden it flew across the room and smashed into the ground. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know what it was. I'm just telling you what I saw. So kind of crazy. Sacred Snow says, thanks for covering the Vaush segment. Enjoy the family's natalism talk. I hate how the topics become taboo because of extremist reactionaries. Yeah, of course, Sacred Snow. I live to serve. Was it one of those Japanese ghosts? Did it come out of your TV? Nope. I didn't see any like human body or anything like that. I didn't see any shadows. I didn't see any of that. But did you ever consider magnets? Yeah, of course. But who's screwing with the magnets? What magnets are being screwed with? Right? I'm with you. Sacred Snow says, got to drive home from work, but we'll be listening. Have a good day, everyone. Sacred Snow, thank you for hanging out with us. Obviously, you like the stream. I appreciate you. That's Camp Hansen. I'm from Japan. Akigara is the scariest forest on the planet. Yeah, I wasn't on Hansen. Hansen was for grunts. I was on Kinzer and Foster, and the speaker flying across the room was in Camp Kinzer at the barracks by the beach by the track. That's where it was. I could show you, if I flew out to Japan, I could show you the room where it happened. Everywhere except nations that have secular governments. Yeah. You guys are still talking about religion and stuff. Thoughts on aliens? I mean, they probably exist. I just don't think they're here. Like, I think there's probably aliens who have some level of like extrasolar travel and are technologically sophisticated. But I think that if they were here, they would have already revealed themselves. I think I thought the UFO thing might have been aliens, but then obviously when the UFOs are drones who have FAA approved lights on them, they're probably human, right? Kesoko says, we are speaking about Islam as a whole, and it needs to undergo a reformation period in which they can choose to travel a more peaceful path through the future like Christianity. Sure. And there's a peaceful alternative for Islam, which is effectively what I would call chill Islam, which is believe in God, believe in the last day, believe that Muhammad is God's messenger, and do good works. I think those are like the 4 pillars of Islam that you must believe in order to be Muslim. And I think that we get messed up because of the geopolitical realities of the fact that not only are we in conflict with Islam or Muslims in the Middle East and North Africa over territorial disputes, energy disputes, materialism, hedonism, all that kind of stuff, but they view atheism and paganism, like Hinduism, as evil. They cannot tolerate atheism and they cannot tolerate paganism because it's specifically prohibited in the Quran. And then dealing with those facts, along with Muhammad being a secular leader who said the world would not know peace until the entire planet was unified in Islam. Christians and Jews can be tolerated as people of the book, but everybody else effectively has to convert. I think there's a fundamental conflict there, but I think chill Muslims can exist and they can believe in God, the last day, and the judgment associated with the last day. Muhammad is God's messenger, and they can do good works, and that's sufficient for them to be good Muslims and good neighbors. So that's what I would do. Silver Jacket Man says, I legit ghost hunt as a hobby. I suck at it. I've never seen anything. I just spent a weekend at the Vayiska Axe Murder House. Jesus, you're kind of crazy, huh? Oh, you guys are having fun. You guys are having fun fighting about religion and philosophy and ghosts in chat. There's 5 pillars, you kafir. Well, let's take a look at them real quick. Let's take a look. 5 pillars of Islam. Let's make sure that I didn't miss one that is contradictory to civilization. Shahada, declaration of faith, salah, prayer, zakat, almsgiving, fasting, and pilgrimage. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about necessarily. These are the things that a Muslim should do during their life in order to be considered like a good Muslim. So the declaration of faith, there's no God but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God. Okay. Salah, prayer, praying 5 times a day. Zakat, which is tithes. Psalm, fasting, which is Ramadan. And then Hajj, if you are physically and financially able, traveling to Mecca. So yeah. The fact that Hassan Piker hides behind being culturally Muslim and he's a multimillionaire and he's never done a Hajj is actually like offensive to me. It's offensive to me that he cares so much about the plight of the Palestinians and he cares so much about the plight of Muslims worldwide. And he has like millions of dollars and he's a young, physically capable person and he hasn't done the Hajj. That actually, like, it offends me. He doesn't need to live stream it. He just needs to do it. The Draco reptilians are here for sure. Look what's happening in this country. Yeah. Ved Sunil says the aversion to polytheism makes me hate Islam as an ideology. Yeah, they hate you too. That's a sad thing. You know, if you're an atheist or a pagan, that's pretty much the worst thing you can be. You could be a pedophile and still get treated better in Islam than you can if you're an atheist or a pagan. When Muslims dominated, government stopped executing apostates, gays, and sorcerers, I'll be more optimistic. Yeah, sure. It's going to take time. Who is more Muslim between Hassan and Sneeko? I think, unironically, Sneeko. Sneeko seems to actually struggle with faith and materialism and hedonism. Hassan just seems to do it and not care. I think Sneeko, weirdly enough, I know that we had a segment where we watched Sneeko being a piece of garbage, but Sneeko, unironically, I've watched other content of him. He seems to be struggling with who he is, his role in the world, what he truly believes, what kind of positive impact he can have. And then, of course, he's constantly trapped up by materialism and hedonism and partying and all that kind of crap. So most pro-pallies never bring up Uyghurs because they ally with tankies. Yep, 100%. Oh, they'd throw me off the closest tall building as soon as possible. Yeah, probably. Culture Muslim is effing BS and pisses me off. That isn't real. Islam is a religion, not an ethnicity. Yeah. It took me a while, though. I'm not going to lie. Even when I got back from the military, I'd participated in the war on terror. I knew plenty about weapons, technology, logistics, software programs. I was an intelligent and young person who probably knew history more than the average bear. Even I conflated the word Arab with Muslim, and I used Arab as a catch-all for all people from North Africa and even people in Afghanistan. And that's like a wildly inaccurate description of ethnicity and religion. But because America, effectively through the 1980s and really into the 2000s, really only associated Islam with like jihadist terrorism and also associated with like Saudi Arabia, Arab became a catch-all term for all Muslims in the Middle East and North Africa. And of course, it's a religion and then an ethnicity. And then there's like dozens of ethnicities in North Africa and dozens of ethnicities in Asia. So trying to differentiate that mentally is actually kind of, you have to parse it apart. Isn't Tassal an agnostic? No idea. I don't watch him enough to do it. I'm going to read a few more and then I'm going to give them another few minutes. I'm not a big fan of Islam. This is one of the issues that separates me from center-left liberal from far-left progressives. How and why the left has embraced it is beyond me. Yeah, it's literally just because they're lower in the oppression hierarchy. Andrew Paris says, I think it can be cultural parts of religion that don't require you to be religious. It's certainly common amongst Jews. Yeah, there's plenty of Jews who vaguely know things about Judaism and their ethno-religious heritage, but they're not practicing, but they identify as Jews, 100%. When someone is culturally Christian, it's Christian nationalism, identitarian, but when someone is culturally Muslim, it's a minority defending their identity. I don't know if that's entirely true. Like, I would consider myself culturally Christian. From 0 to 18, I spent every Sunday in church, and my wife and I go to church even though I'm not a religious literalist. And I still enjoy sermons and songs because I look at them mythologically or metaphorically rather than literally. So I would still say I'm cultural Christian, and I'm not a Christian nationalist. All right. Anyways, my brain is slowly getting fried. So let's give these guys like another really good hrumph. Let's give them one more opportunity to give us like a really good thing. And then honestly, I'm probably going to be wrapping up because I think my brain is turning into soup inside my skull.
Part of the warp and woof of reality. And so to finally long-windedly answer your original question, I think what happens in conditions when you have weak institutional religions and a sort of secular expert class that is not, militantly atheistic, but sort of says, officially these things don't happen, right? Is that people feel like they can't really go all the way up to the creator God, Yahweh, Jehovah, outside of time and space. And they start looking for sort of intermediate powers to sort of become a kind of locus for their own spiritual impulses. Stuff with psychedelics, stuff with literal paganism, including stuff on the right. And then the interesting zone in a way is AI, which is the place where sort of science fiction ideas or scientific ideas meet a kind of, slightly supernaturalist sense of, like the machine god as this power that into which we are going to commend ourselves. But yeah, I think that tendency, again,
dude, I love that like Warhammer 40K transhumanist references. And I'm not saying he's literally referencing Warhammer 40K, but obviously there's a transhuman cybernetic pan AI that the some transhuman bros believe in. And there's science bros who are trying to figure out how to digitize consciousness and then upload their consciousness into the machine god. And they're effectively, there's an excellent game. I don't know if you guys ever have played it, but it's called Deus Ex. It's an amazing game with obviously like being Deus Ex Machina being the fundamental concept, which I don't even think I understand the concept of Deus Ex Machina. Deus Ex Machina, an unexpected power or event saving a seemingly hopeless situation, especially as a contrived plot device in a play or a novel. Okay, but what's so funny about the game Deus Ex, okay, is what happens is you are a cybernetic agent. The very first one. I haven't even played the other ones. I like this one the best, obviously. But JC Denton is a cybernetic agent working for the government who hunts down anti-technology rebels who despise him as a transhuman freak. And then what ends up happening is he uncovers like a conspiracy against the entire planet where a giga-rich billionaire cabal of the Illuminati, offshoot of the Illuminati called Majestic 12, if I remember the story correctly, an offshoot of Majestic 12 has a guy who's trying to upload his consciousness into an AI program that is going to control the entire planet's information. And so he's hoping effectively to become the machine god of planet Earth. And it actually leaves you with an option. You can either destroy the project entirely and let humanity thrive or die as, it will. You can kill the god machine guy and take his place and become a god machine yourself and then effectively control the whole planet. Or you can help that guy become a god machine. So it's actually really funny hearing this guy randomly talk about the God machine and the concept of like human consciousness becoming a combination of like cybernetics, AI, and the internet. Because what's funny is like a solar flare would 100% take that out. So there's like a lot of transhumanists who think that they are going to be able to digitize their consciousness and then upload themselves into the internet and then have like cybernetic bodies and live in perpetuity. Number one, I have a deep suspicion that the digital replication of your consciousness is not going to be you. Like it's not going to feel like you actually transported your soul. It's just going to be a digital copy of you, not really you. And then also the second that there's a solar flare or some kind of like destruction of the planet, that digital copy of you is going to get wiped out as well. So transhumanism is not going to save you. It's cool. I think it's cool, but it's not going to save you. So, sorry, just checking in with chat. Deus Ex Machina translates to God inside the machine. Deus Ex alone stands for God inside, by the way. Cool. My most spiritual experience was through being high, working out in the gym while listening to My Eyes by Travis Scott. Based. No, still stuck on Pong. True. You don't need to play any others. Seriously, straight downhill. Oh, yeah. The first one was like phenomenal. The graphics are so mid, but the story was so good. As far as I remember, Deus Ex Machina is from ancient Greece, where in plays it was common to have a lift that would lower a god into the play to resolve everything. Yep, there you go. I like having my own thoughts. Thanks. Yeah, exactly. That's what Dyson swarms are for. Interesting. Or maybe it was Roman. No, I'm with you. Greek and Roman culture has a very strong overlap. Connor, we have to find the Catan first. Duh. Then we're good to go. True. I want to be a cyborg. All right, well, have fun, man. Have fun. But let him finish Deus Ex Machina. And then I think I'm going to wrap up. So let's
Christians would say, but that tendency is bad. It's not that secondary spiritual powers don't exist in the universe. There are, in fact, angels and demons and things like that, saints.
I'm happy I let him finish the sentence.
That tendency is bad. It's not that secondary spiritual powers don't exist in the universe. There are, in fact, angels and demons and things like
that. We live inside of 40K. No.
Like that, saints and powers that other powers perhaps more mysterious still, but not all of those powers have human good in mind, and it's better to approach them through one of the big old traditional religions that tries to subject them to a kind of higher ordering.
Let me hold you there, because we'll get to this.
Ooh, I don't want to get to this. That is it. How does one get these powers, Christian Valeris? Are you the emperor of mankind made flesh? Ooh, secondary spiritual and intercessory powers. How does one acquire these powers? You guys are crazy. Celeste Plantagenet, York, says transhumanism is the goal to wipe out humanity. Play it as the best thing. Get humanity on board, then EMP. Everyone's dead. I mean, seriously, yeah, like that. I'm not saying that we should do that, but I am saying a massive EMP would wipe out the digital species that replaced humanity. You sound like an Astartes before Horus Heresy. Demons are real, Connor. Wake up, they're real, dude. Yeah, there's always this human impulse to kind of like feel the proximity to God or the proximity to the supernatural. And so what this guy is saying is like, yeah, you can go to proximate powers, but they're not the one true God, which I think is crazy because it's not crazy. I think the reason why it's interesting is because he believes, potentially correctly, that of course, like Christians and Islam and Judaism, they're trying to worship the font of creation. They're trying to worship the initial force that set all of existence in order. But there are powers, like when you look at the pagan gods, there's the god of the storms, Zeus. There's the gods of war, Ares. There's the gods of love and beauty, like Apollo or Athena, and knowledge, like Apollo. And so as a result, you have these things that are outside of humanity that are older and stronger, and they might be conceptual. They might be like ephemeral, which is why most people take these things as mythology. But what's interesting about what Ross Douthat is saying, he's like, no, you can worship demons, you can worship lower level gods, but you are, you're selling your soul, which is a very like Warhammer 40K concept. Of course, Warhammer 40K takes its inspiration from religion and takes its inspiration from science fiction. So I'm not surprised that there's a thematic echo back into a deeply religious guy. But I do think that this thematic echo is very rarely talked about in church settings, in sermons. Very rarely will you hear a Catholic priest or a Baptist priest talk about how human beings can be trapped by secondary gods to the one true God. Raymond Smith says, see you, good show. Keep up the fight, bro. Y'all take the of you. Well, thank you, Raymond Smith. I don't understand fully the sentence, but I appreciate the emotion with which it's said. The Silver Dragon Man said, do their whole books of Christian sorcery like biblical spells. I own a few. It's basically coming down to you're throwing salt on a girl to get her to like you. I mean, that's how I got my wife. So, I mean, I guess there's something to it. All right, let's just listen. The dude's cooking, okay? The dude's cooking. Let's give it another second. See if he throws another Warhammer 40K, curveball our way.
I want to distinguish two arguments that the book could make, and that you take one path in particular. So I am somebody who believes deeply in mystery. I'm
All right. No more Warhammer 40K curveballs, okay? Let me go ahead and do a thank you to all you parasocial beautiful people. We had a few dozen people. I think we peaked out almost at 50. And, now we're down in the 30s, but I did mention several times that we're wrapping up. So I want to thank all the kind and beautiful souls who gave donations. Rises, Sapient Green, Sean Kaplan, who inspired this segment, which was fire. I hope he enjoyed it. Grassroots Hegemon, obviously one of the kindest donors and supporters of the channel. Celeste Plantagenet York, who was nice enough to spice up chat and give a donation. And Sacred Snow, thank you kindly for all your donations. Seriously, it's beautiful. It's beautiful to have this much support in such a tight community. It is nice. Which Christian spells do I use to get a wife? Isn't the magic the work of the devil? I mean, I think you need to pick up some salt and you need to say, be my wife. And then you throw it into her eyes. I think that's how you do it. Then Celeste says, there's this part in the show Britannia where two runaway Roman soldiers that get really high and have a discussion about all the different gods. It's so good. Yeah, shoot. Send me a clip. I'll take a look at it. I love, like I said, I'm not a literalist, okay? So my mom will be very disappointed if she watches this segment, but I don't know or believe that God, the creator of the universe, was like, humanity needs me specifically, and then he boiled down his essence into a fractal, and then he manifested as one human being with whom to share the message of Christianity. That I don't believe literally. However, I do think that human beings through the Iron Age and the Bronze Age and all that kind of stuff, they would have mystical and spiritual experiences, and they codified morality and they combined it with history, in order to make a compelling narrative of the human species as it evolved historically and culturally and morally. And then as a result, we should look at those stories in order to derive lessons for our own life, because the truth is that we haven't really evolved that much in the past 3,000 years. Of course, technology has changed. Of course, the agricultural revolution, the industrial revolution, the sexual revolution, the information revolution, these have all drastically changed the ways with human beings interact with each other. But the truth is that there are moral questions and answers from 3,000 years ago that the Bible answers perfectly, and you would be a fool to ignore those lessons. So yeah, don't be a fool. Study religion, study the gods, study mythology so you can live a better life. That is my advice to you. Son Patty says, I can't believe how many people left over the Nintendo comment. That was hilarious. Dude, I lost like 5 or 10 people. Like, I don't know if somebody else went live or if legitimately they were offended. Like, they were like, fuck you, Cotter. I love Nintendo and I like degenerate chronography. I hope to be back. Well, Celeste, you're always welcome. We do have schizophrenics who populate our chat and do crazy stuff every now and then. So if it ever gets too schizophrenic, I'm not going to hold it against you if chat becomes a little bit too unruly for you to have a good time. But it was fun having you, and you definitely spiced up chat, so I appreciate it. Catholicism does warn against false idols. I agree. It's definitely something that's mentioned in the religion. It's definitely something that's mentioned in the Bible. I just don't think I've heard a lot of priests or preachers talk about it. So it's not so much that it's not within the religion. I just don't find a lot of priests. Like when I go to Sunday school, I don't hear somebody talking to my kids about how they shouldn't worship false gods because they're secondary ordered gods and demons in our plane of existence who might tempt you away from the one true God. That's obviously in the 10 Commandments, but it's not. I don't think priests and preachers talk about it because they almost prefer to pretend that worshiping the one true God is a presumed good, and therefore we don't even need to talk about it. Nah, bro, just go to Mount Olympus. You will see Zeus. They have a burning passion for the Switch. Yeah, apparently. Going to war with Nintendo bros. Classic mistake. Jonah Boy says, I missed the Nintendo comment. Yeah, I went on a 10-minute rant, which was my fault for making it 10 minutes. But I went on a 10-minute rant about how Nintendo was effectively catering to exclusively childish games. And so people who love Nintendo are socially and sexually stunted. And as a result, they create degenerate pornography. And a substantive amount of chat laughed at it and stayed. And a substantive amount of chat disappeared. So I don't know if they went live or like somebody went live and they're like, oh, Destiny's probably talking about, sex stuff. I'm going to go check out Destiny talking about sex drama. I don't know if that happened or if they were legitimately so offended by me dogging on Nintendo. They were like, hey, I resemble that remark. Fuck this guy. Oh, that was funny. Sacred Snow says, as for transhumanism, I think the EMP solar flare problem can be solved through shielding. Yeah, maybe. A race that can upload brain surely will have the technology advanced enough. Sure. But then what if you inhabit? So let's say that you create a race of immortal digital machines, but the entire rest of the galaxy burns out or the rest of the universe burns out. Are you just going to continue to float on conscious and perpetual void without the capacity to interact with anything? I think that's almost like as terrifying of a notion as death, K-Sogo says, not a Sunday school topic, but I remember services about false idols. Interesting. Maybe you had better priests and preachers. I'm crazy, sir, so yes, I'll be back. I feel at home. Good, Celeste. Thank you. I hope to see you regularly. Bo Dickerson says, find a priest from the former Soviet Union. I think they'll talk about false gods a lot. Yeah. It could just be my priests weren't as interested in false gods and secondary gods as I was. And I'm interested in it from a Warhammer 40K perspective. The reason being is the Emperor of Mankind prohibits all religion because he thinks that religion is capturing humanity's greatness and enslaving it. And so he has like a very fedora atheistic take on religion. And so he tries to prohibit all of it. But there are secondary gods in the Warhammer 40K universe, which he denies the divinity of. The god of rot, Nurgle, the god of excess, Slanesh, the god of change, Tzeentch, and the god of blood, Khorne. And so as a result, there are cults of these secondary gods in the universe that he's trying to stamp out. Well, what ends up happening is because he denies their very existence, his sons are tempted by these secondary gods. And then as a result, they're corrupted and they become avatars of the very religious cults that the emperor was trying to stomp out. And so by not stepping into power abhors a vacuum. So it's kind of silly in a certain way for the emperor of mankind to deny a creator god or deny that he himself is like a minor god of order and humanity, because what ends up happening is he creates a spiritual vacuum that the secondary gods of his realm are happy to fill, and they're conscious embodiments of emotion and functions in the universe. It's a really, I love Warhammer 40K from like a thematic and mythology perspective. I think it's great. Need the rant clipped and shipped so I can stir some pots. True. Well, I mean, get to work, clippers. I'm not rich yet, so I can't pay any clips channels. But we'll get there. We'll get there one day. Pachydermis Absurda says, I was told in church as a child that if I gave my soul to Satan for even a moment, that I would be lost forever. I subsequently wasted a lot of psychic energy diligently not giving my soul to Satan. True. I don't think that's how that works. I think if you give your soul to God, like, so for instance, let's say that you give your soul to Satan, even for a moment, so to speak. If God is more powerful than Satan, and then you are in the grips of hell, in the grips of Satan, and you say, God, please don't forsake me. Please save me. I actually screwed up. My bad. You were right. I think God will save you if he's real. Would we be conscious of the heat death of the universe at that point? Are we slipping into simulation theory? Well, Sacred, that's another interesting question is, would you be willing or able? Let's say that you like put yourself in a giant metal machine and you avoided getting sucked into a black hole, and you're floating in the void of space for perpetuity while all the stars burn out and get sucked into black holes. Would you create like a video game simulation within your little metal framework? And then would you just stay there forever? The reason why I don't believe in that is because, like, why would we program mortality into existence? Like, if we were perpetual beings that had programmed the synthetic existence into being, why would we keep mortality? That seems silly. I don't think any conscious sapient creature would keep mortality as a function of an existence that they themselves created. Are we already uploaded transhumans? I think I just answered that question. Probably not. If we were talking the heat death of the universe, surely we can break into another dimension at that point as invading mechanical overlords. Now we're just getting into Necron lore, okay? Gotta run, chats to Sympathy. Y'all have a great one and see you later. Good luck on Tim Pool, Connor. Thank you. If I had to switch too, maybe. All right. I'm going to run. Seriously, thank you for all the donations. Thank you for your time. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for chatting. It's good to see all the regulars. I parasocially love you guys. Bo, good to see you again. Christian Valera, Sacred Snow, Biz D, Sen Patty, Silver Jacket Man, K Soko, Jonah Boy, Christian Valeris, Celeste, Sapient Green. Honestly, you guys, Raymond Smith, Ved Sunil, Gen X, Omri Gunny. If I didn't say your name, it's not because I don't love you. It's because I don't see your chat. But seriously, parasocial love for hanging out. It's been a blast. The donations are massive considering how small our community is. Thank you to Grassroots Hegemon for always being a firm backer of the channel, but also thank you to regular donos like Rises, Sapient Green, Sean Kaplan, and Celeste, among others, and Sacred Snow as well, and Gen X. Thank you for all your donations and your time. It's been a beautiful day. It's been a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day. All right. What is the men's podcast on here? Literally just go to Valor Media Network and check out Men Talking Mindfulness. That's a mindfulness podcast. The Geedunk Show is a political and current event and news analysis. Hard Points, I think, is more like business and personal improvement, but it's by two F-18 pilots. I'm trying to think of another one. The Caucus Room is democratic political analysis. The Game Within is sports. Low Lights is sports. And I'm trying to think of what else. But, dude, there's literally half a dozen different kinds of content if you're looking for anything vaguely masculine. So go check them out. All right. Anyways, parasocially love you guys. Hope you have a great day. Bye.